Oh man, let's get it going. Them likes and shares, man. Let's get it. Y'all see the gift thing? I mean, the thing. Go ahead and join the team. I need 100 new team members, man. So y'all come in here, hit that heart goal up there. It's only 1 penny. Get this going. Set that heart goal, you know. I'll hit that goal. 1 penny. Join the team. I'm on this popular live. That popular live. So got mama's gonna hold grudges. Interesting. So mama got the ability to let go of that true love that people claim they have. Oh, I see y'all did. Y'all must have missed out on the taps a little bit because this live got shut down. I seen it last for a little minute though, so you made it happen. Got me a nice little snooze though. Yeah. But it lasted longer than I thought it was, so my mama told me to always use Xbox. Somebody mute that person that coming in with that PlayStation slander. It was a great combo. Yeah, you already know. Gotta be. Great minds, great combo. This is the topic I wanted to do on my TikTok studio. I'm gonna learn how to fix that up a little bit so I can get my new look on here before TikTok shut down. They gave us a date this time. They said if it ain't together, TikTok out of here at January the 19th or something like that. Yeah. If you have a problem with your partner, talk to your partner. People who love aren't. Yeah, that's what a lot of. I knew a woman was gonna say that. But yeah. So but the thing is, how you gonna talk to your partner about your partner? Yeah, talk with partner about their partner.
I would also like to say that my mama also taught me not to fall asleep on live and then just let the live, go away in good conversation. But, that's also just me. And also, she taught me not to go in problematic lives, start a fight, and leave. All right, I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I let them. Hey, that was cool that they got on as long as it did though, because I felt I didn't want to let go of the nice little conversation that was going. So they got enough time. Truth. What's the deal? Truth.
What's up? Uh, could I talk to you? Because I have a problem with my partner.
What you got for me, brother?
So, like my boyfriend's been yelling at me a lot, and
What's so funny about your boyfriend? Okay. I was about to let him see how far he's gonna go.
Okay, because it's almost
It's
2024.
2024. I can believe anything now.
That part, I was like, is that you? Are you trying to troll? Like, what do you? That's fucking weird. Don't come up here being a weirdo. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna go ahead and answer this. Can family break up the love you have for someone? Um, I think honestly that depends on your dynamic.
Mhm.
Um, if you are estranged from your family, then probably not. You know what I mean? If you don't trust their judgment or you just still wanted to do whatever you want to do, then absolutely. If you're close knit with your family and you trust their judgment when it comes to certain things, they may be able to point out certain things that may break you up. Um, you know what I mean? Because they may pick up on red flags that you don't. Um, but again, family is not always just people who are also blood related to you. Like family could be people you adopted in. You know what I mean? Your found family, whatever it is. So yeah, that's just kind of where it's at. I know for me, yeah, if my family and my support system um, aren't rocking with the person that I'm with, it's a
Mhm.
no go, and that's also because I am dating for intention. Like I'm not just getting with people for the sake of getting with people.
Facts.
That makes sense, but again, that depends on the person. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'll go ahead and let I don't want to butcher your
All
name.
right, I be always about to mess. I done seen her a few times. I just
I
always can't
don't
get
want
her
to
name.
butcher their name.
It's okay. You can just say Venus. It's okay. Hey guys.
What's up? How you feeling?
Pretty good. Thank you for asking. How are you guys?
I'm blessed.
Less stressed and impressed.
That's good. For the first question, that's actually a good question. I'm like 50-50 on that. And I say that based off my own situation that I went through years ago. And I agree with the woman that was just speaking about how, family can see things and, sometimes you don't really see it. So,
Hmm.
but I do believe that family cannot make you hate someone or, fall out of love with them.
Mm.
And I say that because it's really you. You're the one that has to detach the feelings from this person. Granted, your family can make you envy somebody, but that doesn't mean you don't love them. So I would put it like that. And to not love somebody and just break off the love you have for somebody completely, it takes a lot, even outside of like your friends and family, coming to your ear about it. And I just let them there.
For sure, for sure. Who would you talk to if you have a problem with your partner? If me and my partner are having issues and we can't resolve them amongst each other, then you know, who knows? Sometimes that is family. Sometimes that's a therapist. Whoever you feel comfortable talking to about that person. Um, I will say use your discernment. Um, I'm not somebody who's gonna go and well, I mean, I don't keep these people around, but some of y'all like to talk to your friends, your very single friends about whatever's going on with your partner. And because they're still hurt, they're picking up and looking way too far into things. And it ain't even that. You know what I mean? I've been in situations that have been like that. So, I would always say use your discernment. But, whoever you want to talk to, I mean, whether that's a pastor, at the church, that's a therapist, that's your family or a sister or a friend or whatever, just make sure that that person is looking out for your best interest and not their ulterior motive, if that makes sense. But yeah, I'll land.
Ooh, I would say a therapist or, obviously a pastor as well. When it comes to family, like your mom or your dad, I'm not gonna lie, you can't really go to nobody's, mom about their son. And I say that because unfortunately moms don't hold account, they don't hold their sons accountable or even their daughters accountable compared to their fathers. So maybe you can talk to the dad about it. But when it comes to friends, either on both sides, they can play very biased. They'll tell you what they want best for you. Like, oh, I want this to happen for you. I wish this happens for you. I wish you guys the best. and then they'll go tell the person you're just telling them about the complete opposite. So it's like, if y'all have the same friends, absolutely not. For those reasons, it's very slim to see a pair of friends who are like, yeah, you know what, y'all are both with some, doing some BS, and I think y'all should just work it out. Comparing to, oh, you're talking about them, now we're gonna gossip about them and keep it like very biased. Friends can be very, iffy with those situations.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Like the toxicity in it, it could be, you gotta use your discernment because, like, I mean, I've had that. I've had friends come to me about, their partners or whatever else, but I always direct it back to, you need to speak to your partner, right? Like, I'm not really getting too involved. But like I said, it just depends on the people you have around you. I got people around me who rock with me all day, but if it comes to I'm on some BS, they're gonna call me out. They'll be the first people to call me out. They'll be like, dude, that was uncalled for. What are you doing? And so, I'm fortunate and I have it like that. I suggest you all go, find those people who truly rock with you, not people who just tell you what you want to hear. I think that's definitely going to be a benefit. But usually I try not to go to friends. I'm going to go to, either a therapist or whatever else, pastor, whoever.
I like to use people who don't really know about anybody, and especially therapists or like a pastor, because they're not the ones seeing you guys every day, maybe like once out of the week, and they don't really know what's going on. So there's no like real side on who can I side with and who can I be biased with. Like, no, they're gonna listen to you and give you the real truth compared to someone that knows you more than those out of those two people.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, absolutely. What are the pros and cons of dating a single parent? Um, at the end of the day, when it comes to that, that just depends on you. You don't have kids, you're dating somebody who's a single parent. You yourself have to have the self accountability to figure out if that's something that you have space for, and if that's something you're willing to entertain. And so on and so forth. And if you're not, that doesn't mean you're a terrible person. Just be upfront about it. So that's just kind of where I kind of come from that, because I've dated people who have had kids and I've dated people who don't. Pros of that is, you know, hopefully, like if it works out, then that's cool. You have a connection there. The cons of that is if you're somebody like me and you get attached pretty easy and the relationship goes south and now you guys are not on talking terms, that sucks. And it's not good for the child. It's not good for anybody involved. So that's the reason why I'm always going to say, like, definitely do your due diligence in figuring out if that's something you're willing to entertain or not. You know what I mean? I can't sit there and say, oh, you should or you shouldn't. That is solely on you to figure out. And I'm around.
Okay. Um, as somebody who has dated, or we're still dating, we're together. But back when we first met, he was a single parent, and from from my experience before I had my son with him, it's actually pretty fun. I got to build a bond with his daughter, and I think that's a pro of it, is building bonds with the kids, and you kind of get a glimpse of what this woman or man would be like if you do want kids, and if you want kids with this person. If they already have kids, you can see how they are with their kids as a parent, and I think that's very important. How they maneuver around things, how they go about things, is definitely a good thing to know if they are a single parent or not. The cons of it all, I would agree with the woman I was just speaking. Obviously, the children is my biggest thing. You don't want to go into somebody's life who has kids and that bond that you built with them just disappears afterwards. You can't really have a say so in that because they're not your kids. But I think that's all for now. I'll just land there.
So, what's up, TikToker?
What's up?
So we just answering some prompts. The first one is, and we're gonna get you caught up real quick. So can family break up the love you have for someone?
Nah.
Okay. Do you want to expand on that or not?
If you love them, I mean, to a weak-minded person, yeah. But to somebody that knows what they want and I guess a leader wouldn't let that get into their own personal life. But it is possible. It is definitely possible if you. Yeah, it is possible
Okay. Okay. Who would you talk to if you were having problems with your partner?
though. I'll probably just go into TikTok live.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. And what are the pros and cons of dating a single parent?
The pros are that you might get some fruit snacks every once in a while. The cons is everything else, including the child, including the mother, including the responsibility.
For sure. For sure. For sure. All right. Let's Mr. P in the building. We're gonna get him caught up, and then we will answer the last one. And y'all feel free to keep tapping the screen, share the live, and feel free to come up in the box. We can have a conversation. What's up, Jan? But let's go. We gonna start from the top. Go all the way down to the last one.
Excuse me, my voice is a little rough today. Caught something going around right now. Can family break up the love you have for someone? Me personally, I mean, no. If I love somebody, no. I have a really good ability to tell people to just deal with it. And if I'm doing something my family don't like it, I remind them that they don't have
I
to
think
be
your
around
voice
me.
sounds stupid.
What?
Let's continue. Mr. P. Look, don't be coming in here being disrespectful. That's crazy.
Anyways,
What happened?
I don't know. But yeah, my family tries to intervene with someone I love. I don't know. I told them they could kick rocks or they can just deal with it. And some of them left and some of them dealt with it. So, 1 second.
For sure. For sure.
All
Yeah,
right,
just
all right, I'm back.
okay. Go ahead, Mr. P.
Who would you talk to if you have a problem with your partner? My partner. That's who I talk to. My partner. I ain't got no issue saying what's on my mind to my partner. My wife expects that out of me, though. After this many years, she knows that I don't let shit fester. I bring it right up. Pros and cons of dating a single parent. Pro that the kid's gone half the time. Con that the kid's gone half the time. How about that? Co-parenting, that sucks. That's a hard thing to to know when to step in, what kind of advice to give. Also, interaction with the child, like how young is the child, what kind of role are you playing. You have to be conscious of that. Breakups usually mean you're gonna have to suffer multiple losses, not just the loss of the one the one you love or whatever. You have to deal with the loss of the child, typically if you're involved. But I just think that if you're gonna date a single parent, you gotta be willing to accept that there's gonna be times of difficulty. There's gonna be times where you're gonna want to say something, you're just gonna have to shut your mouth. And that's hard for a lot of people to do. So I'll land there for now.
For sure. For sure. Definitely hope you get better, Mr. P. Yeah, yo, we don't do the disrespect in here, so we try to hear from everybody. This is a place we try to have conversation. This isn't a place we try to have debates and be petty. So, conduct yourself accordingly, please. Um, So yeah, if y'all want to come up, we can do open panel, or we can just go to the last one. What y'all want to do?
I think the last topic is the best. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, yeah, you can go ahead and start it off.
So I see the double standard, and I agree that there is a double standard, and they're both toxic to me. I think labeling somebody who loves their parent is detrimental in so many ways because, but I see the point. I see the mama's boy might grow up to be a sim, but people don't understand that daddy's girl can grow up to be very gullible. So I don't agree with labeling people mama's boy or daddy's girl. I think they're detrimental.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think the double standard just kicks in because again, it just depends on who you're talking to and the audience of whoever's talking to who, right? I want to say mama's boy seems to be more derogatory towards young boys, versus just being like, oh, she's a daddy's girl. People kind of expect that, right? It's more accepted, which I think is stupid. But I think the reason why the double standard literally exists is just to validate whatever stupid, toxic behavior that somebody's doing, right? Oh, they're doing that because they're a mama's boy or whatever. Okay, well, maybe you need to check that. And is it because that person's a mama's boy? Are they people pleasing? Like, what is it? Use your words and figure out how to articulate what it is that bothers you about something that they're doing, right? Oh, she's doing that because she's a daddy's girl. She got high expectations. Okay, again, use your words and articulate what's bothering you about that, right? And then both sides on both ends, just accountability for all, self accountability. But I don't typically, y'all know me, I don't do the gendered conversations. I think they're stupid. And then we're gonna throw it on down there to Mr. P at the bottom.
Sorry, I'm trying to speak up. But
Do what you can, my brother. I get it.
mama's boy bad, daddy's girl good. Why the double standard? I guess because of the implied nature of the attitude and of the two, and how that attitude affects you when you become an adult. I guess would be why there's the double standard. This isn't a defense of. This is just me trying to understand the reason for the phrase. You know what I mean? The understanding. So, mama's boy is looked down upon because it's someone who's really dependent on their mother to do things. Their mother may be hyper involved. Their mother may be causing them to not interact socially in the ways that they would without her presence. And so that boy, when he becomes a man, isn't going to have the same foundation for his social skills built up that the other men around him will have. So he'll tend to be a little softer, a little bit more meek, So mama's boys, tend to not want to push hard. They want someone to coddle and do the labor for them. So I think there's a lot of that's tied to mama's boy, and that's why it's bad. Whereas daddy's girl, I don't necessarily know that I hear that one ever mentioned as a negative. I've heard it more so as a positive, is that she has a good relationship with her dad. Her dad is active in her life, and that she hopes that her husband will fill a similar outline that her dad had because of the example he set. I can see where I guess dad sees no wrong because that's his daughter, but that's not daddy's girl. That's daddy's problem with disciplining his girl. That's not her attitude necessarily. So I just think it's because the general attitudes have different implications further on down the line. I think that's why there's a double standard. But I necessarily don't agree with there being one for it. So I think that both parents have a role to play for both children, boys and girls, and we have good examples we need to set on both ends.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You kind of summed up what I was thinking perfectly.
please expand on it then, because I'd love to hear your take if you don't mind.
Yeah, just as he said, it's more of the connotation that comes with the character traits that they pick up along the line. But it is absolutely a double standard because just because like his mom might be attentive in his life, he might call her every day, be nice, a nice son. Like it'll be a negative connotation just because he's a man and a man shouldn't do certain things like that. Like if a woman stayed in her dad's house till she was 30, there would be no problem with it at all. But if a man does it and they just say he's a mama's boy, blah blah blah, and it would be a negative connotation. Like men can't do the same thing that women do as humans. And it's not fair because like if I'm in a locker room, I want to be able to smack butt too without being called a member of the alphabet community. I just want to have fun like girls just want to have fun.
Interesting. Interesting. Go ahead and slap you a butt or two. That's all right. Don't worry about their judgment. So I got a question then. Let's twist this top part up a little bit though. So since none of y'all said y'all break up because of y'all family, what are instances have you heard or reasons that you have heard that others have broke up for because of their family?
It's usually the parent doesn't like the spouse, and it's mostly the mother. And that's how it's back into the mama's boy thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, TikToker, you're right. I mean, anecdotally speaking, that's what I've seen. It's usually some sort of relationship rift between mother and daughter-in-law. You really don't see it going the other direction very often. It does, but not very often.
Mm.
There's also, I think, a little bit too of not. It's not necessarily, I think, a guy, the man, the young man, who values his relationship with his mother. I don't necessarily think it's malice on his intent. Um, I think that mothers maybe have some good advice, but I think there's some moms who are clouded by a little bit of jealousy. That some other woman is going to get to enjoy the fruits of all of their labor to create their son. There is an aspect of that, and so they'll do things to sabotage because no girl's good enough, so to speak.
Mm. Interesting. Interesting. Um, I think I wanted to tie like that first question. The reason why I say what is it? Which one? Hold up. No, the second question is the pros and cons of single parent. So I realized something that and I kind of tied this into the little family thing because it is like a whole nother family you got to deal with. And sometimes I think the issues with sometimes with the baby mama or the baby father or that person and stuff, you got to probably deal with that situation. Um, then you gotta. It's like you kind of gotta work around that time. Now, like I think that can make people impatient or not even impatient, just like frustrating, and that they end up, leaving something that they put they all in or whatever. I need you to take care of my kid, and eventually they cussing each other out and stuff, and you got a whole other family and stuff. So that's how you know it was never meant to like divorce or nothing like that because you see the issues. Not it is not even just find something. You
Yeah,
got the couple people that might find something, but they try to think that everybody else can do it.
right. That is the problem with divorce in liberal society, I would say. But to the credit of certain single parents, it's not all of them that bring toxicity with their children. It's just the majority. So I agree.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
think age of the child kind of has a lot to do with it too. And I think that when you examine like that, there's you can find a single mother, for instance, who has a 2 year old, right? And it was the 2 year old's a product of maybe a 4 year relationship where things just didn't work out. Nobody hates each other. Everything's worked out legally fine, and the other parent's good. There's not going to be a lot of cons in that area of co-parenting and that nature, but then you can run into a single mom who has a 13-year-old, who's having some serious issues with a divorce that was long and drawn out and lots of arguing and a broken home. So it's like the varying degrees of the people that you're getting involved with need to be weighed appropriately. And if you can handle, if you can look at the situation and say, okay, it's going to get pretty bad. Am I capable of withstanding that storm? Then I think you should maybe go for it. But if that looks like it's too hard to endure, you need to do them a favor and not even get involved.
Mm. Do you think like single parents should wait till 18 before they start dating?
No,
Why so?
I mean, I just don't. I don't. The way that it's phrased, it's like by law. It's like I don't know how something like that would get enforced in the first place, and I don't know the ideal outcome of it. I don't know what we're trying to solve with making that a requirement. It just seems like a fruitless exercise, other than creating a surplus of people violating the law. I just don't see how that would change anything.
I can see
Mm.
the benefit of it. I can see the benefit of it from, like, let's say, a single mother's perspective, like just keeping people away from their children. But I can also see the um the con of it, because maybe, like, because me, I'm 25, single, no kids, so maybe I really don't want to have kids, but maybe I want one. Like, you can have somebody like that join it and be a good father figure to the child, and you would be like just basically saying they can't have that until they're grown. So
Well, it's okay. For instance, my anecdotal experience, like my life, for instance, when I met my wife, she was 2 months pregnant, and the guy that she was with cheated on her and left, and totally vacated. So her and I got together and we got married really quick. We'd known each other for years, so it wasn't like some random girl I met. And with her not being allowed to date, technically she had a child with someone else, so she wouldn't have been able to date me and or get married to me. And then the child that I've been raising for the last 15 years, and then my child that was born in that marriage wouldn't exist. So like I can see a potential argument for it, but altering destiny and controlling people's free will, you really get into a weird realm in that area, in my opinion. Am I alone in that idea or no?
I agree.
Mm. Man, what happened? I was just about to get him in. Um, man, I was about to
While
get
we're
to.
waiting, tap that screen, share the live hashtag FYP hashtag for you page. Go ahead and share it to at least 10 people. Let's be tapping that screen, get those likes going up. Let's fill these boxes. Fill these boxes.
One thing I agree on is our family will not get into a relationship, and they haven't. How do you avoid that though? You said the family getting into a relationship. What way? It's like it's not like they not gonna know your relationship unless y'all moved or something. I don't know. I'm trying to wonder how that works.
I think like they're saying, like, for instance, my wife and I, like, we've decided a long time ago that we won't go to our family with our marital problems.
Oh, I got you.
Like
The first question.
it sounds like my parents and her parents are involved in our life, but they're not involved in our relationship.
Mm-hmm. I got like somebody buffering, but they still never came up. What's up?
I see open it down there. Oh, open it. I'm gonna start inviting people and see what the hell happens.
I already invited her. She said she had a game at a party.
Well, I don't care. I'm gonna invite them anyways.
And I get in for the fire and is a foreman, and with the foremans, man.
Hello, hello. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome, welcome.
Hey.
Hi.
What's up?
But the four of the foremans of the like three kings, it was them that came over like yesterday.
What? Three Kings?
Yeah,
What about Three Kings?
they was here yesterday.
I'm living in the today, my guy.
Oh no, they was here yesterday to speak about the shutdown in Israel on TikTok yesterday, like
Mm.
about the government.
I don't know what that's about. I don't know. Is that something you were talking about, Kev? Is that something you were doing?
I think so because they was talking about how the drones is coming out of the water and they were swimming stuff.
I wasn't talking about that.
Yeah. Well, how about we focus on the prompts over here? How about we focus on that?
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, I'm sorry because you was having you had a session yesterday and I gifted you and you said that I could come in your room for today, so I'm here. I don't know.
I'm about to.
I guess people change a lot, you know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember. Y'all probably was asleep, so I don't know what happened.
I wasn't here, so I don't know, my guy. All I
We had a
know
long
is
conversation. This shit was so cool. It was like a lot of people in here, about 80 people, I say, and it was magnificent. It was a great time in my life.
Yeah, it's cool though, but some days we gonna have topics, some days we got free talk. So today we got a
I'm
topic.
like, I seen you guys. I said, I'm finna come in that room, and it's finna be popping again, and I'm going to gift her, gift them, and look out for them and make them feel good.
I got you. You better feel good in about 2 seconds. There you go.
Thank you. I was like,
yeah, I didn't know what was going on there. But love me. I'm a Libra. If there's anything you heard you wanted to comment on, or would you want to be ran through this panel up here or this prompts up here?
well, the host invited me, or someone invited me, so I didn't really get the chance to read everything over, but I'm just kind of being a fly on the wall.
I'm just gonna say I'll take credit for inviting you regardless. So
Thank you.
um, but did you like anything you heard, or do you want me to just hit you with the first prompt?
Yeah, hit me with it.
Um, can family break up the love quotes that you have for someone?
If someone disrespects my family, they could be my husband, they could be anybody, and that's unacceptable. It would immediately be over.
Okay, that's a different perspective I ain't here.
What about if your family disrespects your husband?
Um,
In the
well, if my
same
family
in the same
disrespects
type
my
of
husband, I don't
disrespect that
think it
you were
would.
talking about, like the same type of disrespect you said, like if your husband disrespected your family, is there a same level that your family could get to in disrespecting your husband?
I would definitely like stand up for my husband. It would have to be pretty severe for me to cut my family off for that.
Interesting. Kevin, did you have anything else on that, or?
Mm.
I mean, because I have questions, but I don't just want to like hit her, boom, 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 with you know
No,
what I
you're
mean,
fine.
on her perspective, because that's not what it's about.
I actually like that one though. I didn't think nobody used that one today. About if they disrespect their family. Or was it really like love if it took disrespect?
If they disrespect my family, then they probably didn't love my family. No,
But they don't have to. They might love you, not your family.
I mean I don't even love all my family either. So
my question comes from because I'm a married man myself, and I'm going on 15 years of marriage, and the way that I kind of look at it is my wife and I have created a new family, and it's primarily made up of her and I, and my parents and her parents. They're no longer our family in that same sense that her and I are a family. They're a family in the sense that that we're their progeny. We came from them, but like she took my last name. We created a union and we've fostered children. And so that is the new family that holds the top of the hierarchy. And I'm just curious from your perspective with your marriage, because you use the word husband, um, is your family that you've built with him secondary to the relationship with your parents and other people in your family?
I'm actually not married, but I was just using the husband as in terms of if it were to ever happen.
Okay, and I'm sorry for the assumption. That's why it was a long question though, because about that. But sorry for the
Never
assumption.
apologize. I'm not one of those people that get easily offended. Trust me.
But do you see what I mean about the marriage perspective on it though? Is like that, like my wife when her and I got married, she no longer is her daughter, is a daughter in that house anymore, and not really the immediate family. Her and I created a new family, and so does that hierarchy make sense, or do you still think it plays out that way after hearing it?
Oh no, yeah. I've created my own family with having my step family that I was pretty much raised with. So they kind of made me a part of their family. But I haven't been in a relationship in 3 years, so I do come from a different perspective from you. But I guess another example would be when I was younger, I liked girls, and my family disapproved of it, and so I had to kind of um, hide that part of me or ignore that part of me. So I guess you could kind of look at it as hiding love for something, if that makes any sense.
Well, I can understand and relate to being told not to pursue something, because the marriage that I'm talking about. I don't know how early in the conversation you got here, but when my wife and I started dating, she was 2 months pregnant from a failed relationship. And believe me when I tell you, my parents, everybody in my family, all of my friends, everybody I knew told me that I needed to run away, that this was a horrible idea. My dad threatened to not communicate with me. I mean, there was a lot of issues because they thought I was getting set up to be used. And I just basically told him, I was like, you can either, if you guys are so hell bent on watching me fail, then sit there quietly and watch. Stop running your mouths, or leave. And so I understand that pressure, and your relationships can be broken up by your family. But you have to decide not to allow that to happen. And when you're young and you're living in your child and you're living under the roof, you don't have that same flexibility, to go and maintain a relationship on your own. So when you don't have that agency, you have to succumb to the rules that are in your reality. So I understand that as well.
My family's also done the complete opposite, where they try to convince me to be with someone or stay with someone, you know?
Mm, that's starting off the breakup because you don't even know nothing about the person. You just here get this person because you're alone. Have y'all? I know y'all got that. I ain't probably got that a few times. Like, you need to go date somebody. How do you know somebody need it? You know, that's when you know they still got that mindset of uh, it's like getting with people without vetting or anything.
I think my family just comes from a place they just want me to be, I don't know, stable, settle down, that kind of thing. I don't blame them for it. It gets annoying after a little while because they don't consider my wants.
If you don't mind me asking, just generally speaking, what age range are you? And you don't have to be hyper specific.
I'm 26.
26. So you're just now kind of tapping into the fully developed adult mind realm, which is kind of, congratulations, you've made it this far in life, so I think that maybe as you get a little bit older, you'll see that your parents weren't necessarily trying to deny you the wants that you feel in the present or that you felt in the past, but maybe from their perspective, they were trying to help you protect the wants that you'll have in the future and from what they understand in life. And maybe it wasn't just to say no to you, but to help you say yes to the life you don't know that you want yet from their perspective. And that doesn't mean they're right. I'm just saying maybe that was kind of their intention. Doesn't I've learned that my parents necessarily didn't do everything out of malice, that they had a little bit of a perspective I didn't.
I thought it was interesting about the single parent one because I'm 26 and I don't even have kids. So just to say that is a feat in itself.
Yeah, that you're very right. You're very right.
And I probably wouldn't date a single parent just because I don't have kids and nothing against them, but if I wanted a kid, I would have one myself.
Uh-huh.
So if you're from the outside looking in, having no experience with children, if you found someone who checked a lot of the boxes, someone you run into, you don't necessarily hang out with them on a regular basis, but you see them regularly at the same spot, you're interested, you go on a first little coffee date and you find out that they're a single parent. He's a good guy, checks out, he says there's no drama. What kind of calculus are you going to run in your head as to pros and cons? Could you come up with a couple of each hypothetically, or is that just you're not even going to entertain a single child situation?
Yeah, I mean, I would just tell them like I appreciate you telling me and nothing against you, but I'm gonna have to say no, and hopefully they don't get offended by it. But
So, if y'all can, real quick, go ahead and keep. I only see one person tapping. If y'all can get these tabs going and share it out, the live goal is up there. That's the main one I really want to focus on. Is
I
one
can't
hit
tonight,
on
Kev.
YouTube.
I have a headache. I can't.
You say you got a headache on what? What you got a headache on?
I'm not in the mood. I have a headache.
You better start using toes or.
I'm just using my wife's excuses when I come to her to ask her.
Right, exactly. Let me ask this then. I look to see you got the astrology thing. So you one of the like astrology heads and stuff. Or you deep into the astrology stuff.
in astrology, yeah.
Yeah. So all right. Um, according to how that works, right? Shouldn't you better find your right one? Like, cause you know what to
Yeah,
dodge and you know what to get with.
yeah. I do pretty much know what I'd be compatible with, but like they don't say like, hey, go to Walmart at like 3 o'clock on November 15th. They'll be there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But there's plenty of people out here though, so I'm pretty sure you'll find somebody that's out of these 12 months.
I
You'll
mean,
find somebody.
I haven't been on dating sites ever because they weren't a thing really, but they show birth dates, right?
They do, but it also
Right.
does
That's
time and
good.
location of birth as well.
Huh?
And that's
Wow,
kind
so
of awkward to ask on the first date.
Why you have to ask that if you should know?
what's your ruling planet? And,
My
yeah.
ruling planet?
No, just like a first date question. It's like, by the way, what planet rules you?
I mean, I wouldn't ask them that if they didn't understand the question.
I was just being silly. I was giggling because you brought up it would be a funny question, and just my mind started wandering into that area of fun questions. Have you ever read The Secret Language of Birthdays?
No.
Oh gosh, you got to check it out. I think it'll be right up your alley if you're into astrology. Um, if you're into that at all, it's a really interesting book. It's absolutely captivating.
I mean, the only birthday I care about is mine.
Well, it'll tell you things you already know about yourself, I'm sure. But it's a fun read. It's a fun book to have if you see people regularly because they can look up their birthdays in it, and it gives you basically like a breakdown of your sign and your ruling planets and strengths, weaknesses, meditation techniques. It's a big personology type book that was made based off of birthdays. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's not accurate though, because you can't just say things off of a birthday. It really is so much more than that, and that's what people like don't understand. And people are like, "Guess my sign." I'm like, "I'm not a psychic. I'm an
Well, it's not.
astrologer."
It was done over a 40-year study, thousands and tens of thousands of interviews and documents. About people's lives, their whole lives, everything they went through health wise, and just
Of course,
all the common factors and between these
patterns.
people. That's all that it was. It's not a.
So yeah, so since you said that, right, I think even just like you said, if you deep into that situation, that wouldn't make you a psychic. That's just something that you do. So that I never understood like if like because yeah, me myself, I'm not into the science stuff, but it's like you shouldn't even have to ask a person what they sign is because you know what to look out for. And if you took the time to talk to somebody, you would be like, "Hey, you know what? You got your birthday had to be in January. You act just like them." But what they do is backwards though. They rather get this automatic tool and come with the reverse as soon as they find out, "Oh, what's your birthday?" You ask the birthday, and then you come with the okay. You do act like that. Oh, you do like so. Why they don't have that? You do like act like that before they ask. The
So
birthday. I just never understood that.
sometimes on people's lives, they'll be like, "Guess my sign," and basically, I say I'll ask 3 questions, and based on those answers, I can probably guess it.
Okay.
Yeah, it probably gives you like what, like a 75% or 80% chance of getting to it, right? Something like that.
So 1 out of 12, considering there's 12 zodiac signs.
Well, I'm just saying the probability because you said 3 questions, so I would imagine it's the percentage
Well,
that
they're
you
mind
can get it
questions
right
that I come
probably.
up with. It's not like a test or anything. I just ask questions that I think would fit
Well,
personality character.
do me not then. Let's get it.
So
Hey,
I'd ask like, are you more of a people person or do you prefer to work alone?
I would say I work alone.
Okay, so in my brain I go, okay, automatically Capricorn, Virgo, Aries usually like to work alone. But here's the thing. There's also your other placements like your moon, your rising, etc., etc. So like I may not guess it, but that's because there's other things to your personality. That's why it's not a one size fits all. It's complicated.
No, you got it. You could be about to get this though. Now you said give me the other 2 questions.
All right.
before those 2 questions, everybody hit the screen, tap it, tap it, tap it. Let's share the live. And honest, just give me a drop because I got to get out of here and I got to get back to work by myself. So I'll see you all around. Y'all have a wonderful night. Be blessed.
All right,
You
man.
too.
All right. You supposed to got them in the middle of talking. That's why you like it.
Did you want me to ask you the other
There you go.
questions?
Yeah, I'm waiting on it.
All right. Would you say you're more of like a neat person or like messy? Just kind of like,
I might be close to the messy side.
okay, so you're probably not a Virgo because Virgos are very OCD typically. Um, okay, last one. Would you say, I don't want to put this in a bad way, but like, are you open minded to things or are you more like, my mind's made up, that's it?
it's it's literally in the middle with that. I would say, for the most part, where I'm at, my mind be made up, but I am open minded. But so my mind, I would say my mind made up.
Ooh, okay. Um, Here's the thing. My mind's telling me Sagittarius, but I don't really know Sagittarius that much. Um,
Man, you supposed to
I'm
be a
gonna
pro
go.
at this. You better get it together.
Well, there's a lot more than that, and I read off of science and math. I don't guess. But yeah, I'm gonna go with either. I'm gonna go with Capricorn or maybe Gemini. I don't know.
I ain't supposed to be no I don't know in your words. Without it's a Virgo. It's a
Oh
Virgo.
man, Virgos are OCD.
Yeah, not
My
this
roast
one.
with Virgos are
My
they're the
mama,
weirdos that like
you
celebrate
might
their
have talked about
birthday.
my mama. Yeah, my mama, I'm her birthday gift, so
Oh, so my birthday's in September. Are you a September Virgo?
September the 9th, yeah.
Ooh, I'm the 23rd.
Mm-hmm. So you like, oh, that is a Virgo. I didn't know that. Okay.
They're usually negative.
Nope, not me.
Mm.
Changed my mentality when it came to that. It used to be until I changed my life. Until I stopped believing them signs, that's when I really started.
I wouldn't put it as the Bible for your sign because I'm definitely not a full-fledged Libra. I definitely have some Scorpio in me for sure. I got that crazy.
I think everybody got a little something in them. That's why I call
I don't know
myself
if
an
anybody
asparagus.
could do any of those things that signs, because I don't think nobody is really special like when it comes to certain shit. Because it's like you could sit up here and say, oh, I'm a calm and I'm a sensitive person. Hey, I know a lot of sensitive people. I've seen a lot of calm people. Okay, you ain't the only one. Okay. And that's the why I don't like signs, because it's like people be thinking, oh, ain't nothing like nobody out here. What?
I mean, that's kind of why I asked opposite things like messy, neat, people person, or alone. You know what I mean?
That's why the reason why I don't mess with it too, also because it take away the speaking of you see what type of room you in, right? Say accountability. It takes away the accountability from people, so they get to blame why they a certain way on star alignments. And I'm like, nah, I can't do it. And it is basically telling people to stay stuck or to not change. Now I can see it. People use signs to like as a base to be aware of what they're doing and then try to change it instead of using it as an excuse of why they shouldn't change it, then I probably might mess with it. But a lot of people would rather not do it because they be like, I'm stubborn, us stubborn head bulls, we're like that. And like that, I don't know, all type of stubborn people and all type of signs. I done seen all signs be stubborn, so quit it. I done seen, they talking about Scorpios, the sexuals. I know 304s as Virgos, I mean, so they just
I
be.
say Virgos blow backs out for sure.
Yeah, I don't know about that part. I can't agree with that. Was crazy. I don't know. But
No, they are. The secretly.
Because I could say I know some cancers that come off like Aquarius.
You
I
know
know
why?
I know some tourists that come off like some fucking. It depends on what a tourist, because tourist is crazy. Literally. I think
You want to know
something
why
wrong.
that happens?
Why?
Because it's called your rising sign. So I'm a Cancer rising. That's what it says in my profile. So I come off as a Cancer.
boy, I wonder when did they add that? Because when I first started this thing, they didn't have all the rising and water and wet and dry sign and all. I don't know. They added so much stuff now, and then they changed it. Oh, men and women act different signs. I'm like, what the? I just can't keep up.
No, it's super
John, what's
complicated
the
to
deal,
know
man?
everything.
Yeah, I don't
I just
know.
think it's
That's
fun.
why. That's why I'm asparagus. It was fun when I was a kid, but when I seen adults still using it, it started being annoying and it started being a red flag to me. So That's why I couldn't do it, because I'm like, dog, you 80, you 50 something years old, still talking about, I can't keep this man because I'm an asparagus, and I'm like, nah, forget all that. You on that bull? You just can't keep it.
I thought you were a negative Virgo. Hmm?
That's crazy,
I thought
huh?
you were a negative Virgo.
You said a negative Virgo?
Hmm.
What is that?
Negative,
What?
like negative
No, just
Nancy.
saying that you lead with
Oh,
negativity.
oh, that's
Hmm.
most definitely in me. I'm probably
Nah,
one
he
Both of them apples.
he
other
ain't
people
that.
on that
Which one you
one.
like the best?
So what?
The big one?
The big one or the little one, Gemini?
Oh shit! I didn't even know I
I knew
got
he was.
pulled up.
That's why. The
Oh,
big one or the
Gemini.
little?
It's still cook. Give me about 5 minutes.
Let it
Okay.
cook.
We gonna eat, bro. We gonna eat. Don't worry. We gonna eat.
You better feed them. Better feed
Ho-
them.
Yo, hold up. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
Feed them now. Don't let them starve. What sign? What sign is it that starves people? That's him.
Virgos, because they're jerks sometimes. Nah, I'm
Interesting.
just playing. Cancers, probably. Cancers.
Why it seemed like you had another name called TTS? I don't know.
My first name's Tiana.
Did you change your name?
Nope.
Okay, I'm looking at my another picture. Never mind. That's what I'm thinking about. Cause it's the same color and it's never mind. I had to get that out of my system. I'm like, dog, this is like the same picture I seen before.
But I wanted to speak up on can family break up the love you have for someone. I definitely think so because family can be messy as hell.
Ooh,
I think family can be in your ear so much to a point where that negative energy will linger on to you, and you be starting to sit back and be like, "My family is like, she right as hell. I don't know why I did with this motherfucker." And you be just sitting in back thinking about leaving your man, knowing that this person is laying up under their man every night. And that's crazy to me that somebody can have, who's not even in your home, can have so much influence on you. And it's like, how does this person truly knows what's best for you
mm-hmm.
in your household? I don't understand that. Because it's like, have they dealt with your partner? Do they understand the good outweighs the bad? Or are you leaving this person because you want to please and prove to the person who's encouraging you to leave your partner? Are you the type to sit up here and trying to show them like, oh yeah, I told you I'll leave his ass?
Mm.
Were you asking me that, like, specifically, or?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
But and I just like, cause I see it all the time. I done seen. Ain't even gonna lie. That's why I don't even involve myself in family business because I don't try to be the person to sit up here and just warn my cousin that your man ain't right. Your man is out here. He doing wrong, girl. And you my family and ain't got no need to protect him. But sometimes you can't. Sometimes you just gotta mind your own business. That's what I'm gonna say. Because when it's all said and done, it's like certain people gonna make the decisions that they still feel is like what's worth it or best for them, regardless of what you say to them. And I just think that some people just don't value certain people. That's why it doesn't hold no weight. So it's like, oh, if a person trying to encourage you to leave your man and you just still stay there, hey, they what they say to you don't hold no weight. You know what I'm saying? You don't value them enough because it's just like your grandmama. Your grandma tell you something, is you gonna listen to what grandma say? Yes, you is. Cause you gonna have all them times to where you say, boy, my grandmama, she done helped me through this, me. when it comes to my marriage, my relationship, yada yada yada. But yes,
Did you just do warlocks yada yada? I don't know. Yada yada
I
yada.
try to shorten it up a little.
You getting old on us, man. Not warlocks yada
I'm
yada.
telling you, I'm turning into a 60-year-old woman, Kev. I don't
Oh
know what's going
man.
on.
Shit.
I feel. That's how I wake up and I feel.
Oh man. Gemini, what you got for me, man? I hear you making all the noises. You gotta make them sandwiches real quick, man.
Oh no, it's weak Alfredo.
Mm-hmm.
But
Got a fan
let's
on or
see.
something?
Yeah, I'll move. It's hot in this motherfucker today. The weather been halfway decent. It's been like it's for the past 2 days. So like it's just, fuck man, I got a fan. But um, uh, family break. I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, I think family can have you looking for shit that ain't there. But if you like, so me for example, like, uh, we separated, but I still love my wife. I don't want to be with her, but like that love ain't going nowhere. And like my family can say if they wanted to be upset with her or have something to say about it, like they can say whatever they want to say, but like it's not gonna change how I feel about that person. Um, so I don't think so. And I would talk to my friends because I don't want to get my family involved in bad stuff because like bad stuff ain't permanent, it's temporary. So then when we get back good, like I'll brush the bad stuff under the rug, but like, you know, your family, like they love you and somebody hurt you, so they holding on to stuff. And oh Lord, I don't even. I'll land right there. We'll let somebody else go.
What you got, man?
Oh, where that girl went to?
She already went through, and she said her
Yeah.
connections had messed up. So, what you got for me, man?
I see you sneaking through that door.
Thanks. Go ahead and sneak up in that first prompt real quick.
So, who would you talk to if you have a problem with your partner? Oh God, that's who I go to. I don't even talk. I'm gonna be real. I don't go to family because I see how family talk about everybody else relationship like dogs, and y'all just drag them. And I just feel like if you talking about these family members like this, I know you ain't got nothing good to say about me and mine. So I ain't even gonna come to you to give you something to talk about because
Friend.
when it's all said and done, you got to face that problem with your partner. And I think the best thing is to do is leave it in God's hands because he's a he's a person who fixes all problems.
Mm.
So, and I think that he's the only one who can heal you from the things that you feel hurt by. Which so it's like he's like cleansing your soul and your heart to be forgiving when it comes to leaving things for him to decide what's best. So yeah, I think, and I think that's what make relationships last longer. Um, when you understand that only three people in this relationship is me, you, and the man that we both committed to.
Mm. So you don't talk to no friends. You don't talk to no
Mm-mm. And
preachers.
my and the crazy thing is, the ones around me, they would tell you, like they'll literally tell you, and it's crazy because my brother, He literally tells me and them all the time, like, and this fun thing is he noticed it. He noticed it. Cause he literally came up to me and he was like, yeah, he was like, the best thing about you is everybody come to you when it comes to advice, problems. And I think because I'm not a person who sit up here and automatically tell people to leave. You get what I'm saying? I make you realize that the problems is never bigger than your relationship. You build so much with your family. You got kids. So when you make a decision, it's not going to only affect you, it's going to affect your children. When you leave somebody, you got to understand what comes with that. That could break so many people's mentals because some people pray that their parents stay together for years or stay together for the rest of their life. I'll say when I did go to advice, I was taught that you go to your grandmothers, your grandfathers, because these are the people who been through something. They can tell you how to get through things because they have their own stories. They're just not old doing old people things. They once lived. And one thing I did see growing up, I always seen like when my parents like got into like real fights. I mean like real fights. It would be our grandma talking to them. And then they'll bring the kids in the room and have a conversation with us and ask us questions like, do y'all want y'all parents to stay together? You love your mama, you love your daddy? Yeah. And they'll literally give them words of encouragement and then they'll go home, talk and fix it. Next thing you know, they playing music, inviting people over for a cookout. And, you know, it was a way of doing things. Nowadays, everybody just want to walk out. Because leaving is the easy part. Working through it, that's the hard part. So I just say, I can go to people. I just understand who I'm dealing with and who I'm really around. And I feel like if I'm looking at your relationship, you have problems in your relationship and you not doing really anything to make it better, I'm not about to tell you my business because you can't even fix your own the problems in your own household. So, and then like I said, I see too many people talk about the ones that come and tell them stuff. So that's really make me not want to tell you nothing because y'all just gonna run y'all mouth. Whether I tell you or don't tell you, you're talking. Hopefully that makes sense though.
Hey, stick your chest out. You know it made sense. You know it did. What you got for me,
So
Gemini?
wait, is that so? Like, is it? Are we going to just like vent the problem out, or are we actually looking for like advice? Because if we're looking for advice, I'm not going to my boys about that shit.
I think it's whatever, man. Who do you talk to? I guess she said she just talked to God. That's amazing. That is amazing. I never heard nobody not talk to nobody. But who do you talk to if you have a problem with your partner? Because most of the time you're not gonna, sometimes you ain't gonna be able to tell your partner about your partner, especially if you already talked already. Um, so
Oh
who else
yeah.
do you talk to?
Okay.
Or do you just keep it
Okay. Well,
inside?
yeah.
Get toe up.
Well, yeah. Well, no. If that's the case, then I'm gonna stick with my original. I thought like I wasn't quite sure about how she answered. You know how she was talking about going to like grandparents. Like if I'm seeking advice, I'm going to an elder for sure, and I'm gonna try to find one that you know ain't too close to the family, that got some longevity in what I'm trying to participate in. And but yeah, if it's just like they done got on my nerves, we done talked about it, but I don't really feel like we came to the conclusion that is the best, then I need to go vent real quick. And it's probably gonna be like one of my boys, because
Okay.
you see what I'm saying.
Uh-huh. Somebody said something. Okay.
But that
What
is
I noticed, I did notice a
okay.
difference though. I noticed when because I'm gonna see. I gotta see more, couple more men on here. But I noticed that the what so far I have the women said nobody, or they said themselves, or I'm just noticing something real quick. It did, and I noticed if the dudes who say that they probably might talk to a friend or something like that. So I was wondering. Interesting.
I'm happy that Hunter said that because that's the exact reason why I don't open up my mouth. Like people, you would tell them things about your partner, and then it's like, yeah, when y'all make up, they'll still have a bad taste in their mouth about what you told them about your partner. So then they won't like that person. You get what I'm saying? It's like they'll
Yeah,
start
that's
to
what.
be like, oh yeah, he ain't shit.
Yeah, that's why I
Why
don't
you
go to
have
my
friends that's
family
like
about it.
that though?
Nah, it could be family, kid.
Oh, okay. I'm about to
That's
say
a
I thought you was
yes.
talking.
Cause it could be like somebody could go to their daddy and be your daddy could sit up here and be like, yeah, I don't like that motherfucker how he treat my daughter, or how he sit up here and make my daughter feel bad in moments, make her feel like it's all her fault when they arguing some. You get what
Mm.
I'm saying?
Yeah. And that's exactly what I was saying. Like, I won't go to my family about it, because, like, it'll be something, and I'm mad in the moment. I just need to get it out, and then I'd say something to them, like, "Oh, what's wrong with you, cuz? Oh, man, that motherfucker at the house tripping, and blah 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 blah." And then I feel better because I done got the shit off my chest. I done got to say it how I need to say it. But then, cuz is pissed off, and she don't went and talk to other cuz, and he don't went and talk to other cuz, and now the whole family looking at her sideways, and it's like, damn, what the fuck, what's y'all good? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man, I heard how she was da 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 da. It's like, oh, come on, man, I don't need. Look, I got that part, y'all. It's cool, I got that. So I don't go to family about relationship issues. Yeah, they'll still be holding on to shit that I done swept under the
That's true.
rug months ago. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
true. That's something I think I had to learn as I got older. Through all time and stuff. Yeah, I had to learn that. The next minute they holding against you. That's why I be trying my best to even. Sometimes I might end up slipping up. I be trying not to even tell them when I'm dating or something like that. They just be holding that on you too. What
Yeah,
happened to
for
that?
real.
What happened to that? What happened to that? I'm like, duh, I'm messed up. I said I gotta start staying quiet, but sometimes I can't even hide it anyway. So I'm close to a lot of my family. I know a lot of people have issues with theirs, but I got a few family I'm close to, or at least my intermediate. I'm very close to mine. Oh, keep us focused on realistic. Scorpio, welcome back. What's up?
Hey, Kev.
How you
What's going
feeling?
on? How's everybody doing on the panel?
I'm good.
What's
I'm
up,
good.
Scorpio?
How y'all doing? Y'all
How
ready
the
for
heck I
Christmas?
did? I didn't follow you. What the heck?
Yeah, I'm alright. Cool.
Okay. Kev, what you starting trouble up in here with these props today?
Nah, not
Yes, he
today.
is.
Not today.
He certainly is.
Mm.
It could. It could. It's just really starting though. I still got about maybe a couple hours on this thing. So
Okay.
we'll see. Um,
Mm.
where your twin at? I'm gonna call that your twin, man, cause that joke be
Oh, be
crazy.
keratin.
Boy. Yeah. Hey, we did. I ain't gonna lie, we had a wonderful live that day though. That was when I first met you. That was very good,
That
man.
I enjoyed that live. That was a good live. I
Most
really
definitely,
did.
for sure. That stuff like that be making me wanna just. That's what made me realize like I gotta be on this thing, grind it out. Gather my. Especially this TikTok shutdown. I think I'm gonna give y'all a recommended app will be like. I know it sounds funny. Don't laugh yet. There's an app called Clapper though. I'm
Mm,
laughing at my own self, but it's called Clever. But it's like TikTok a
Yeah,
little bit though. But
mhm.
you could post and all that
you
stuff
just
and
can't do
have
video
people.
live.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yep.
the lives is just audio. It ain't video.
No,
Yeah,
you
I
can
got a
no. They got
clapper
video on
already.
there. They updated it, and you can do like
Oh,
about 4 5 boxes, 4 boxes or something like that. It ain't as much as
oh.
TikTok. Cause I was on TikTok when it first only had 3 boxes,
Mm.
and they updated it to this much.
I don't
Yeah.
think they're gonna get rid of it.
You know what I'm saying? So they giving dates now. So I don't know. I've been hearing the
I
two
don't think
often
so. I
now,
think
but.
the issue is, I said, they are more upset because everybody across the world is sharing information.
Mm,
I think COVID opened a lot of different doors to see what's actually going on everywhere in the world. You know, I don't think they gonna get rid of it.
hopefully
You know, they
not.
listening. They listening in.
Hmm. They better. Better hear our cries right now.
Hmm. What made you come up with this prompt today?
I be having a lot of stuff stored in my notes sometimes, or sometimes I be hearing people. I think I heard this like maybe last week or something like that, and I just
Hmm.
thought about it. Then I just add some extra stuff to it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Um, you know, I believe that your family cannot break up your relationship. They
Mm.
can influence certain things in your relationship, but not necessarily break it up, because it's up to you and that person.
True. True. True.
Um, I've learned that you do have some family members that could be jealous of what you and your spouse have going on.
Mhm.
Um, or some people make assumptions about people without actually knowing.
Mm.
Um, let's see. Like for me, it says, who would you talk to if you have a problem with your partner? I'm a private person to a certain extent, you know,
Mhm.
but I kind of stay to myself though. But I am an open book. I'm the type of person that I will try to iron things out with my partner before I go seek help for somebody else. But if I'm gonna seek help from somebody, I want somebody that's not gonna be you don't pick sides. They got to be able to break things down to a different perspective so the other person can understand. And sometimes you need that. What are the pros and cons to dating a single parent? Oh Lord. I don't know, cause I'm a dope single parent. Cause for a long time, when I was dating, a lot of people really didn't believe that I had kids. So
Wait, expand on that. That's all.
okay,
I'm
so
hearing no wrong.
okay, you know how some people tend to lose who they are when they have kids.
Mhm.
I didn't lose myself. I didn't stop doing the things that I was doing before I had kids, which I still to this day I don't go out to the club. I don't go to the
Preach.
lounge or nothing like that. So, but I have hobbies that I enjoy. So I don't stop them because I have children. You
Mhm.
work around your children, you know? So if they are at school, you do the stuff that you like to do while they at school. I have a support system and I have a village. Some people don't want certain people to watch their children, but I'll call them in a minute. Do you think you can watch them for a couple hours for me? And when I say a couple hours, I just mean a couple hours, and I'm coming right back.
You say you a real one.
Oh shoot, I enjoy my own son. Mama, you need to go. Like what? But I think when you introduce your kids to the outside world, they are more prone to create their own community. You know,
Uh-huh.
they create their own friends, and then they're like, "Oh, well, mom, can me and Cooper and so can we go to the movie? Can we go? You know."
Uh-huh.
But if you are not brought up in that type of environment, you don't know what that's like. My children are fortunate enough to grow up in that type of environment, so they don't feel some type of way when I'm not around. But they give up, mom. I need a mom date. Can we have a son and mom date? Mom, can we have a daughter mom date? So yeah, but you have to be open to get advice from people. That does not mean that you have to use every single part of advice that somebody give you, because sometimes it might not work. You can try it. Mhm. Let's see. Mama's boy, bad. Daddy's girl, good. Why the double standards? Should we all good and bad?
Amen.
Um,
Why do
I
you think it's like that generally? Because it seemed like it's always been. If it was a daddy's girl, it always been praised, and mama's boy is just straight up turn off.
You know what? Me personally, this is my opinion when it come down to the mama's boy. I honestly think that started with certain men having a problem with seeing their sons get certain treatment by their mothers that they didn't get from their mothers,
Mm.
or other boys or other men are jealous of the relationship that they have with their mothers, and they wish that they had those, but they don't know the depth of their relationship between their mother and son. And it's the same thing with dads with their daughters, because I'm a daddy's girl, but baby, me and my daddy go toe to toe, okay?
Mm.
But I don't know. I just know from my experience of what I've experienced with being a daddy's girl with some of the men that I have dated, it's like they look at me as if I expect them to have the same things that my father has. And it's like, bro, my daddy been in this game. You just not getting started. So why would I want you to have the same thing that my dad has and I just met you? That makes no sense. And it goes back to, remember when we was talking about, I think we as men and women, we put certain pressures on ourselves that we have no business doing.
Mm. That's a fact. Like, what the heck you doing? Kids love doing stuff like that too. For real. I still remember a movie I was supposed to watch. Well, not a movie. It was a tape.
I don't think moms baby their boys. They don't. There's a difference, because you have some moms, and I'll say, I think I talked about this in another live. This is my opinion when it come down to some mothers, when it come down to their sons. There's different types of mothers when it come down to their sons. You got the helicopter mom, and then you got that mom that's afraid to let their son experience certain things, and then you have that mom who has that son who think he know everything, and she let his behind go. And it's like, the son who has that mom that let him go, he's mad at his mom because she let me do all this stuff, and now I gotta deal with all these consequences. No, you got it. You know everything. I'm gonna let you experience that.
Mm.
And then you have some of those boys that have that helicopter mom that try to protect them from everything. The boys are frustrated with their mom because she is not listening to her son. She's not giving him an opportunity to want to make a decision for himself. But
Hey, is
yeah.
you sharing some of that gum over there, man? Let me get some.
Oh, I'm smacking.
No, I can tell you chewing gum though. You ain't smacking.
Oh yeah, I'm at work.
Yeah, I
Um,
want a piece. It's all fresh.
hey, you ever been around some people who breath be on fire and make you want to put some gum in their mouth?
Right, exactly. Hold on. He said, "Hey, you look at this. Look at it. Don't you
Look,
want
and then I be like, y'all want a piece?
Be like, please ask me, right? Please ask me for some. Like, bingo. I've been waiting the whole time. Been part of that plan. All right, let me get Slimmy in the building, man. Then I got a few questions to add on top of it. Then since we just running through this one, I gotta come with some more topics tomorrow though. I gotta do a few of them because I gotta work all this whole week all until Saturday.
Yeah, I gotta go make my money.
Make your money, okay. Hold on real quick. But go ahead, Usman.
Um, can family break up the love you have for someone? I think absolutely. If you're not um secure enough in yourself to where you still need approval or validation from other people, and I'm speaking only to people who have a good partner. I'm not talking about when you have a bad partner and your family recognizes red flags that you're absolutely missing. I'm talking about people who have a good person, who know they have a good person, but their family's approval just has to come first, has to come first, has to come first. So they're constantly sacrificing the things they need or want for their approval. If you're that kind of person, absolutely, they can break up the love you have for someone. Um, who would you talk to if you have a problem with your partner? It used to be my mother, but now it's my older sister. My mother is no longer with us. But I think that the best part my sister got from my mom is her ability to be non-biased. Like if I sit there and tell her, "Oh, he did X, Y, and Z, and he did la da 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 da," and I'm just so mad, she'll actually ask me, "Okay, but what did you do to provoke that from him? What did you do?" And she does it den- without denying him his accountability. She still will hold him accountable for what he did, but she will make me check myself and understand the part I played in it as well. And if I'm wrong, she'll tell me I'm wrong. And if he's right, she'll say, no, he's right. And I trust her with that. So that's probably who I would talk to. And I have like maybe two friends who are able to do that as well. So they'll be able, those are people I can talk to. The pros and cons of dating a single parent. The con for me is if you're dealing with somebody who has a baby mama that's still attached, that can be a con. If you're dealing with somebody who's still attached to their baby mama, that can be a con. For me, the biggest pro is I don't want to
What you
procreate.
mean by attached?
Huh? What did you
So
say?
what you mean? I said, what do you mean by attached?
There's still some unresolved feelings there on either side.
Hmm.
That can become a problem. Because to
So
me,
should they hate them? Should they hate their baby mama or baby
no, I
father?
believe you should have a good friendship with the person you have a child with, because if you guys are happy, even if that's apart, it's better for the child. You can
Mm-hmm.
raise that child without all the extra drama and BS surrounding it. Because even for me, I prefer to date someone with kids. I want to have a relationship with your baby mama too. She should be able to trust me around her children. She should know
Mm-hmm.
if he can't go pick them kids up, I can call Slim. She'll go get them. Or if something go down at the school and the kid is being picked on or whatever, she should know all three of us are finna roll out and ride for that child. It's not. I'm a part of you guys' family.
Mm-hmm.
So the con part for me, though, not con, the pro part for me would be, like I said, I don't want children of my own. So it's easier for me, especially with men that want kids, if they already have them.
Mm-hmm.
That way I don't deny them, whether it's they feel like they want to expand their lineage or their legacy or whatever the case may be, whatever reasoning they have for wanting children. They don't have to sacrifice that for me, because that's something I do not want to do. Um, with the last one, I think we have to actually break down what a mama's boy is different than what a daddy's girl is. Those two things wouldn't be comparable, in my opinion, because a daddy's girl is just typically a girl that has a good relationship with her father, whereas a mama's boy is a negative thing. It's not something that's used ever positively. Now, a man can have a good relationship with his mother. Most women would prefer a man that has a good relationship with his mother, because how they treat their parents sometimes can give you insight into how they will treat you. But a mama's boy is kind of like what I was talking about earlier when the question was, can a family break up the love you have for someone? That is someone that cannot do anything without their mother. They cannot think for themselves. They have to ask their mama. They're not a functioning adult outside of their mothers. And typically that relationship is extremely unhealthy. It's one of those weird boy mom relationships where it's like the mama almost kind of feel like her son is also her man. That's what a mama's boy is. So for that to be the comparison, it wouldn't make sense to me. But I get it. That's why it's a double standard with that. The term mama's boy is an insult. It's not just it's directly an insult.
I wonder who be creating those words, because, like I said,
Right.
I honestly think that people who create those are the ones that be jealous of people's relationships that they have with either their parents or their aunties or their siblings, and they are around something that they have never experienced. So it's like, I'm gonna negatively, talk about them because I'm actually feeling some type of way because I wish I had that for myself.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I also think a lot of times when these terms are created, for whatever reason they're created for, right? A
Mm-hmm.
lot of people also misuse them for the reasons you just gave. So think about it like the term pick me. Now, when the term pick me was created, it wasn't because anybody was jealous of anything. They were just talking about the women who cannot do anything without male validation. They'll put down other women, they'll degrade themselves, they'll do anything for the validation of a man that isn't even checking for them, right? But now, because people have taken it and run with it, if Kev says, I think that as a wife, you should respect yourself in public. If I say, you know what, Kevin, I agree with you on that. Now I'm a pick me, and that has nothing to do with what a pick me is. I think it's funny how the explanation you just gave goes along with that in those two very different ways.
Mm-hmm. I just feel like, it doesn't matter what you do or what you don't do. Somebody's going to have something to say.
Always. And it's
True.
funny, I had a conversation with a life coach last night, and it wasn't even her trying to life coach me, and she ended up doing it, but I
The
needed it.
culture.
She told me that it's not my responsibility to make people understand me. It's not my responsibility to make people see me for what I'm trying to be seen as. If they want to, they will. And if they won't, oh well, let it go. That's not whatever you believe in, the universe, God, whatever may have you. It's not what that has in your life for you. Focus on what's for you and you will be happier.
Oh, yeah.
I would
I
say
learned
it
that from my
depends
dad.
though, because if you're like a preacher or something like that, I think that it is more of your responsibility to try to get your audience to understand you for the most part.
Yeah, but
Otherwise,
I'm
the
talking
other
about the
person.
everyday person.
Oh, I get you. I was about
No,
to say
but
it
even
depend
with
on
that, Kev,
scenario.
he's still a human being, right?
True, true, true.
He's still a human being, and it doesn't matter if he everybody is not gonna get the same. We all of us that's on here, right? We can all read a passage, right? And everybody is gonna get something completely different out of that passage that
True.
we read.
Yeah,
Somebody might see something surface level. Somebody might see, right, might read between the line on something, and then you always have that other person, right? Or that the what if person, right?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hypothetically speaking, I
Or
mean, what
playing
if
Right.
devil's
this?
advocate.
Yeah. Instead
Yeah.
of just taking it for what it is right then and there and what's being presented. So everybody gonna pick everything apart, and
Yeah, I
that's
do
just
that.
what it is.
I understand what you mean though, because I talk about this all the time though. But I think what I learned, that's probably I wouldn't say recently, but I realized that because it ain't always on because I know people be like, hey, it's your delivery, you gotta make sure. But I realize it's almost like it's almost 50-50, and it just depends, because sometimes it depends if you really want to push a message out. I think that's what make it. Just like I'm gonna put it this way, like if you were a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
You got some type of responsibility of how you teach your class, but every student is not going to learn the way you wanted to, and I understand that's where the other half come in at. But
Mm-hmm.
that's how communication work. We can't say it's on one person, it's gonna take two. It got to be a receptor and the receiver and the sender. So
Yeah.
it just depends on who you talk to. Some people just not meant, to understand one another, and it might be another whole person you might need and stuff. Just like I be saying, like with me, right? I'm not about to change up my style or whatever just because everybody or if certain people, oh no, I don't like your delivery. I don't like, I'm like, that's cool then. I'm not for you. You can go get you somebody that's whatever that's gonna cater to how you feel, and that's cool.
Baby,
And
I'm not
then
your cup of tea, and guess what? That's fine.
yeah,
Somebody might like me, they might just add a little honey to
yeah, factual.
it.
I
Blue
always
face, yeah.
tell people I am not a cup of tea. I am a shot of Henny. If you can't handle your liquor, don't ask me nothing.
Girl, you trying to burn people's throats. I just
It's not about burning people's throats. It's not that I lack
I
empathy
gotta
because I
burn
am
that.
a very empathetic person, but I'm going to tell you the truth. And that don't mean I got to be harsh or abrasive about
Mhm.
it, but a lot of people want that sugar-coated spoonful of medicine. And I've literally, like quite literally, not being funny, don't have the mental capacity to do that. I'm on the spectrum. So I'm going to say it exactly how it pops in my head. So if you are a very sensitive person, I'm often the wrong, even though I may give you the best advice, it's not going to be watered down, sugared up, and pretty with watercolors. So I'm not always the best person to ask. That's why when people come to me, it's like, okay, do you want a solution or do you want to vent?
Mm.
And you know what? And Slimmy, I'm the same way. But this is something that I've learned too. When it comes down to certain things, I don't just offer them advice. I don't.
Mm,
I only give it when they ask.
that's
I
why
don't.
I asked first.
Yeah, because some people be like, I didn't ask you for that. I be like, okay, you know, because you know
And
how
that's
people be like, who gonna tell them? Who gonna tell them? And it's
let me
hard. It's hard, but I will say, even for me as a woman, because I do come off, I am a stern person. I do have an authoritative voice, but I have an aura that's around me that it means I'm not to be played with. Okay. And some people are intimidated by that, but you don't know me unless you start talking to me. Don't just assume that I'm going to be this cutthroat person and we have not talked.
Kevin be telling people I'm mean.
Get the what? I got something to say to both of y'all in a minute, but let me get a rip in real quick.
Uh-huh.
hey, peace and blessings. How y'all doing?
What's up, my brother? Welcome.
And I just wanted to interject on Scorpio real quick. That's something that I learned. It's hard to see. The only time you give people unsolicited advice is when you really care about them, and that be hard for a lot of people. But I had to learn that, like, it comes to remind myself, I do not give unsolicited advice. I see
Hmm.
you running into that brick wall, and I know you don't know that it's there. I ain't telling you nothing.
Baby, I hope your airbags deploy okay.
But I really came up here for Slimmy too because she was the first one that I heard speak on the bottom topic. But I go through all of them. Can
Hmm.
family break up the love that you have with someone? They can't break up the love you have with someone, but they can most definitely break up the relationship you have.
Mm.
If you
Interesting.
feel where I'm coming from, because like anybody that's ever really been in love and understand it on a deep level, you will know that you will always love somebody, but you
Mm.
just can't be with them.
That's dope. That's
And
deep. That's
sometimes,
true.
that be due to something that done went on within the family.
Hmm.
The first person you need to talk to when you have a problem with your partner is your partner.
Yeah.
is your partner. Because you can't go back and tell somebody something about your partner that's really with anybody. Because that's really like gossiping and messy. If you haven't said it to somebody's face and they don't know how you feel about something, then it shouldn't be said at all.
Do you? Let me ask this because I hear a lot of people, few people. You don't have nobody you can trust to talk to, basically.
Oh no, I'm saying your partner is the first person that you should talk to
Oh, I
about
got
something involving them. But
you. I got
yeah,
you.
most definitely. I talk to my cousins. My cousins is really my brothers because we all in the
Okay, there you
same
go.
age
There you
range
go.
and we all grew up together. My brother is 13 years older than me, so like it's a different aspect.
Mm-hmm.
But the pros and cons of dating a single parent. I've never dated a single parent, so I don't really feel like I'm qualified to really just make a quality, you know what I'm saying, statement on that. I just feel like from the
What
outside
about you?
looking
The ones
in,
you heard of? Then you can put it that way. You don't have to personalize.
it's always the potential of having somebody in the middle of your relationship
Mm-hmm.
because kids being kids, they gonna tell what they see inside of a house. So, and I've seen parents manipulate their children into getting information about what's going on inside the house too. So, like a
Mm-hmm.
man or a woman can use that information to try to slide back in. The pros that I think is you will already know how they are with raising a child.
Mm-hmm.
And another con about that is if a parent already have a established structure in their household, it'll be hard for you to get your own structure established. And mama's boy, see, like Slimmy, it's not a hit dog holler, but I really feel like I'm a mama's boy, but I'm not enmeshed with my mother. So it's like I don't need my mother to do everything for me. But whenever my mother calls, if she ever needs something, like when I'm in a relationship with a woman, she gotta understand like it could potentially take some time off from if we doing something or that's really like something that's a second priority that's on the back burner in case my mother ever needs me.
That's deep. That's
No,
deep.
I
Now that's not,
understand that. I think
I do
that's why
want.
I differentiated it the way I did. I think that's
yeah.
just a healthy relationship with your mother.
But see, the opposite is with the daddy's girl, it's the opposite. No matter how old the daughter is, whenever that baby girl needs something, she gonna always be able to call her daddy. And I've been in relationships to where it's like, what are you calling your daddy for if I'm here?
That is definitely true. I watched a video yesterday of this married couple where she pretended she was on the phone with her father. And she was like, I don't think we could pay the mortgage this month. Like, Daddy, I need some help. And he was sitting there like, hey, yo, wait, no. Why are you telling your daddy? What
Do
are
you
you
feel
talking
like that's
about?
disrespectful?
I
I
feel
don't think
like
I don't think that's disrespectful.
I think it was
That kind of hurt my
disrespectful.
stomach a little bit trying to think
I
about
think the
that because
way
that
she
is
did it, the intention was to come off like he just ain't got it and he not
right.
doing what
That
he's
just
supposed to
seemed
do as a
disrespectful. I ain't
husband.
gonna lie.
And it was a prank. She didn't really call her daddy. He really is a good man. He got it. Like, but it was nice to see a man where he stood his ground but still respected her father.
Hmm.
Yeah, because it ain't no like, what is you here with me for? Like
I think a
the
lot of people don't.
companionship level and all that. Like you don't need to call your father for nothing. Like outside of like just you know what I'm saying, general relationship upkeep and stuff like that. But like when it's ever a need or something like that, you don't need to call your father.
I kind of disagree with that. The reason why I say that is because I'm an in-depth person, so y'all ride on the ride with me, okay? So I drive a bus, so y'all ride on the bus with me, okay, for a minute. So I feel like this. I ain't gonna say feel. This is the truth. If we are at the age that we are at right now, right? We're at the age where one of our parents or both of our parents could leave this world, right? And if you create that relationship with your in-laws or whatever, and you can come have a conversation with them when you are having a difficult time with something and you need help with something, you should be able to go to them. Because y'all, a lot of men always say, it always take a man to do certain stuff, right? Why is it that you can't have that community with your father-in-law? Why is it that us women can't have that type of relationship with our mother-in-law? Because at the end of the day, they were here first. They know the trials and tribulations of being in a marriage with somebody, being in a relationship with somebody. When times was rough, how did they go through it, right? And I think that's the issue why we don't have those relationships anymore now, is because you don't want to feel like somebody is looking at you in a bad light, or you feel ashamed because you got to go ask somebody. And not only just that, it could be somebody that can really help you become better in what it is that you're doing. I just think completely different about that kind of stuff, because at the end of the day, nobody is not going to know your spouse like, I mean, like your their parents do, right? And it should be that you have that relationship with them and you can ask them certain questions. Not saying that it's more like this. If they would have had a conversation where it'd be like, well, babe, look, this is rough right now. I'm thinking about either we talk to both of our parents together, or I feel comforted enough to go and talk to your father about something. And I think a lot of people do not create that foundation for their children to do that and to go about that. And it's like, I don't understand why it's that get it out of the mud mentality when it comes down to that. Because at the end of the day, we've all been through hardships in our life, and we've all had to go talk to somebody or ask some questions. Well, how did you get up out of that? What did you do differently? And we have gotten away from that.
I don't
And
know. I
I
raised my
understand where
kids,
you.
and they don't
My
call me
bad.
for my two girls and a boy. None of them call me for nothing. I raised them to be adults and how to take care of themselves. They don't call me for nothing. None of my kids. So
Well, I don't think that's what we're talking about.
yeah, they don't call me for anything. Both my girls are married. One's married and divorced, got a new boyfriend. They don't call me for no advice.
Um, the real SPO.
Yeah,
Hold on one second. I think the host is trying to say something, and give him
yeah.
a
Go.
minute to introduce the new people.
Okay, go, Kev.
I was listening. Maybe my box lit up.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
but no, I
Yeah.
was
So,
but no, I mean, go ahead, Kevin.
yeah.
That's the other Kevin.
Yeah, the other Kev. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I raised my kids to be totally independent. They don't need me for nothing. They don't call me. Hey, shoot, I might probably hear from them once a year, but they don't call me for anything. They handle their business because
Mm.
that's how I raised them.
Well, can I ask you a question then? So, like, my parents raised me similarly to be very self sufficient and very grown, take care of myself, you know? So, like, would you consider it a failure if your kids called you because they fell on hard times or something? Because that's kind of what we're talking about, where we should be able to go to our parents if we needed something, not that we do need it.
Like I said, I raised them not to need me, so I told them I wouldn't always be
Yeah,
here.
but anything could happen. Like your son could break his leg at work, and then now he needs, a couple thousand to tide him over until his leg heals and he can get back to work. I'm not saying he's not going to pay you back or anything like that, but anything is liable to happen. I'm just wondering if your children have that space to be able to still count on you if the worst of the worst happens.
I'm sure they would, but they usually figure it out themselves.
That's fair.
They just do.
So I
They
wonder,
don't
do we raise them to be
probably borrow money from me before they borrow money from me.
oh yeah. So I wonder, do we raise them to be you said self sufficient, or is it or prideful? And I was
Maybe
okay, proud. I would say prideful, right?
yeah, probably private. Because
So you believe
I'm
that's
one.
prideful? Because that's what I say. Because I be thinking about, like, sometimes it could be like, they might do need help. Because I'm like, I think I'm on the fence when it comes to that situation. Because it is times that you might want to, call upon your, because you might not be able to know how to do everything or whatever, and sometimes you might want to call your parents, and because even to this day, I call upon my parents for different things. Like if I need to, my
They
car went
probably
down and I need a ride to work or something like that, I might call them or something like that. Otherwise, if they can't do it, I try somebody else, or I figure it out myself, and
right.
whatever
Like
save me money.
they call on their
Huh?
brothers and sisters, each other, and they might call on each other. Maybe I don't know.
Oh,
Like I
I
said,
got you.
I don't hear from them that often. So, you know.
Oh, okay. So
I'm
that sounds like
I'm gonna
something
tell you
different then.
honestly, Spock. You broke my heart with that one, man.
Yeah,
You
it's
broke my
kind of
heart when
sad.
you said you
Yeah,
because it's like I'm generally self sufficient and I'm good where I'm at, but just thinking like, man, I just wish I had my father to talk to just on just life in general. Even
Yeah.
like how things done changed from when he was my age to how it is now, or just man, like that hurt because I couldn't because like me and my father had a tumultuous relationship and we got good before he died. Like we got into the groove of having a very good relationship. So we was like talking and just having conversations as men and as equals. So I just can't imagine not being able to talk to my father just chop it up.
yeah, I get you. I get you. Yeah, my dad, he always told me. I mean, he always pushed in me. Oh, son, you can do anything. He believed in me that much. Like he said, I ain't worried about you. You can do anything. He kept pushing that. Even though my mom was the opposite. Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. My dad's like, I know you can do it. So I mean, he was always like that. Yeah, I missed him when he was gone. He passed away like 12 years ago. But
Hmm.
yeah, he just always told me. He said, I know you can do it. My mom would always be the opposite. She'd be like, you
Yeah,
can't do that.
pessimistic versus optimistic.
Yeah, yeah. My dad was very optimistic with me, and like I said, and I instilled that in my kids. Like I know you can do it. And it's kind of sad that my kids don't ever call me and stuff. I have to call them and chase them, but just to see how they doing. But like I said, they totally independent of me, man. They don't ask me for nothing, man. But and I didn't tell them they couldn't. They just don't. I don't know why, but yeah, I think it's they probably rely on each other maybe, but they don't ever call me, man. So sometimes,
Baby, listen. My mom and my daddy call me every morning. If they don't call me, I'm calling them. Okay.
right? Yeah.
And I look, let me tell you, so Mr. Real Spock, what you had said, it kind of touched me because that's how my brothers were when it came down to my dad, right? And I had to talk to my dad and I had to talk to my brothers in order for them to get to the space that they are in right now, right? So,
Hmm.
because my brothers felt as though that, oh, well, daddy treat y'all different than he treat us. I said, oh, no, 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 no. We're not going to do that. I said, you want to know why? I said, because he had rules. You chose not to follow them, sir. Let's be real. Okay? Because the same rules that he gave us, even though like I'm like almost 15 years older than my brothers, the same rules apply. And your older siblings is really your inside man to your parents. So if you're not listening to your inside man and you see that you can have the same things but you just refuse to do it, that's a them problem. That's a you problem.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And so I had to tell my brothers, I said, my relationship with him is my relationship with him. It's what you want that relationship with him to be. And that's something that I can't create for you. You have to do that on your own. First, y'all need to start by apologizing for disrespecting him. And by disrespecting him is that, hey, yes, he provided a roof over your head, a place to sleep, and food to eat. You didn't follow his rules by coming in when you wanted to, not doing the things that he asked you to do, but then you expect for him to still give you certain things. You're not worthy of that.
Like, yeah, my grown kids.
It's called being responsible.
Yep. My grown kids, you know, whenever we do talk, it's like a joning contest. That's what we do. My kids are joning on me. You talking trash.
Hmm. But then I also had to tell my dad too. You cannot look at them as if they are us. They are different individuals.
Yep.
And so
Yep.
he was just like, oh. And this is something that I had to tell my dad, and I love my dad. But your days is over with, sir. Every time your kids come and talk to you, they don't want to hear about, well, you know, I did this and I did that. Because you're making it about yourself and you're not making it about your kids that's coming to you.
Mm-hmm.
And so now he was like, well, you know what? You're right. That's something that I can work on. And I also believe that you have some parents, they are not open to hearing the truth on what how their children feel about them.
Mm-hmm.
And
You're right.
you have to be able to hear those things, because you can think that, oh, I was this great mom and I was this great dad. No, you wasn't. All you did was fuss all the time. You know? But now it's to the point now, because I had to do this to my brother, because he was like, man, sis, you know, I'm calling to ask you for. I said, bro, I got 2 children over here. Do you have kids? No, you have a father. You got a mother. You need to call and ask them first. So then I get a phone call from my dad. Now I know it was you that told that knucklehead to call me. I said, I don't know what you talking about. Yeah, right. And then he was
Oh, your
like,
pop's an old man.
he not. He really not. But
I really think that you quoted him verbatim. And only old men say knucklehead. He probably still call you for the cat daddies.
no, not really. But so when he called me, right, and he said, yeah, you know, he called me. He said he wanted to borrow some money, right? He told me, he say, Mama, I thought he was calling to ask me for some money. He called me for some chump change. And then I told him, he said, man, you ain't been around your sisters long enough. And he was like, well, what you mean? He say, you just ain't been around your sisters long enough. He said, maybe this is the time where you need to sit down and you need to listen to what your sisters is trying to teach you. And so after that, my brother called me. He was like, you know what? I needed that. I did. I hung up in my brother's face and everything. I didn't want to, but I had to do what needed to be done so it can start where it is now.
Right. Yep.
But it's just different. And I don't know why it's why it's a thing with men where you have to prove yourself to somebody. These older men that's above you, they have been here. Sometimes we gotta eat a little cheese sometimes to get what it is that we want sometimes. And you gotta be able to filter out stuff when you're trying to get to where you're trying to go.
You know, your
Oh,
kids
that wasn't
are.
supposed to go to you.
Yeah. You know, your kids always think they know more than you anyway. I done got used to that.
But you know
But
what?
I think
I don't even think it's about your kids knowing more than you. I think it's
Thank
more of like you are already set in doing the things in your achievements, right? So the things are completely different as far as like protocols, programs, rules, regulations, and certain things that your children are being introduced to that's completely different than what you experienced.
I try to keep up to date with things. You know, like I said, most people my age can't even work a computer and stuff, but I'm pretty into everything. I'm like a young man. I'm like 25 in a 60-year-old body.
Oh, you're 25?
well,
Yeah, in my
speaking OG, well,
you
speaking
know,
OG,
yeah, yeah. You know, like I said, my kids relate to me, man, because I'm cool. But yeah, whenever they do talk to me, like I said, it's a joning contest whenever my kids call. but I be keeping up with the time.
And I'm thinking like that's the you said Joe Brothers is 15 years younger than you, and I'm 13 years older than my brother, and I have a stepsister that's way older than me, but we was never in the same house because she was with her father. And I'm
Yeah,
like, man, I don't know how I would do with a sister that was that much older than me.
I got a brother that's 84, 85, same age as my mother.
And real, guess what? Them brothers of mine. Oh my God, you should. Oh, they feel like they can come to your house and to be, believe it or not, my brothers look up to me, and I appreciate it. I don't judge them. I don't. I get on their behind, but I don't judge them. Like I have one brother, he feel like he could just come in my room. He be like, "Ooh, if my girl don't got this like my sister, I don't want her." It's just
That's how it's
this.
supposed to be though. It wouldn't be right if he didn't get on your nerves.
No, but they don't get on my nerves though. They don't. They don't get on my nerves.
Hell, my brother get on
Shoot,
my
I make it
nerves.
a point every day to get on my big sister nerves.
Nah,
Get
they don't get on my nerves.
my last nerve. All seven of them.
18, dang, you was grown. See, I could do the 15 because like when my like he made me manage. But if I had an older sister like that, like I'm be trying to shoot at all the partners. That's what I would have been on.
Mm. Hi guys.
Hi, Miss
Hey,
Jess.
How you guys doing?
Good.
all right.
I'm good too. I
What's up?
joined. I've been here before. Hi, laugh or learn.
What's the deal? I
Um,
remember you.
the first bit can family break up the love you have from someone. Um, for
Wait,
me,
before you go though, I think you got one person. I don't want to skip their turn.
oh
Then I
sorry.
got you after. I got you. No, that's cool. Let me get Ayana in real quick, and then I'm gonna get you in after that.
Were you doing all of them or just some?
We just do the first one since it's a little panel, and then
Can family break up the love you have for someone? Absolutely. Um, I think depending on like the other person's relationship, honestly, depending on both sides' relationships. If it's a good relationship, then you have to be confident in your good relationship and not let people get in the way. And if it's a really bad relationship and you are cool with your family and you know that your family's never led you astray or lied to you and they've always had your best interests, and they tell you some stuff is going on with that person, then you should take it into consideration because maybe they know some things that you don't, and that's okay. And sometimes you need to hear it from people within your circle because the people that you think are friends won't tell you the truth like your parents will. So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing that family can break up love, but I don't. It's not good or bad. It just depends on the situation.
that's deep. I didn't think about it that way. Just because you love somebody, don't mean you gotta be with them.
That is true.
All right, so let me get Jess in, and then we're gonna do open panel.
Hey. So yeah, the first point for me that can family break up love you have from someone. I feel like if it means that much what your family think, that should happen before you get to the love part. So for me, if I see someone as a potential serious long-term partner, I will introduce them to my mum and I will introduce them to my closest friends. And if my close friend or my mum, those two people specifically, if they know me better than I know myself a lot of the time, so if they turn around and say, I don't think this is right, then I would contemplate whether I move forward with that relationship before I've even got into full, I'm going to marry this person love. If I can see it going down that pathway, I will introduce them to my mum and my friend, because if it's not right with them, then there's no point allowing myself to get that far down the road.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I know my mom hated my first wife. I was with her 7 years. My mom wasn't happy until we broke up. My mom couldn't stand my first wife for no reason. She just didn't think she was good enough for him.
Yeah, but also notice this. You said your first wife, it didn't work out, so she was right.
Because she kept interfering. She hated her for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why. She just didn't think she was good enough. Didn't think she was smart enough. Didn't think she was good enough. Didn't think she was good looking enough. Nothing. She just didn't like her. It was weird. Weird.
Open
Yeah,
panel, y'all. If I want to jump
that
in, anything I want to
that
add?
is weird. Ayana had asked a question in the comments. How long does it take you to fall in love?
Ooh.
Hmm.
That's a good question.
Okay, I'm guilty for saying it way too soon, right? But I think I'm pretty decent at like vetting people out, looking at their interpersonal relationships, looking into what does your savings account look like? What time do you clock into work? How do you interact with your mom, your sister, your dog, your cat, people in the freaking grocery store, right? All those things are compiled into like relationships in general. And so when I feel like said it really early to my now boyfriend, all those things were taken into consideration. But Jess was saying that before she can love someone that they have to be introduced to her parents, like yeah, but what if like you live far away, right? And like you've been dating this person or whatever for some time. Like at what point do y'all introduce someone to your parents? Before or after you're in love with them? Because I don't want
Not
to
you adding
introduce you.
another one on there. We didn't answer the first one,
Because
but
Well, no,
as
no, no.
well,
I guess it's
for
just
so
me,
like it's
I
it's all
want.
yeah,
one.
I do want to
Like
say this
Can
though.
I answer this one?
Yeah, but I'm gonna add this though too, because it seemed like you add something about before you said it though. I will also. It depend on if you talking about saying it versus actually feeling it, and that's
okay,
two different
that's
things.
fair.
Yeah. But go ahead, y'all.
Okay.
Let the Gemini say you wanted to go
Um.
there. Whoever. Next.
Takes me about 2
Yeah.
years.
Me personally,
Two
I
years.
don't
What
introduce
the?
Yeah,
nobody.
yeah. It takes me 2 years. I got to feel it
That boy got a black heart or something.
Man, that's
Okay,
be
well,
everything.
Gemini go.
I don't introduce peace quarters. I don't introduce nobody to my parent that I wouldn't marry.
Right.
So if I don't think
yeah,
if I don't if I'm not at a point that I'm willing to engage to be engaged to you, to at least ask you for your hand in marriage, like you can't. There's no point in you
yeah.
meeting my parents
I
because
mean, to be fair,
you
because
ain't there yet.
what Ayana just asked me as well, like before you even kind of allow yourself to fall in love, I actually do what you say, Gemini. Meeting my mum is like the final stage when, like, I'm like, he's probably not gonna run. Like, she can't scare him off at this point. But my best friend Amy is her and my mum. They think a lot alike, and I value her opinion, and it's the same with her as well. When she met her current partner, she is a people pleaser, and she dated so many guys, and I was like, no, no, no. And the first time I met her partner, I was like, yeah, this is it. This is the one. I knew instantly before she knew. So I know with Amy that she will know, and if I introduce someone to Amy, that is the big deal for me. And if Amy turns around and is like, you're not being your full self or something's not quite right, then I it will make me question, and I probably, well, in the past anyway, I've not stayed with that person
Hmm. Anybody else?
because
'Cause I
I'm like,
want
if and she's on the like, if someone on the outside is saying it doesn't look right, then it's probably not right.
But I say like, okay, who was it that was saying? I think it
I
was
thought
Rick.
everybody answered because I want to answer too.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And then before we do,
Well,
because you asked two questions at once, we gotta do like one at a time so everybody
Oh
don't
no,
be
I
mixed
thought it
up.
was so.
Because I heard
Okay,
somebody skip over the other one and then they didn't even answer the first one.
okay,
okay, so
I'm
just
quiet.
me personally, I feel like love is an energy, so it's always there and it's always present. It's just me making the commitment to fully express the love that I have. You feel what I'm saying? So like,
Yeah,
before I get to the commitment stage of love, it'll be like 6 to 9 months.
Before you say it,
No, before I make the decision to commit to it.
Mm.
That's quick.
commit to marrying someone. Commit. What are we committing to?
No, like to commit to all the actions that go into expressing love.
Oh, you talking about expressing it then. That's what you mean.
Okay.
Like showing somebody that they're a priority, showing somebody that they take precedent, like those type of things.
So how can you love someone if you don't make them a priority,
You about to
though?
ask another question? I'm trying to
I'm
answer the other
sorry,
one.
I'm confused.
My good. So let me ask one. Let me answer before you go to the next one. Then real quick. So
I'm about to
I
lead the
would
whole
say
panel.
she done went. I'm like what? I don't even know if everybody wanted to answer, but I'm gonna say I would say because I know how it is. Sometimes I could say sometimes I could fall in love the same day I meet somebody, or sometimes I can fall. I mean, it just depends through conversation. It can be like that. But the thing is about controlling it and realizing because you can't help how you feel sometimes. You just can't. And the fact that you actually care about somebody or care about what and just falling in love, it's just like a regular feel, just like love. You can't help that you love someone. You can't help that somebody made you happy or something. Some of that stuff just come about or whatever you choose to. Now, expressing part, I get the difference, right? When you just letting it be known or telling somebody or coming out your mouth that I love you and all that other stuff, yeah, that's a whole nother thing. You know, that's whenever, I guess, or whenever you feel comfortable and y'all had this connection, because that just be weird out of nowhere. Hey, I'm in love with you or something like that. But with the feeling itself, something it's nothing you can really control. I mean, not like that. Well, you can't. I don't think you can control that. Like, if you like what you like, I mean, you just like what you like. If you just somebody, say I'm interested in an intellectual type thinking and all that stuff or whatever, I might end up falling in love with that. But that don't mean that I have to take the action and be like, hey, baby, I'm gonna marry you and all that stuff. That's the actions, and that's a whole different thing. That's expressing and all that stuff. But the internal feeling, that's just this. If you're a human, you just can't help stuff like that sometimes. So that I would just say that's my perspective on that one. Everybody done, I guess. Go ahead, let it loose on them, Liana. You got about 40 of them, 40 questions.
Oh no, I mean, I feel like nowadays, like people are very obsessed with the word love bombing, right? And then we have panels talking about what is defined as a healthy relationship. So I'm just very curious hearing like when okay, I guess this is my question earlier. If you are waiting until you feel that you have to be fully committed to someone before you can introduce them to your parents, then how do you know if that person can like interact with your parents? Like I can't love you until I know that my people can love you. You know what I'm saying? So I
That
know
kind of
I can't
that
build
kind
a
of tied to
relationship.
the topic. I like how you did that.
Can I ask you as well? Because what you just said, you have to find a balance. It's like, for example, if you're, because my mum had this, if you're a single parent, you can't leave it too long to introduce someone to the child, because imagine you fall in love with them, then you introduce the child and they don't get along and then the relationship's dead. But also, if you introduce people too soon and the child's got a stream of people going through, then that's also problematic. So you have to, I feel like with parents and children, you need to find that balance of when is the right time to introduce it, because it is a deal breaker, but also at the same time, you don't want to do it too early and then end up being that person that introduces a new partner to your mum every 6 months.
Okay, but take children out of it, right? If you just have a partner that you're like, huh, I'm starting to fall for this person. I don't was it Gemini or Rip? One of them said that they are not going to introduce someone to their parents unless they are ready to propose and you see marriage in the near future. But my whole point is I cannot see marriage with in any type of capacity or future with you if you cannot show me how you interact with my household and my
Yeah, I
boundaries
like
and my
that.
goals with
I
my
Yeah.
like
family.
that. Cause that's
So
like a little too
where's the
late.
line
Then why you
drawn?
ain't gonna wait till you
Exactly.
married?
Right. So like so now you're
I'm
down on
married,
one
now meet him.
knee. Right. You're down on one knee and you just met my mama for the first time. She don't even like you. So like how does that work?
Right?
Like
Yeah, that is deep though.
But what
how
if
does
you
that
got
work?
I think that stuff
a
sound good. It sound good, but that's. I think people just don't know. They scared. I don't think. I think a lot of people are really just scared though. Cause me myself, if I'm comfortable with the person I am and know my boundaries and really know, I actually can. I feel like I can marry somebody within 6 months, especially if
Oh
I know
really?
what
Really?
I want and all that stuff. And
Hey,
then
Kev.
if I vet right and all that other stuff, but some people don't know themselves well enough.
That's true.
Some people hold internal issues and pushing on everybody else. Some people got to have a whole checklist before they can feel comfortable. It's a lot, and I understand everybody's at different things and things happen in their life, and though, but that's some deep stuff. I ain't gonna lie.
It's not even about a checklist, but do you really
What if
think
you
that you
got a
can
family or
do
parents
you
that don't
think that
like
you can fully know someone in 6 months?
nobody?
I
Yeah.
can,
What?
yeah, I can.
And
Kev,
it
what if you
depends on
got
how
a
much
family
time you
that don't
spend with
like
them too.
whoever you with don't like they just your family don't think anybody good enough for you. That's what I wouldn't be with nobody if I had to wait for my family because they don't think nobody good enough.
Well, that's all
I
you
mean, to
can't
be
be around
fair,
your
my
own
mum.
family if that's the case. So
And see, like
Exactly. Exactly.
that's
That's
how
how I
I
feel.
feel. I
I
can
don't care what they
I can
think.
separate my relationship. So
Yeah, I
like
don't care.
depending on how you interact with the person that I'm with, it doesn't
Mm.
even really matter.
But it
Right.
does though, because
I
now you
mean,
have
my
to take
mum. To be
immaculate into
fair,
consideration. Wait. Because you're saying that it doesn't matter how your family interacts with me. But if your mom is over here mumbling stuff under her breath and I feel uncomfortable around your family every time I'm around them, then I'm not going to bring my children around them. And now we have a rift in our dynamic.
hello.
Now we've just created more issues in the next 10 years that could have been solved had I known your mom didn't like me from the jump. So I don't see how that can work out long term.
Mm, I'm
Ooh,
trying to
so
I'm trying
maybe
to say
families can break up love, huh?
I
We get
think
into the
I think
topic now.
it
Yeah.
depends on the level of like the issues and the hatred of the parent as well. Like my stepdad's mum didn't hate my mum when they got together, but over the years through various situations that have happened, they've butted heads and they don't get along now, but it's not going to tear apart our whole family over it. Even though they don't get along, we still take care of her, we still see her, but she doesn't really like us.
But I also
and
okay. Wait, someone said if I introduce them later, if they are the right one, then your family will love them too. I feel like okay, if you wait but so long, right, and you're already madly in love with this person, I think I'm gonna marry them, da 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 da, da, and then your family didn't have a chance to vet this person out. Like I can see things that my boyfriend can't see sometimes, right? Like we're at a restaurant and I have a waitress kind of flirting with him and I don't like that. He doesn't see it the way that I see it. He doesn't see her actions the way that I see them. If you don't give your family a chance to see this person in different elements, different environments, all these different things, then they're only going to know them as what you present
What?
them as.
Hey, I
Yeah.
want you to hold up. I want you to. You said hold up. You said that you said your boyfriend. You said somebody be flirting with him and he don't see it, but you do.
No. It was like it was her body language. It was like the way she was standing. Like she wasn't standing in the middle of the table, she was standing more towards him. Or she reached over my plate. It was just stupid stuff that he wouldn't like think about. But to me, I was like, next time she comes over here, I want you to not say something or like laugh at a joke that she says and see what happens. And he was like, okay. And then she got quiet. And I was like, sometimes men, because men always talk about how it's women's jobs to protect them emotionally and stuff, men don't realize how women do other women. So I
Well,
saw the same
what did
shit.
he have to get protected from though? Or was that? It sounds like
Not
something
necessarily something he
within
had to get
you.
protected from. I mean, she wasn't going to steal my man from the freaking dinner
That's what
table.
it sounded like the way you was
No.
talking. Because it's like, why did you have to make him aware that some other woman was into him, even though he wasn't even really paying her no mind for
He
real?
wasn't paying her any mind, but she was one of the people that was trying to work really hard for a tip. And she kind of felt like if I work him up enough, then I'll get it from him. But
Yeah.
that wasn't
So
going to
you
happen.
should have let
but
him. You should have let
that's
him
how all
react.
men feel.
You
Right,
should have.
but that's not how that works.
Yeah, I was about to say you
You're not
shouldn't.
gonna
You
reach
should.
over my arm and place something in front of him when you could have just sat it next to him and then not
Oh,
stand in the
so it
middle of
sound
the
like
table and
that
only
little.
stand
Okay,
next to
that's
him.
what it is.
It
It's
was
some type
disrespectful
of.
to me, and he didn't see the
Yeah, I was about to
disrespect.
say
He
I
didn't
know
see how the person
how
was
women
flirting.
is sometimes though, because it be that. Yeah, I get you
But
though.
I wasn't like
Because
overbearing, you know. It
I'm
was
like,
just
what
like,
the heck? You just seen some stuff he did. He wasn't even paying no mind and stuff. I think it seemed like.
but then once
All
he saw
right,
how I could be
right, Dan. So I don't
disrespectful,
know
then it
what to say on
was.
that. Because
But
sometimes I
but
know some women overreact sometimes too, just because they see another woman that they might be intimidated by her. So I don't know, but I'm
I'm
not
not.
saying that's your
Yeah.
scenario. But I was like, dang, if he didn't notice it and you just notice it,
But as
that's
soon as I
crazy.
pointed it out, it's also one of those things where it's like
Don't miss nothing, Kevin.
a man, like a man will see if another man is looking at his woman, and then he'll change sides or like move her out of the way or like stand on the other side of her so that way she doesn't feel uncomfortable, even though she's not aware of the person looking at her. Sometimes things are just I
Yeah,
see
but
things that he
I think
doesn't
that's your
because
best time to test your significant other though. I don't never want to step in between my significant other because I want to see how they act when I'm not around too. So I shouldn't have to
true.
tell them anything. They should know what's right and what's wrong. Why do I have to school them on how to act in front of a company or something like that? That is kind of I can't do that,
I think that there's a
So
Well,
difference
let
but this
between
me
the thing though, Kev.
acting
Everybody
and
is not
women thinking
taught
they
the
can get it
same
in.
thing.
yeah.
So
So
you
why you
can't
with a
say that,
person that don't know?
Kevin. This is like if
Uh,
I would meet you today. How do I might not saying that you don't know. What if you don't know how to do something?
Yeah, but
But you say that you live with your mom and your dad in the house, right? Okay, just for hypothetically speaking, when it comes down to a vehicle or whatever, if I was to say for instance, like, okay, the alternator or the battery is there, right? Do you know how to test the vehicle to see if your alternator is bad?
yeah.
What if you didn't know that?
Yeah, I think that's kind of different though. I think it's
It's
some
the
things you
same.
should.
It's the
I'm talking about
same.
relationship wise though, not like stuff. So
Everybody cannot pick up on social cues on certain things.
that is true.
nah, I can't let that
No,
slide.
there are
No, let
people
me
that are very
finish. Let me finish
socially
what I'm trying to
awkward
get to
though.
real
Okay.
quick because
Okay.
it's certain. That's like me telling my girl how to dress. Right? I'm not about to do that. She
That's
should
enough
know
work.
better. These are relationship things. So like I said, when it's things that you should do, you should know that I shouldn't have to tell you because these are dang, what the frick I know about it. But basically, these are things that I shouldn't have to school you on. Like, because you're gonna be alone by yourself. I'm not gonna be around every last time to be like, this is happening, that is happening. Why I'm not about to, that kind of seem. I ain't gonna lie, that kind of seemed like an insecurity. I'm not gonna lie. That's
Wait.
what
Can
that
I raise
is.
my hand? Can I raise
When
my
you have
hand
to
real
keep
quick?
when you have to keep schooling your person on what they should watch out for and what they. Because I remember one time like this with one of my exes, right? Well, no, I only had one ex. Hold on, why I said that. Well, my ex and stuff, right? She, who that? Somebody playing with some mail or something? What the heck going on?
I'm
Uh,
sorry, I'm picking up trash.
oh, she said that. She said this conversation trash. Let me show you something real quick. But not. Oh, she just said it. She started going crazy with the trash too. What this nigga talk about? But anyway, but no, I was saying, overall, like it's certain things, just like I was mentioning before, because I be hearing people like, "Hey, you don't tell your girl what to wear." And I'm like, stuff like tell your girl not to put that. I'm like, no, I'm not about to do that because if I'm a grown person, gotta tell another grown person you shouldn't be wearing no pants with your cat showing and all that. That's stupid. I would never do that. I'm gonna keep that to myself. And even though I shouldn't even pick a woman like that anyway. I'm not gonna do that anyways though. But I shouldn't have to do that because it's like, why the heck you gotta be like, oh dang, I didn't know that. That's crazy. I didn't know that it
Yeah.
was too revealing. Like it's some things that you should know and I should know. We should be on the same dang on page.
Wait.
But I get it if
Like
it's like
if you're
and
Wait. No.
like
No.
what
No. Wait. Just wait. Wait. Just
That's
wait. Let him finish.
dang, I mean, you could at least act like you underhearing me or something like that. You ain't gotta be so quick to. But I'm not okay. I'm just keep it short like that. Everybody, you can go ahead. It's cool.
I'm gonna say something real quick because I agree, but I think that there's a difference between okay, men will not try to come up and play you in front of your dude if your dude is standing next to you. Women will because women are catty, or or they don't do it to the same degree. Women will try to push it to see how far you will let things go. And in that situation with the waitress or whatever,
Let it
it's not
go
that he
then.
was, huh?
I say let it go then.
Sure,
See
yeah,
what your man gonna do. That's what it
but
is.
you do though. But it wasn't like it was like obvious. Like she's over here rubbing his shoulders, and he's like, get off of me. Some things aren't just as like plain and simple. What I noticed was her body language and her verbiage and how the conversation was going. But she didn't say anything crazy. Everything she said was pretty normal. But it also wasn't me being insecure because as soon as I said there's a difference between being a hostess and being a good waitress and trying to get a tip versus trying to see how far you can take things with someone. And yeah, it was shut down. I didn't have to say anything to her, but I was just like, "Hey, did you notice how her body language is more towards you than it is me? Like did you know I'm not like why is this woman over here? Duh, she just grabbed a fork from next to your arm. No, you need to knock her. I didn't say any of that. I was like, did you see this? He said, oh, yeah, I did see that. He was like, now come to think of it, that's not something a normal waitress would do. I said, okay, thank you. And then he very quickly was like, okay, I can see how that can make you uncomfortable. But I feel like men don't know how women in those situations interact. Women are very catty.
No, that's
And
your man.
he's
You can't
trying
put
to,
that on all men. It's just your
no,
man.
no, no, no,
No,
no, no.
Kev, you're not understanding what she's saying.
Women
What she's
are
saying is
very
that
catty to each other.
what
They
she's
more
saying is
into
this. It's the same thing like y'all say pertaining to men. Y'all know what a man will do, right? Women know
No,
what other. Yeah, y'all do. Stop,
I don't.
Kevin. Kevin,
I actually stopped speaking in the monologue type talking. I be trying to stop because I realize people they'll switch up on you quick in the mud. Like, so I used to thought I had that down pat, but humans act different. So I got to just stick with that because when I
that's
think
just
a
like
man gonna do something, they might not.
if
But
I was to
I
meet
do know
you
how
and
to
your
vet humans
girl.
in general. I can say that.
you can't tell when a man trying to holler at you.
If I met you and your significant other, right? And I'm if I meet you in a public place, I'm gonna address that woman first, and then I'm gonna speak to you.
Yes.
That girls, I mean, I'm gonna say girls. Yeah, I'm gonna say girls. Damn it. Okay, girls who is not a girl's girl will not give a crap that that woman is there, and she not even gonna introduce herself to that woman. She gonna go straight towards you.
Mm.
And only look at you and only interact with you at the table.
That's funny because it just seemed like it do seem like women only do that though. It don't. I don't see a man be like, "Hey, you know that
That
man
was
over
my
there?
point.
Man,
You know,
men do the
Scoopy
same thing.
you know that man
I
over there
know.
just trying to get
Wait, wait,
well."
wait. Scopii,
I
Scopii.
mean, it's some men that I
Yeah.
ain't gonna even say that. I ain't gonna say that though. But I think women do it more often because they get. I ain't gonna lie. I just believe women are intimidated by other women for the most part because they think that they man the same depending on how they got their man. That's why they look at her booty was fat too. Yeah, I seen it too. Or her, cause you ain't gonna see a dude talk about hey, he got them gray sweats on. I caught it first. You're not gonna see that. But I'm just saying like overall, I noticed that women had this competition thing or whatever, and they automatically got that you're not taking my man type of thing. Then that's what be happening sometimes. I get it, but
Yeah.
it's just something I noticed though. That's why I say I'm gonna say this too, man. Cause I just say and this is what I've been doing even throughout my life. Cause I ain't never been that type to have to chase after my girl or have to fight uh for my girl unless I had to. Like it was just like no choice. Like she really trying her best. Like nah, man, I told you I got it. And that's when I got to step in. I never been that type that if I see somebody looking at my girl, then I gotta hey, what you looking at? No, I'm not that type because that's insecure. And I also like what I'm meaning is like really like if y'all felt that way, I think them things you should keep to yourself and see how your man react to it. That's how you figure it out. But I think a lot of y'all so scared to lose y'all person. That's why y'all rather acknowledge your friend. Hey, hold up, that. But and I don't understand. Some people gonna try to see if they can change a person or whatever. But overall, I'll be like, no, let me see how this person act when I'm not around. That's how I am.
You have some
The
men
essentials of
that
who they
are
really
aware.
are.
They have
Facts. That's all
there.
right. People scared though. Go ahead,
There
Squirt.
are some men who know when a woman is trying that's being disrespectful towards his women.
Yep.
Some men
Yes.
know. They really do. It's just that, like I said, some just admit that you're just not aware of it. When there are men that is aware of it, because I've been in that situation before where he was just like, "Hey, you don't see my lady right here? She's right here."
Right.
Yeah,
I
what you
promise
talking
I
about?
don't be
Like, what
knowing.
the case you
Scorpio.
talking about? I'm not talking. That's something different. You talking about like if it's
I
some
don't be
disrespectful
knowing.
stuff?
I'm oblivious.
I think we
I
going
be
to talk about two
oblivious.
different things. Huh?
Me too, real. I don't have no fucking clue I'm getting hit on ever. I
And
That's what I
do.
said.
then
We talking
Unless
about hit
somebody
on
come out and
versus
was like,
like
yo, you
disrespect. I'm trying to
fly.
see what's
I
the
want to.
difference.
But that's what I'm saying. Like I could be with a woman, I could be single. Like I don't. It doesn't matter. I like unless you just come out and be like, yo, you fly. I'm fucking with you. Like, what's your number or whatever. Like, I don't know. I'm oblivious as hell to that shit.
I think
Because
women are
like,
really good at
because
subtle
you probably
disrespect.
focused on your girl, and I think the girls be focused on everybody else but them. But
man,
that
that be
they be
when I'm
focused on
single
somebody taking
too.
their man.
It's a different war when
That's
it
what I'm
comes to women.
saying. It's when I'm single as well. It's not. It's not when I'm in a
Yeah,
relationship. Like even when I'm single, like I end up being the one that go over to the girl that I want. Like the girl that want me, I don't fucking know.
there you go. What
Hmm.
Arthur
I
just
just don't
said. I
know.
like that what he said
Um,
too.
wait,
You can't
so
tell,
I
huh?
wanna Scorpio, I
Yeah.
wanted to ask you something.
Yeah, go ahead, mama.
So what you just said, I always find it interesting when people say that when you say about girls go,
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh.
because I majority of my friends like are girls. I was raised by single women. Technically, I am a girl's girl, but I will never call myself a girl's girl because if you've watched like British Love Island as well, like anytime a girl's like, oh, I'm so loyal, I'm a girl's girl, they're the ones that are trying to get with your boyfriends behind your back.
Mm.
Any girl that has to, if you have to say you're a girl's girl, you're probably not.
What's the
Like,
definition of a
and I want to like,
Right.
do
We
you
Yeah.
got
have
to.
that in
We've
your
had this
That's,
opinions? I feel like
conversation before.
yeah?
I
yeah.
feel like
Somebody
when
answer that
girls
question. That was a
say
good question.
What's the definition of a girl's girl?
so,
What's that mean?
take like technically being a girl's girl is someone that's loyal. You've always got your girls back. Like you take care of them, you protect them. You're not gonna go for their exes or someone that they fancy. Like you're not gonna cross that
You like
line.
pro woman?
You're not gonna flirt with someone that they like, etc. But any girl that is like, I'm a girl's girl, they're the girls that aren't gonna tell you when you look like crap on a night out. They're the girls that are gonna hit on your exes behind your back, and they're
That's
the
called a
ones that say
friend.
crap.
You talking about like pro women though, in a way? That's what I think. That's a new
No,
saying.
a
No, so
girl's.
my definition
Oh,
of a girls is way completely different than what you talking about,
I
Jess.
already know everybody.
same.
It sounds like a
Cause look,
subjective thing.
Well, this is
a
go ahead.
girl's
Let me hear
girl
your
to me
definition.
is this. I don't care how small you are, how big you are. If your dude is messing around on you, I'm gonna tell you. If
Yeah,
Wow.
something don't look right to you, I am going to tell you, and I'm gonna confront your dude too.
Snitch.
A girl's
Mm.
girl is gonna
Both of
tell
those.
you
Both
when
of
you doing something wrong, even in a relationship with a dude that you talking to.
yeah.
You wrong for talking to him like that. To me, that is a girl's girl. When
You
it
know what
come
But
though?
Mm.
down
would you call your if you do that? Would you call yourself that? Because that is what I would do. But in my experience
Jess,
here, anyway,
Jess,
I wouldn't. I
Jess,
wouldn't call myself a girl's
Jess,
girl
Jess.
because
I don't announce that I'm a girl's girl, but I'm
yes,
telling you that this is what a girl's girl is. I don't walk
yes,
around telling
I
you that
like
I'm a
that.
girl's girl,
yes.
but I'm
That's
telling you that's the
yes.
definition of a girl's girl.
I
I
like how
don't
you
even
That's
did
walk
what.
that.
around and tell
That's
and
what I
tell
was.
and tell
That's
a
what I
man.
was trying to
That's like a
explain.
leader. A
That's
leader don't have to tell you he's a leader. He just be a leader.
yes.
I like
I
that
say
though.
that
Yeah.
as well. Like
But you know what
Before
though?
being a
y'all
girl,
get
you
too
can.
deep, I gotta do this bar break. It's like 21 of y'all in here. I need y'all to get the tap in, even if y'all in the box. We're gonna try to get to 20K. I want 1,000 out of each of y'all real quick. Also, get a couple hashtag FRPs down there or join the team. You know, I put that's one of the only gift I got up there, you know, because it's only 1 penny and I just want to get, help me put me on the popular lives. And if y'all have not shared, please share it, man. I don't think I seen nobody. I don't even know what my shares is at. Go ahead and share this thing on out. We gonna get this thing active. I got about an hour, maybe hour and a half for y'all, but go ahead and share it on out. And if you don't, the other way to do it is, I see, okay, y'all getting it going. And the other way to do it is hold the finger on my prompt for like 2 seconds, and then you will see a list of friends. You just shared all of them. Wake them on up, man.
I
And
know
if
that.
if they looking for a toxic live, this ain't it. I'm not that type. I ain't trying to do all that stuff. We try to get solution based. And if they don't like the word accountability, they might want to skip that too. So, Y'all can
Can I
go
say
ahead.
something real quick?
No,
Yeah,
I was just.
Kev.
Oh, go ahead.
Let me say
Ladies
this.
are right. It's all of that. It's not just hers, and it's not just hers. It's all of that. It's a girl's girl. All
Yeah,
of
yeah.
that.
But see, this
What
is the
both of them
problem.
said
This
is
is
a
the
girl's
problem
girl.
I have.
It's
Like,
all of that. Not
when
one
you,
definition. All of that is one definition. What both of them
Yeah.
said is a
yeah,
girl's
yeah, but this
girl.
is my point though. Like,
And,
and
and
this is just hold on. Let me say this real quick, just real quick, bro. All right, and I'll let you say what you think. The problem I have is it's not just with this. It's just when you ask a woman a definition of a word, a term that they use a lot, they all have their own definition, and it makes it very difficult to communicate or understand where you guys are coming from.
but like I said, both of them was right though. It's all of that. That girls is all of that. They tell on a man that's cheating. They will not cheat with their or try to pull up on their girlfriend, friend, husband, or boyfriend. It's all of that. Both
Isn't
what
that
both
just?
of them.
Isn't
All
that
of
And,
just
that.
the argument?
Scorpio said the key thing that I was trying to get at, but I
Yeah.
think
Oh
maybe I
yeah,
didn't explain it
I'm the
right.
type of person that's
The
okay.
the
You
key.
know how people. You know how people. What do we? How do we notice a person that's a show off? What do people that show off do? What do they do?
Flex. Put it out in the open.
They do too much.
Do too much.
Yeah, they be pushing
They
it
don't
out.
keep it
So
inside.
that would be the same thing as a woman disrespecting another woman, right? To try to show that she's better than the woman that's there with her, right?
Mm.
Because it's the same thing. Like I look at people who have certain things and I'm like, girl, I done seen that before. You ain't that ain't nothing new. But that it could be new to them.
Yeah.
But
But your definitions don't add up. All right, this is what I'm talking
that's why I
about.
said I was never taught that a girl's girl is somebody that's out to get your man. To
Nah,
me, what I was taught that is what you consider a pick me when she
No,
trying
nah.
to get your
honestly,
No,
man.
wait, no,
no,
no, no,
no.
no.
No,
Just with
listen,
saying
listen.
that people that announce themselves as girls are always the ones that are out to get you. Like people that
This is
go out of their way to say
Yeah.
that they're people that say that go out of their way to say, "Oh my God, I'm such a good friend," and then they're like the worst friends. Or
And
I'm such a good boss, and then they're like the worst freaking manager you've ever had in your entire life. She was saying that the
Scorpio
announcement
said
of
that.
doing something.
Yeah, I
Scorpio
think y'all
said
was talking
that.
about two different things. Yeah.
this is what I'm
Scorpio
saying.
said that just better than I did.
Hmm.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, all right, a
We have the
man.
same definition
Do you know
though.
what a man's man is? Can anybody tell me what a man's man is?
I don't know because
Basically, a man that don't
I
go
be
behind his
seeing men
back.
hating up on men for no
Non-existent.
reason.
Nah, let me explain. Look,
Y'all
this is
never
real.
heard of y'all never heard of the term a man's man?
Yeah, you never heard
No,
of the term? All right, let
heck
me explain to
no.
you what a man's
I've
man
never
is.
heard that.
A
So
man's
I'll
man is
explain to
really
you.
just
Listen,
somebody that's gonna be genuinely respectable to other men.
yes,
Right.
and is an inspiration to other men. He's a
Why we
man's man.
can't just be a people's people instead of separating the genders just to be real? I
Listen,
don't get that.
listen. Hold on, time out. We're not making this up. This has always been a
Yeah, I feel
standard.
you though, but that I mean it is made
Listen,
up
no,
though.
no.
It's
Let me
constructed
explain to
though.
you. No, no, it's not. No, it's not.
So how
It
You
it,
know what, Matt?
it, it
Listen,
is it is a
I'll
it is a
explain to you.
social
it gotta be
construct.
a social contract?
Gentlemen,
You act like that just came from Earth out of no. I mean, came from out of
No,
nowhere.
no. What I'm
gentlemen,
Yeah.
saying is,
laugh,
listen.
We was
When
born
men
with a man's
became,
man.
listen, when men became more
laugh,
cultured and more gentlemanlike, and start
laugh.
experiencing these ways to carry themselves in a more upstanding way, they inspired the lower man to bring himself up because he was the standard.
It's a
He
group.
is a man's man.
No,
Okay, it's a group. I got you. I feel you. I
That's
feel
uh,
you.
where it comes from. You know what
laugh,
I'm
Right.
saying?
laugh,
Yeah, a
What you
man's
got?
man is the highest
What you
laugh,
got?
respect. If a dude says, "Yo, man, he's a
laugh,
man's man," that's like you can learn something from him.
Okay,
So
laugh,
I feel you. I feel you on that. I feel you on that. I
but
feel
but
you.
Cause
when
look,
a
laugh.
girl's girl, like a girl's girl, was a woman who was extremely feminine. You know what I'm saying? Who took her position as a woman seriously. That other women inspired to be like her. That's what I'm saying. So now
You're defining
the
it as a
definition now,
man.
hold up. The definition now is like it's like the definition of a lot of words. You guys change them up outside of what they
Yeah.
really mean.
Yeah,
But
according to all that, I'd rather be a people's people, man. I ain't gotta.
But you can't define a girl's girl as a man though. Like we have a
I'm not
different
saying that. What
definition.
I'm saying is that the terminology, like he's a man's man.
We
is
used to call
something.
that best friend back in my
But you
days.
were
Though.
Hey,
saying that
Mr.
you
Harrington,
were
Mr.
saying that the
Harrington.
You know,
terminology was
listen,
different amongst us
a
women,
man's
and
man,
it's
you don't even
not
have to
the
know that.
same.
He's the dude that usually carries himself in such a high accord that you want to match his accord. You know, say emulate him because he's doing it. He's a
It's called a
man's man.
leader.
I
I called
think,
that a leader too.
but you were
Yeah,
saying that
that's
we
not
all had a
necessarily a
different.
leader. That's
You,
confidence. A man's man is very confident in what he does. He doesn't necessarily have to be a leader. He is just an inspiration. You don't even have
It's
to
so
know that.
funny. These terms so funny to me. We be
I
so
was I
strong
was
behind
just
it too. That's
I
so
was just
Cause
funny to
gonna
like,
me.
chime
cause you
in and
know,
say
cause you know
like
no,
what?
but you were saying that
if
our
you don't
definition
have
was
a
different, but it wasn't though. Like we had the same exact definition, all three of us actually. We
No,
were
because
That's some BS to me. That's all it
Okay,
is,
look,
man.
this is like this. You know what I was raised on? Mr. Harrington.
mm-hmm,
What's a square?
mm-hmm.
What's a square?
What's a square?
Yeah, what's a square?
You mean like the cigarette or a person who doesn't fit into the rest of the crowd? Which one?
See, look how many definitions you can't
No,
you answered that with.
it's two different definitions. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying for two different purposes. One is talking about smoking cigarettes, and they use it as a square. So if I was standing there, and you'd be like, "Yo, can I get a square?" I'll be like, "Here,
Mhm.
man, I give you a cigarette." But if you were using the definitions like, "Yo, that dude's a square," I would understand he's
Mhm.
corny.
Yeah, the
You're
context of it.
right.
Yeah, it's the
See,
context.
so
you,
it doesn't matter what
It
people come
does
nah
up with.
because it's the
People are gonna
content.
have that. They're gonna have different definitions for different
No,
words
man. One,
because
you're
we.
talking about a materialistic thing. The other one, you're talking about a characteristic of a person. So it's not the same definition.
nah Mr. Harrington,
Okay,
I
listen.
can
This
back
is.
her up on this because in different circles, if you bring up the term square, you could be talking about two completely different types of people. And depending on who hears it, they hearing a completely different thing. So that's like to say
All
you
right. So
might think
tell.
of a you might think of a square as somebody that's not with something, but then like you can ask somebody else,
Oh,
a
I get
specific
you.
person, you say
Subjective.
somebody's a square, and they just be like they calling somebody a square just because they not a P or a 304. So
Yeah,
I
you
like
got
got you. Yeah, that makes sense because
squares
it's
And
subjective.
in
so listen.
squares in
That person.
school.
It's still the same
Oh,
definition because the
yeah.
person that's describing that person is saying that person's not fitting in. That's why it's a square.
So it's a
no,
subjective
because
thing.
In
It
a
sounds
round hole.
subjective, just like that.
It comes
Just,
from a square peg fitting in a round hole. It doesn't match. So if we on some old thievery stuff and we be like, "Yo, what's up with your man?" and we be like, "Yo, he's a square," I know he ain't down with what we do. He is a square peg fitting in a round hole. He doesn't fit in the circle. That's where it comes from. You
yeah,
feel me? So the definition, even though it's slang, is precise on the context. Now, if I
Two
say
things.
"give me a
Two things
square,"
on the
then I
sentence.
know you're talking about cigarettes.
About
But if you say
two things.
pronoun he or she is a square, then I understand he is a square peg or she is a square peg that doesn't fit in this circle. That's the definition.
Yeah, like I
Yeah,
said, many definitions depending on the sentence. What you're
it
talking
does,
about.
right? The context of the story, but the definition is still going to fit the context. It's not going to be like, "Yo, he's a square," and somebody's going to be like, "Oh, he's fun to hang out with." Everybody
Yeah.
knows a square is a square. You feel
nah,
yeah.
me? But that's what
I
I'm saying. Like we can't
They have
They
change
that
usually use
square.
that
the
in a
meaning.
negative connotation, though. They
You
usually
say
but
use
see
drawing
that's
it
the thing. Squares
hard.
aren't always in a negative connotation depending on the
Yeah,
social group.
right.
Right.
So,
The
and
Because
social
if you
group.
that's
talking
what
Listen,
makes it
listen, listen, listen. The
subjective. That's what I'm
social
saying.
group will be considered the circle. You know what I'm saying? This is my circle of friends. He's a square. He
It's like
doesn't
they call
fit.
you lame if you don't do what other
They
people. That's like
changed it.
saying that's the same
Right.
exact
It's
thing
the
though.
same thing.
But that's
Exactly.
subjective though, because what's lame to you could be the
It doesn't
most
matter.
thing for the.
Lame is still lame. It doesn't
No,
matter
that's
to you.
not true then, because you
No, if
can't.
you
Who?
think something's lame, that means you don't want to deal with it.
I mean,
No,
this is
but you can't say
That's what it
somebody.
means.
You can't. But that will be subjective. I mean, based off how you
It
feel.
doesn't
That's what
matter if
subjective means.
it
It's
doesn't
based
matter
off how
that it's
you feel. That means it's
subjective.
not an objective thing.
No, no, no. You're missing the
Because
point.
what
It
you
doesn't
think is
matter. Listen,
lame, somebody else might not think is lame. What you
the
think is a square, somebody
definition
that's what
is
makes it subjective.
you're missing the point, son. Listen,
Kevin, where
the
Kevin there is.
definition is still the same. Now, even though you don't think it's lame and I think it's lame, we still understand what the word lame means. So yeah, you might not think it's lame, but I think it's lame. But we know
So
that
that
the
means
word lame means I don't want to mess with it. So the definition is emphatical. That's why we have definitions for words. So we can, understand each other. If I say, yo,
So
that's lame, you'd be like, no, I don't think it's lame. All right. I still think it's
then who
lame.
would be right then? If
It
since you
doesn't
said the
matter who's
definition.
right. It's the definition of the word means that that person doesn't want to deal with it. If you want to deal with it, then you might not think it's lame because lame is something that you don't want to deal with. But the definition is still lame.
So that's
Oh
like
Lord, I
that mean you
wish
can do that. That
we
look,
never
let me
had
say, let me
somebody
say that.
learn how to write.
Hold on, let me say this real quick. Yeah, cause
We into sentence structure in English language.
Mhm.
the heck, bro, y'all almost can't hear me, dog. All right,
We hear you, bro.
cause
You
I'm
just
trying to
I,
get some. I'm trying to.
I'm still here. I'm just listening, but
All right, hold on. Let me say this because he getting. I don't want him getting. So, like I said, if we use that same context, right? Because it's like you missing my whole point, right? I can say that about anything. That's like me saying if I want to call somebody a B word, right? It's the same definition, but it still don't change the fact that it's subjective. So that's
that's
when you
not
have to. That's when you have to because you could say anything if that's the case. You
no,
could be
that's
like
not
you're happy, right? That by being so subjective, right? The definition might not change, right? But that means, but who's to say who if they really happy or not? Because somebody else can use it in a different way. Just
that's
because
not the
you feel
point.
it is a way, that don't mean that it's true.
What
You
does
know,
happy mean?
and that's what I'm, huh?
What does happy mean?
You said what does happy mean? I think it's content or you content
All
or
right.
gay.
All right.
That
So
one too.
no, no.
But
So this is my point though. All right. Despite of whether you what you consider makes you happy or not, the definition is still the
yeah.
same. Yes,
But
I
what's the?
understand.
I'm trying to get what's the
I
point of you
understand where you're
saying the
coming from.
definition?
Yeah,
That
that's
sound
all.
like a. That sound like more of a deflection of it from being
It's not a
subjective
deflection. It's when
because
people use.
it make it seem like because you say it, it makes it law because it's definition, but that would not be true then.
No. What I'm saying is that when we make words and we have definitions for the words, it's so everybody generally can have be on the same page of what we're talking about. So, like for instance, if somebody says, this is one that they use and they misuse it all the time. Emotionally, if somebody want to finish it for me.
What intelligence?
unavailable.
Exactly. Emotional intelligence. Women
Oh.
use this all the time. All right. But what emotional intelligence means is to evaluate and understand and manipulate your emotions and remove them out of the factor and take fact into the matter. So meaning that your emotions won't take control over you because you have the intelligence to understand that not be controlled by your emotions. So women always say men need to be emotional intelligent, but men are emotionally intelligent because we're not overridden by our emotions. Our intelligence prevents that. Women are not emotionally intelligent because they go by what they feel. But because they flip the definition, they use it incorrectly. Every woman out here is saying men need to be emotionally intelligent. How can you be emotionally intelligent? With logic. And that happens to be a
So
factor for most men.
so do you? I'm trying to see if you even get what I mean though,
I
because
do understand what you're
that's like
saying.
because
You're
that's all I'm like.
saying,
If I was to call you lame, that mean by me saying like, well, that's definition. That mean you would have to just be stuck with being
no,
lame. You know what I'm
no,
saying?
no.
If you put it that way,
I
based on
understand
the
what
way
you're
you
saying,
put
but
it.
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
Right.
what you're saying, listen, what you're saying is, that's like if you called me lame because it's definition, then I'm automatically lame. No, that's
Yeah.
not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that you called me lame. That's the subjective part is that's how you feel. And the word
Exactly.
you use lame, I understand how you feel because the definition is corny or some other word that I can associate on how you feel. It doesn't mean that I'm
Well, I
lame.
broke my
All
shit or
it means
something.
is I understand the feeling that you have about me because I understand the definition of the word. That's all I'm saying. Of course, I could say this is lame. You'd be like, that shit ain't lame. That's just dope. But we understand that lame is a negative. You might not
Right.
think it's a negative. I do think it's a negative. But the word makes us understand what side of the spectrum that we stand on. But when we start changing definitions, then we start talking outside of the spectrum of the conversation, and then it starts not making any sense.
You're
Ooh, can we
right.
just? I think we just need to burn all the dictionaries and all the thesauruses, okay? Because
No,
man,
we need them
Yeah, because
because people
so
just be making
I
words
do.
up.
Now let's
They
go
just
to the
be,
original thing, right? Because now this the part that get me right. Now when we use stuff like the woman, the girls and the girls and the man's man, right?
right.
even that, I don't even think that's a definition because that's like a created type thing or whatever. Or somebody it could be a group, it could be whatever. And just listening to it, it seemed like we throw our own attributes in it where it sounds like it should be for a regular human should have. Like they
Yeah.
say, okay, a girl's girl, somebody that's loyal, somebody that's that. Well, it's family members of that. They don't make them a girl's girl. They just family members. They just loyal or whatever. Somebody
Yeah.
that just sound like a righteous person. You know, I mean, we got so many different terms, and then we like throw a name on it to make it seem like it's, you know, make it. I don't know. That's why I'm like.
I'm
That's why I
But
agreeing.
said,
it's
dang,
it's it's
why not be a
doing
human is human?
yeah.
Because
It's
every human should be that way. Not should just
yeah.
be a gender with a gender.
Right.
It's just having morals and doing the bare minimum. And
Yeah, that's what I.
what
Exactly.
Yeah,
you said earlier when you said, because I use this all the time. What you said, being like, if you're like a leader, you don't like a lion doesn't say he's a lion. If you're an alpha, you don't go
mm-hmm.
around saying you're an alpha. Like if you're that person,
Yep.
if you're a good person, you don't need to go around saying I'm a good person. You prove that in your actions.
Yeah, true. That's true. That's true. That's just
If
like go back to what we was talking about with that vetting thing. Hold on,
But
open the best up.
Jess, I am a good person though.
Nah, we ain't trying to hear
Yeah,
that.
no, I was agreeing.
Them
Scorpio,
be the main ones too.
I'm
Always try to
messing with
prove
you. I'm
themselves.
Scorpio.
messing. I'm messing with
Wait, I
y'all.
think we're getting confused. I'm agreeing with you. And you even said, you said exactly what I was trying to say, but better than me, that you were like, explain what a girl's girl is. And you were like, I do all these things, but I don't go around saying I'm a girl's girl. That was my point.
Yeah, y'all
The
both was.
if you're the definition of a girl's girl, the people who actually, if your partner's stepping out, you tell them, like you call bull out. Those girls aren't saying they're girls. You don't you do everything right. You don't run around saying you're a girl's girl. The ones that say they're girls are the ones that aren't actually doing that. In my experience, the ones that have to go out, I don't know if you've watched The Love Island, there was a girl, Georgia, and she was always saying, I'm loyal, but she wasn't. If you have to turn around and say, I'm loyal, I'm this, I'm that, you're not. Because why do you have to say it? You shouldn't have to say it. It should be proved in how you behave.
Well, you know what? I'm not even gonna hold you. When it come down to this, sometimes you gotta let people know where you stand at because they try to play in your face. You know, because
I
yeah.
I mean,
know.
I don't. I mean, I understand. Like sometimes we don't have to, but then you have some people you really do have to just like put them in their place sometimes. But I
So
mean,
let
that's the
me
thing
ask
that
this
I
then:
think.
when you put people in their places, is it do I be looking at it as like is it like a ego thing or is it more
No,
of they are that
it's
important that they
it's more of this. Like, Kev, if I know that you are great at what you do, I'm gonna give you your flowers on doing it, right? But if you know that you trash,
Yeah.
own up to that. But I'm not gonna. It's one. I'm not gonna rain on your parade on something that I know is true, which is, you know what, man. Look, Kev be on his stuff when it comes down to this type of stuff. I gotta give him his flowers on that. But old boy over there, he talking all that trash about Kev, but he already know how Kev coming. You know.
yeah.
That's how it is with me and someone else on this app. He likes to get very personal sometimes with things that I tell him offline, and then he likes to bring it back here and say it on his panels.
My
Ooh.
Oh,
And
bad.
you hurt him.
What, as
You
in
hurt
huh?
use
him.
it
Talking
as a
about ain't
weapon?
me. I'm talking John. Ain't me.
No, it's not you, but it's somebody that's been
I
on here.
know it ain't me.
But I had to very quickly today let him know that that's not how I work, and it's not about ego. It's about respect. I'll
That's what I.
tell him
That's the
that.
Yeah.
second part I was trying to say real quick is that if it's not ego, right, that means this person had to be important enough for you to acknowledge or point that out towards them. Because otherwise, if they're not important, you really don't have to prove nothing
That's
to
not true. I
nobody.
could put you in your place and still walk away, but
Yeah,
it's more of the
but
fact.
who said that you? That's what that and that's where ego come in at, right? Because if they're not important to you and you just do it, that means you just doing that because you think whatever, like, because one of the person never get put in their place. One of they just stay and they want to just you still do it and still disrespect you. It's nothing you can do
And then
about
they
that.
can do that,
So
but they know that
right,
okay,
but
then
who?
bridge is now burnt. I've set my boundary. If you want to continue to disrespect my boundary, then that's absolutely on you. But I'm
Yes, so
standing firm on what
they
I
was
just
important
said.
then.
Nah, I don't
They was
necessarily.
important at one point. Then okay, that's why I said that either they have to be important to you, or if it's like a strain. That's why I didn't get like. Oh, I understand it because I used to grow up with the ego and pride thing. That's the only reason why I preach on it now because I have to realize that about myself, and I'm trying to get others to realize it. But when you do that to a person that's a stranger or people that's online, let me show people what I'm about. I stand on, that's just ego and pride. Because some people just not even worth it for real.
I
Like
don't think
low
it's
key,
necessarily
it
ego
be
and
it
And
pride.
be
you know who I see do? You know who
it's
I see do that the most?
100% ego and pride. I mean, I know this for sure,
But I
100%.
but wait. It especially in the situation that I was talking about, like you're doing it online, right? And you have someone over here, or let's say it's a public setting, right? You have that one friend who's always kind of making jabs at you and just kind of like, oh, haha, you're short, or like they're just kind of making quote unquote jokes, or just like it's always like about you. And then the one time you kind of just snap and you go off, and then they're like, oh shit, I can't talk about that person like that. And then the other people that are
Okay, I
also
get
in the
what you
group
mean.
are
You
like,
saying I'll get you then. You saying
but
in that way it's like
now
more of a defense type thing, as in like, bro, you gonna keep picking at me type situation.
not only defense, but now you've also stood your ground, even though the other people may not have been the people saying the thing. They also know, oh, she stands very firm on her boundaries. And if you feel as though that I am someone that is worth having in your life in any capacity, if I'm a good friend, you see how I interact with other people, you see that I'm a good asset to you, you know not to cross that boundary, or else you will get left just like the other person did. So I
So,
feel
so
like people have a
I
problem with
believe it's depend on how
standing
you
firm in
say it though,
boundaries.
because
I
if
agree.
it depending on how you say it, can make it ego prideful. I would say
I
because
agree. I
some
think some people crash
I
out.
put it this way because like if you never put your boundaries out or told nobody or something like that, and you just you end up doing it. I guess sometimes you do it out of some people do it out of anger or something like that. But if you never like said anything, you just expect them to just to know, and they didn't know they was picking at you or whatever the situation is. I think that's just sometimes it's because I don't know. I gotta hear the whole thing though, because sometimes they can be provoking.
But
Some
common
people
sense
provoke
isn't
different things and
common.
know that this person keep picking with them and keep going in their face and try to get picked on so they can do it. That's why I be feeling like that's ego and pride. And sometimes I mean it just depends on the context. I don't know the full thing though, but I guess it just kind of
If I
varies.
learned anything in college when I was there for my very short-lived time, I learned that common sense is not common. You would think it's common
Of
sense
course.
to do your laundry so it doesn't pile up for 6 months, but people don't do that. You
Yeah,
would think it's common sense to wash your dishes, but it's not. Not everyone is taught the same amount of common sense. People, a
I
lot
get
of
you.
people are very comfortable disrespecting people just because they think it's funny. And until
Yeah,
you make it very
you just
obvious
saying
that
setting
I will not be
boundaries. I get you.
disrespected. Yeah,
You talking
but
about like
but
that's why I said
I
depend
guess
on
I had a
how it's
question.
done though, because you could be like I could be like I don't like the fact that you come in unmuted or something like that, or if I say I don't feel comfortable when you call me the N word, something like that, right? That's just setting boundaries, and I can feel that. I wouldn't say you put somebody in a place or something like that. But it's more of because the thing is, I be trying to watch what I because I wouldn't want nobody to try to put me in because nobody don't like the reverse version, and I bet you none of y'all be getting put in y'all place for the most part. For everybody got the superpower of saying they can put people in their place, but I just think like when you I don't I wouldn't I would say basically if you are just setting or calling something out, just like what I'm not feeling it, and then just to let them be known. It's like it's more of a I guess it's like setting a boundary. That's all it is. Setting a
Okay,
boundary. Like,
so is
hey,
it also
these are the
setting a
rules.
boundary if your mother keeps disrespecting your wife like out loud and you have to then quote unquote set your mother in place to not disrespect your family? Or is it just like, because you're not going to then cut your mom off forever because she keeps saying stuff. You have to then not even
You could
explain, you
always
go off
talk to
one more
her
time.
behind. How many times? That's what I'm saying, and that's what I be saying about that's provoking, right? If
Hmm.
that's a constant thing, right, and you just been waiting for that moment to do it, you keep going in that area because you know that she's gonna do it, and then, but my thing is like if you was really trying to check that, and that's why I say that part that would be ego and pride because you just provoking, and you know how this person is, and you just wait for that moment. The other one is like if you had a problem with somebody, you would put them to the side and talk to them. Be like, man, I don't like that. And if I do come over, I need you to kind of not do that or whatever, or talk to them about
So
it
what
instead of
happens
just
if they do
waiting
it
to get a
again?
whole crowd and then try to talk to them and try to put them in their place.
What happens
You
if
know
it
what?
happens
This is
again?
something that I don't like.
And
Okay, so we have like Mr. Real, right, at the bottom. He's an older man, right? But then you have you, kids.
Yeah.
Just because Mr. Real know how to use his hand more than you does not give Mr. Real the right to disrespect you on something that you don't know how to do and call you. And he'll say, "Oh, you ain't a real man because you don't know how to use your hands doing this, right?" But guess who got a call, or who he got a call to operate his computer and laptop?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't like when men do that amongst each other, and I think that that's basically kind of like as far as like being disrespectful, because how you gonna try to throw a rock at somebody's glass house and you got a glass house yourself? You can't do
Oh, by the way, it wouldn't be a glass house with me. I've been in the business since before people had computers in their house since 70. I
that.
know
But
everything
no, but
about
I'm saying
computers.
like, but Mr. Real, you understand where you coming from, right? Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, yeah, I understand. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because
I
I
but that is
had
one
a
thing I
tendency to
don't
do that.
like.
Yeah, I used to do that before I learned. Yeah, and
Because my
almost got
dad,
knocked out.
now this is something too. You know how we said about family and dating, right? I
Hmm.
did not like how my father would he would look at the guys that me and my sisters were dating, and he would look at their hands. He'd be like, "Oh man, that's a soft old boy. He don't even know how to use his hands." And I be want to tell him, "Bro, you don't even know how to use your phone. Stop it."
But your daddy knew
It's
what he was
like,
talking about, though.
huh?
Your daddy knew what he was talking about. Man, that guy got one scrape on his nose. He's scared
But
when
look,
y'all
but
go out
check this
together.
out
Somebody
though.
do something.
But this the thing though, because who I am as his daughter, I have evolved. These men have evolved where they don't always have to use their hands to earn an income. They don't have to
No,
use their hands to have a career. Yeah,
I'm not
I know
speaking
what you're
on
talking about.
income.
Hey, what if they don't do neither, huh? He don't use his hands or his brain. Because
Well,
Cause
baby,
that
I
ain't
don't
my
want nothing to
daughter.
do with them. I don't
my
want nothing to
daughter's
do with
first husband, he had to go. He had to go. He had to do crap.
But what I'm saying is this though, I don't like that you discrediting someone that's younger than you because there's a different avenue on how he knows how to make income. He might sit behind a desk, right? But guess what? That TV screen that you watching, you don't know. He probably made the what is that? The little boards, the programming boards that go inside the TVs and
Yeah,
stuff.
electronics technician. Yeah,
Yeah,
electronics.
he's the man that created that for you. That would be a tedious job, a job that you probably wouldn't be able to do.
Again, I can.
You
Yeah, I
know what,
get you
Mr.
though,
Real?
because when people be trying to say, I get
I
exactly
can
what you mean though.
an
Because some people
electrical
be like,
electrician.
that's a real man or that's a real woman. Like, no, who the heck gave you the who determined that? You just got this golden thing to tell who's what. I'm like, that's crazy.
Because you know what, believe it or not,
That is
I'm not gonna.
crazy.
I'm a toot my own horn because I can say this as a woman. I used to. I used to get mad at other girls because it's like I was taught to cook and clean and stuff like that, right? But these
Hmm.
other girls, here it is. I'm like, bro, she got a nasty house. You gotta see her room. She don't even cook. She don't even clean. And here I am, and here I
Yeah.
am, like this is something that I do on a daily basis, you know. And
do
and, and
you
I had to listen to a family member of mine complain about this about a person that he married, and I was like, bro, how you ain't know she ain't know how to cook? You can't complain about
Damn.
something. Yeah.
How you didn't know how she how to cook? All these time you been with her, you know how she how to cook?
yeah, but
Like she
how
ordering out, she
do you
ordering
get
out dinner, she cooking. Like what the hell?
so
What the dirty
Scorpio,
latte? The
do you
latte
get annoyed
thing.
like Scorpio, do you get annoyed like if you run into girls and like they've not been raised and taught the same stuff that you've been taught?
Oh,
Like
okay, so look, so now I mean it come with age. When you're between the ages of 18 and 25, everybody comes from a different walk of life, right? So after about, I want to say, the age of 20, when you start actually listening to people around you, you really get to see who they are. You are able to see what their parents prioritized when it came down to raising their children. But then you also have some parents they kind of let they left their children out to dry because their children did not want to learn what it is that their parents is trying to teach them. So when you run into people like that, you have no choice but to give them grace and patience because that's something that they just wasn't afforded to do.
No,
I was
I
just
just run the other
afforded to
way.
have
I run the
I
other
just
way.
just yeah, but my thing is this though, I'm not gonna shun somebody out of something because they don't know how to do something. If it's in you and you have the capacity to teach somebody, you can teach that person something. That's just like I don't like the whole notion of like the men were leading, right? Sweetheart, you had to follow somebody
Dang,
first
Jason
before you
Hill.
were able to lead. Like somebody had to teach you what you know now, to be a person to be able to lead something. And
I mean,
you
half,
don't know
half,
everything.
Yeah,
half of what I've actually had to learn in regards to race in the UK, I've had to teach myself.
I'm just saying
Hmm.
if I mean women,
And
this
especially in regards to what we did with America, a lot of it is hidden. We have to teach ourselves. What we did in World War II is
Hmm.
put in the best light. You have to teach yourself the truth.
I'm just saying for most part, most of the women I know that find themselves having to teach men find themselves dissatisfied of the man.
I don't have a problem with it.
I
And
mean,
it's
that's
not
just
hard,
what it
like
is.
I
It's
don't
not.
know
Cause guess
what
because
people
guess
do.
what? Because guess what? I want a man to be able to teach me some stuff because even though I had my father present in my life, that does not mean that my dad hit every nail on the head of everything.
I'm
Something
just
slipped
saying.
through the cracks.
I'm just saying.
Because I feel like this. Why is it that these men that's asking for women to cook and clean when they don't know how to clean their own drawers?
Yeah.
That's what women for.
Like yeah, but
Absolutely.
also
Don't do that.
even
Don't,
oh
Kev,
wait,
come on,
Kev,
bro.
She talking
hold
that
on,
Come on,
shit,
wait,
man.
Kev.
Kev,
Come on, dude. Don't do that.
Kev. No, Kev. Even if you believe that and that's what women are for, like I can cook and I can clean, but
Oh,
I want a man that can cook as well.
Oh nah.
Baby,
That's
I
cause
want a man that cook.
y'all wanna be
Mm-mm.
men too. Shoot.
Yeah. See, you gotta
I ain't
I
trying.
understand.
Oh wait,
can't.
hold up, wait a minute. I feel
Yeah, they
offended.
do. Who said that? Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I
They
want
want
a
to be
You know
man I can
what?
disciplined.
smack they
I
booty
don't be
too.
look.
You can smack my
Yeah, they
booty,
I
let
do.
don't
me
be
smack
wanting to
your
be no
booty
man.
too.
I don't be
Kev,
wanting to be no
That's
man, but the stuff that my
2024.
dad, but
I'm
my
just
dad
saying what
taught
other
me
people
how
do.
to do things just in case I didn't have nobody take advantage of me when my car got took
Yes.
into the shop, or that way I won't be on the side of the road for a long period of time. You know, sometimes you need to learn those kind of things, and if it's something that I bet you a lot of people don't even know how to properly use the jack that come with their car that's manufactured with it.
So that's the man
Yeah.
you want. You want the man who don't know how to change a tire.
Everybody don't know how to do it.
I'm just
how the
saying.
hell you
You
don't?
break down in the middle of the
How?
road. Hold on,
That's
time out. You
crazy.
break
How
down
you
in the
don't know how
middle
to
of the
do it? It's
road.
called Google. It's called you research.
Yeah.
It's like
I mean,
Exactly.
to be fair, like
Everybody
I've
wasn't
So she
born in
had
the
to
age
teach.
where
So
Google
she
was
got to
I
change the
we
accessible by hand.
I'm
yeah.
just
What
saying,
Perkins
she
just
had to
said,
teach
like
you
we got
something.
Google
That
now.
should be
Like
something a man should
But
already
Perkins
know.
though,
if I need to rewire something or I don't know something, I Google it.
but Perkins, you know darn well some of these boys they ain't
Yeah.
online trying to figure out how to fix something. They online trying to figure out when the next pair of Jordans coming out. Come on now.
Yeah, I want a woman that's the
too
opposite of
much
me.
you
I
don't
want her to
want.
be in the same as me.
I'm
Too
saying
much
a
you don't.
woman. I think a woman wants a man that's capable. You feel me?
Yeah.
Who can do things to standard. If the car breaks down, he knows how to fix the tire. He might not be
I
able
learned
to,
that from my dad. That was easy.
and he's not foolish enough not to learn from the woman he's with because everybody learns from everybody. But at the same time, he wants that man to be capable and come with a set standard for things that men can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
I,
just wants and stuff.
I
Because I don't think people. You think people gonna really just break up because I don't know if they that petty though, but
no,
I
you
don't know.
don't break up for that.
They're not that petty. They petty
But
like
Like
that.
what?
because it's like I'm
White
not
folks
about to
say
break up because my girl can't cook or something like that. Like some
Yeah.
stuff, like if you in love or whatever the situation is, or if it's really like wifey material, all that little petty stuff is cool. But some
Yeah, but what
people,
he just said about like certain skills, like I was with someone my second year of uni, we were in a relationship, we got a mouse in our house, we freaked out, I called him over, he was scared of it, and I was like, you're the man, like if you can't get rid of it, like
I
What's
mean,
the
that
what's the
would
point
You
of
dry a
gotta keep
girl
this?
it
up
there.
That
You
though. But
was
gotta,
you gotta
bro. You
that
gotta
admit
keep
that
it
that
shit.
was
there.
Some people be
crazy.
scared.
Where's the
No,
snake?
I'm not going to question. All right, let me keep it real. When women don't know how to cook, how you survive? You live on your own. How you survive? What you ordering out every night?
We talk about
And they
well,
do.
If she
Well,
don't know how
I
to
don't know
cook,
who
I
then
you're
what
don't
she
talking
cook.
about
good
because
for? What
I
I
you
don't
good
cook.
cook and
for
I'm
if she don't know how to
surviving.
cook?
I bring home
You
the
live
I
with
mean,
your
steak.
grandmother,
I
So
cook.
the
your
fuck is she
So
mama.
around
What
for
the
if she
heck?
can't cook though? That don't make any kind of sense though.
what?
I don't know how you can survive without like you got to at least cook and
You
spending
my
mad
lady and we
money
supposed
Oh
to
on
be
the
no,
rest
no,
of
riding
no.
it.
out.
My ex
We got a
housemate. Like, I'm
relationship. If you
pretty
can't
sure
cook, what do I
she.
need you for?
No, I'm pretty sure she got scurvy because I cooked all the
Listen,
time, and
I think I think
even when I cooked for her, she picked out vegetables. She wouldn't eat vegetables. She lived off McDonald's, and she was sick constantly.
so.
The
You
And
s-
McDonald's, man.
I was like, eat a vegetable.
The McDoubles.
You
wait. So
men,
you
you
said so Baggy. You said that if you can't cook, then what I need you for?
I mean, simply, bro. I'm gonna say this, Kevin. First off, what's up, my guy? You
What
know what
up,
I'm saying?
man?
What's up, bro? But my best friend is an air fryer, bro. So if you can't cook, what do I need you
Facts.
for? I got my best friend here. You know what I'm saying? Like you can go ahead and scurry down the hall or wherever the fuck you gonna go. You my
Okay, so
lady. You know what I'm saying? Who had a question? Go ahead. You know what I'm saying?
let me ask you this, Bagger.
What's up?
Because me, I want to ask you: do they have to be able to cook well, or just be willing to cook?
No, no, no.
You
They
know
have to
what
cook
it is,
well.
bro?
Because
That's a good
that's two
question.
different
You know what it
things.
is, bro?
That's
That's a
two
good
different
ass
things.
question. It's the charge to apply yourself, man. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day,
Okay.
it's about effort. You know what I'm saying? It's the follow through that counts, dog.
You don't
If
have to
you
be a
don't have the
chef like that,
charge
but do you know how
and
to do the basics?
enthusiasm, if you ain't got the charge about yourself and enthusiasm to apply yourself, you can go from, you know what I'm saying, trash to an excellent cook. So like I agree, you know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta be a crazy cook offhand, but just apply yourself, baby. Show me the effort. What the
Yeah, but you
enthusiasm at?
nah, like,
You know what I'm saying?
enthusiasm can still taste awful. What Rip said, you've got to be a decent cook. Like my housemate tried to
No,
cook for me
no,
once.
no. Me and Bag on the same page
No,
because you
she
don't have
tried
to
to
be
cook
able
for
to
me
cook
once.
well. But if you
She had
if you
the
want,
enthusiasm, and it was awful.
But
I
look,
learned.
that
I
enthusiasm gonna
still
get you a
learning.
kiss on the forehead though. I'm gonna kiss you on the forehead like, all right, boo, and a smack on the ass, like I appreciate you, baby. Now, you know what I'm saying? Go to YouTube University and add some more seasonings, you know what I'm saying, and step your game up. You know what I'm saying? We gotta evolve every day. You know what I'm saying? So, you
What
know,
bagger,
I'm
what's
sorry, but
good?
I
bagger.
was just raised different. I
What's
was
up?
raised with my
I just
mommy and
say
my dad.
everybody's
The
different, okay?
hold on,
They getting
bagger.
threatened
The
by they cooking
chicken,
with Kaya, okay? Right now they getting threatened by a girl, a young girl, with
Can we
22
stop
year old
talking
girl
about
cooking with
Kaya?
Kaya.
bagger. The
So
chicken
I
was
don't know who that
great.
is.
so
how
like I said,
about
they need to learn how to
you
cook. They getting
do
threatened by
bacon
a
and cook it
23-year
too,
old.
and change the tire? How about that? I can bring home the bacon, cook it too, and change the tire. So what's up
Okay,
with
well,
that?
but
Mr. Real. So guess what? I know how to change the tire. I know how to change my own oil. I've also replaced my own alternator on my truck. Okay, and I
Talk
know
You
how
your
to
shit.
operate a zero turn and cut the grass and a weed eater. And I
okay?
Okay.
also ride motorcycles. And guess what? I have not met a lot of men that's able to do those things. Do I discredit them because they can't do that? No, I
No, I
do
didn't say
not.
this. I said
I
bring
know I
home
better
the
not wake up on a
you
Saturday
bacon.
get
morning
so
and
you
decide
So
turn
to
into
really
the
put on
though,
man
my
you're looking
you
lawnmower
don't
for, huh?
discredit
before.
them for
Your
real.
wife
You
ain't
be
got to
That's
do
honest.
nothing.
ooh.
I do it
Hey.
all.
Wait, send me that list. I need to learn. I
Bacon,
can't do half of that.
cook it
It sounds
too,
like no, I was
and
about to
change
say
the
it sounds like she turned into the man she looking for right there. She don't do all
No,
that.
no, no,
No.
no, no, no. See, that's the thing though. I learned those things being with my dad, being
That's
with him
respect.
all
I
the
respect
time.
that shit. I respect your
Cause
dad
guess
taught you
what?
and
At
laced
the
you
end
like
of the
that.
day,
It's
though, but this
fire.
is what
Did
I
that make
also
your pickings
learned.
harder because of
No,
that?
but
I,
but this is what I
me
learned
too.
though. Because of where I grew up at, I see the husband and the wives outside cutting grass together.
Yeah.
Right.
It's more than just thinking, oh, she want to be a man. This is what y'all
Mm-hmm.
don't see as young men.
Right. Right.
Look how
Yeah.
long
Well,
it took y'all to get that house. You don't even get a chance to admire and cater to the things that you have acquired because you're paying other people to do that for you.
And you
Cause
know
guess
why I
what?
think
Mm-hmm.
I'm out there cutting that grass with you because you want to know what? Babe, I was with you when you was working them 16-hour days. I was with you to see what you was going through dealing with a supervisor that was stupid, putting y'all in harm's way. So guess what? I'm gonna be outside with you,
Come on,
and
Scorpio.
I'm gonna
Talk that
appreciate
shit.
this,
Come
Huh?
huh?
on.
you could be outside. You ain't touching that
so let
lawnmower.
let me say this real quick
Baby, when
though.
you leave to go to work, I'm gonna get up at six
I
thirty in
swear
the morning. I'm gonna be out
I'm not
there.
about to be over talking to everybody. That's crazy.
She's not gonna stop, but it's like a routine. She's gonna do it like a computer.
Dang my gosh. I guess I gotta start muting people because all right. I wanna ask because I'm trying to ask this question. That's crazy.
You
I gotta fight on my own panel. That's crazy.
no, you don't. You're not fighting.
Yeah, I do sometimes. They be said. That's because I need that other mic. Y'all don't respect my other mic. That's what it is. That's because I'm on this phone. When I get the other mic, I be louder than everybody. You feel me? But now I was about to ask this, right? Is that I believe that stuff, and it might be good deeds behind it or whatever that to get taught and brought up like that. But I also think stuff like that it kind of help it hurts in a way, right? It hurts the pickings and stuff because when you are built like you didn't like you said your father taught you how to fix a tire and a lot of stuff that men should be doing right now. It's going to kind of make it harder on you in a way, right? Because you're going to be trying to have to look for a man that can kind of do the same thing or whatever, and then if they can't do it, sometimes you might not be able to help that you or have that mentality that this you gonna feel like that he's less of a man because you know how to do it and he don't. Even if you don't say it out loud, it's gonna be inside of you because the way that your dad conditioned you. Because you like, hey, hey, I can do this. Why the heck yo, with your soft self, you can't do that. I'm not trying to say you gonna say it like that though, but in a
Yes,
way, right? Because he could he condition you that way it's probably a lot of men that can't do that. They're kind of going to be judged off rip, even if you can say you might not say it out loud, but your mental will judge them. No matter what, you can't help that. Your mental going to
I've
judge
never,
them
but
off
listen,
rip as
listen.
in, huh?
I have never in my life judged a man off of those type of things. I have always judged a
I,
man on how he treats me as an individual. Those things right there is what you need to learn to survive in this world. But treating a person holds more weight than that bare minimum stuff. That's something that you can learn at any day of the week. I have never ever said that to a man. I have never ever told a man how much money he needs to make. I have never told a man what kind of vehicle that he had to get. You know who put that on him? Put that on men? They put that on themselves because no one has ever asked me what it is that I want in a man. No one ever asked me none of that. A lot of men do not ask women none of that.
of
Y'all
course,
look
of
at
course.
a lot of men look at other men and what they have and what they achieve, and they trying to get what the next man got. You're not even paying attention to the woman that's next to you. Because I could tell you, them $1 million houses, $500,000 houses, I used to clean those houses to get ready to go on the market. Why the heck would I want that big of a house? And another thing, why would I want my man to bust his behind to pay that type of money for a house that's too big? And we gonna get old. I don't want that. But no man has ever asked me those things. So don't say that a woman does not care about you as a man if you've never asked.
Wait,
Because
wait, who said that?
me as a woman, I see a lot of our men out here. A lot of y'all overwork yourself when y'all don't have to. Be the
Wait,
man that you want to be. Stop trying to be a man that you see. Oh man, he got that type of truck, bro. I look. I have a
Scorpio,
2013. Oh, I'm
Scorpio.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'll be
Boy, you
quiet.
going in now? But I was trying
You
to say
get
who said that though. I was trying to see who because you said that somebody who said that.
yeah, Kev, you funny, bro.
Scorpio. Scorpio, who said that part that you was talking about? You said making a man. You talking about men be saying stuff about they let feel
What
less of
I'm
the man.
what I'm saying is that I don't make a man feel less than.
Oh,
He
okay.
has to
Okay.
know.
Is that
He
what you? I
has
was
to
trying to see
know.
if that's what you got out of what I had
Yeah, no.
said.
No, but I understand what you're saying when it come down to the dating pool, right? But guess what? My father and my grandfather already told me that I was gonna have issues dating. He already told me that whatever I do and those dudes get with you and they see that you can do that, they are gonna feel some type of way about that because they can't do it
Oh
themselves.
yeah, yeah. I ain't talking about that part. Yeah, I get you. They gonna have that. Some dudes gonna have that. Some not. What I'm saying the reverse way that they probably didn't tell you, right? because they're the ones that instilled into you, right? So the reverse, I said it the opposite way, right? I'm
Yeah.
saying you're not going to be able to help, even though you might not. I said you might not say it out loud, but because the fact that your parents or you say your grandfather too, that they conditioned that into you and taught you these things, right?
Hmm.
You ain't gonna be able to help that if you see a man that can't do that, that you gonna feel a little less about him in a way. I'm not gonna
No,
say
I don't.
overall, not overall, but the fact that you know how to do something that this man can't do, you're gonna have it's gonna be a I'm trying to put it in a way to
I think I know what you're saying though,
yeah,
Kev.
because
Because
she ain't gonna be able to help it because she already kind of conditioned that way, and that's how anybody is, right? When you
I've never looked down on a person, but
yeah
I
you
have been
I
looked
mean
down.
I can
I have
feel
been
that
looked
though.
down on. I have been looked down on because of the stuff that I wanted for my life, and I went about going there for myself. But it's more like this. I'm just the type of individual. I want to see you thrive. I want to see you do your own goals. To be honest with you, it be a lot of men that be in competition with the woman that they are with because they have achieved something or they feel like
that's a
they
fact.
didn't do it do it at the same time. It's just a simple fact that when you growing up, you're with your mom, you're with your dad. You either gonna wanna be involved in what your parents is doing, or you're not gonna want to be involved in. I just happened to be a kid that was involved. I wanted to know how it worked. I wanted to know how it operates.
Was
So
you
you
more like
can't
a
get
tomboy? You was like a
yeah, I
tomboy,
was.
like just asking. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
ain't no wrong. Ain't no wrong with that. I don't think. I know what Kev's saying. I don't think
Hmm.
it cripples you or it stops you from finding a real man or something like that. You know what I mean? But I get it. I respect that your father and your peoples equipped you to not be out here stranded on the side of the road, not knowing how to change a tire and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you need that.
But
You know what
but
I'm
you know
saying?
what? But you know what? You know what
But I
women
get
are
what
taught
Kevin.
that kind of stuff?
Go ahead. Go
It's
ahead.
country women that are taught those kind of things. Women who
Right.
live in the
That's a fact.
country are taught those type of things versus women who live in the city. It's a
That's true.
different area.
Hmm.
No, there's some girly girls out here. I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, some girly girl.
Yeah, but also
But I,
you're
I
I'm
think
gonna
talking
be
what
like, I
Kev's
don't want to
saying is
touch that. My
this.
nails, you know.
Scorpio, I got a question. I think what Kev is saying is this. It's like outside of you vocalizing it, you know what I'm saying, and saying it inside, you on a trip, you on a road trip, you and your man break down on the side of the road. He can't put the jack into the car and jack it up and change the tire, but you can. You're not saying inside, look at this bitch ass, you know what I'm saying, dude that can't, you know what I mean? You're not saying
No,
that
no,
within, for
because
real,
I
for
talk
real, for real.
I laugh at a lot of stuff because I'm the
Hmm.
type of person I don't have a problem with teaching somebody something. So
The
I
fact
wouldn't
that
look
you
down on
laughed,
that
that
man.
already gave my answer already.
That's all I'm saying.
No,
Right.
what I'm
That's my
saying is
whole
Right,
that
point
right,
right there.
right.
That's all I'm saying.
no, 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 no.
Even though
What
you
I'm
might
saying
not be
is
cruel with it, but it's you can't help that. That's what I'm saying. That's the part you can't help because they
no, I'm
condition
not
that into.
laughing at him. I'm
All
talking
right.
about I would be laughing at us together, doing it together, teaching them how to do stuff because you're gonna do what is this? This really go right here? Are you serious? This is little. You sure this gonna fit in that? I mean, if you're when you're learning something new, you're gonna be inquisitive about the parts that
You
you're
gonna feel like
using.
the big
Yeah.
boy. That's all I'm saying. Well, whatever. I got you. I mean, I'm trying to. It's gonna be
You
kind of hard
different,
to kind of
Scorpio.
because it's like
Scorpio,
you
you
might not
different.
notice it because it's a condition though. But I just know how. I just know it's just how humans work though. I mean, because it's just like from that point, it's like it's kind of it's you're gonna always have that comparison in your mind, especially if you catch another man that can do something like you can do something more manly than another man. I'm not. I know that ain't
Yes,
all
I
right.
agree
That
with
ain't
But
what
all
you're
right.
saying,
guess what?
Kev.
But
But
guess
yeah,
what? It's
she ain't gonna be
women.
able to
It's
help you
women.
though. She just ain't
But
gonna be
guess
able to help
what?
you.
It's the same thing with
Right.
women because we women be amongst women, and some of us we talk about certain things that we can't do that other women can do, like pertaining to like I know men don't like it, but when it come down to makeup, you have some women that wish that they knew how to actually put it on, but then they have people that's in their friend group who slay putting their makeup on all the time, and they wish that they can do it right or even with dressing. Now, I wasn't that big into like coordinating clothes and stuff like that, and I ain't gonna never be that type of person or whatever. But I give props to women that can do it. I be like, dang, I wish I could. Man, I wish I could put it on like she put it on. But
Yeah.
I don't hate on her for doing that. No, absolutely not.
No, like sometimes it's like motivation. Like if you're hating, like it's an insecurity in yourself. Like I work for a fashion brand, but I don't. dress up a lot of the time. Like there are some people that work in the office and they walk in and they look like they should work for a fashion brand. I walk in like I've fallen out of a bush and been scraped off the sidewalk. I look up to these women, and then at the Christmas party, two of these women that always look immaculate were like, "You look so good," because they never see me dressed up like that. And I was like, it means so much. Like I've never hated on them. It was the biggest compliment for them to actually look at me and go, "You don't look like trash today."
I think I got another example. Then it's like the opposite, and I'm not even talking about friends. I'm just talking about especially with a significant other. I'm just talking about like when it comes to dating. Say like if it was a man, let me do it the opposite way, right? A man that was very clean, right? A dude that just very clean. Mother done told him how to fold clothes so well with the crease and all that other stuff or whatever. Nice. And then, but he got a wife that that may not could clean as good as him or whatever. It's like he ain't gonna be able to help the fact like, dang, how the heck I'm more
Right.
kind of, even though he might not judge it out loud, but he's gonna have that judgment in his head or that feeling like, dang, you a woman, how the heck you not cleaner than
Right.
me?
Right.
Stuff.
Right.
What
Where
I'm
the
saying?
fuck you
Because some
grew up
stuff you
at?
just can't kind of help. You know what I'm saying?
And back,
It's
everybody,
like no different from you know how to put a jacket and a tire on, and you over there, putting that up there like, why you ain't gonna better help it.
Scorpio said everybody's not the same. Everybody's not like that. Because I'm
That's
not
a
like
fact,
that.
though.
No, because every woman I've been with, I've been the one that did the best cooking. I did the best cleaning. I did everything, and I went to work. Everybody's
The
different, and I
fact that
didn't
you
know.
said best, it already you did it already. You said it already. You
No,
are judged.
I just rather my cooking, and I rather my cleaning. I was better, so I did it.
See,
That's it. Everybody's different. Everybody's different.
you
Scorpio's
just
right.
Right.
and then you just proved my point right there. That's what I was talking about.
But what
Everybody.
Kev is talking about is more to say, like, if they just can't complete the task, like in general, like if I've been doing this, I've been folding my clothes, washing my clothes, I've been cooking and cleaning. You come along, you supposed to be my helpmate, you know what I'm saying, as we are to each other, and you can't do that yourself, you know what I mean, like
You see
cooking
the
and
way he said
cleaning,
it,
then
like
like
you can't do that.
yeah,
that's
what do I
that's
need you
exactly
for?
how I
Why
be
is you
too.
here? Why are you here? Where we
But
going?
you see,
Because I don't need you. I'm gonna kick you out. I need somebody that's more, qualified to be able to see what you're doing.
I mean, yeah,
Exactly.
the example I
That's why
just
I'm by myself.
gave was to do with fashion. But yeah, if you are able to take care of yourself, then you need someone that can match your energy. And I say the same with jobs. Like you shouldn't. I hate it when women go for guys and expect guys to make all these figures when they don't make it themselves. Like you should expect like your match. Like you should be looking for someone on the same level as you. Like you can't be going, I want someone who looks like this and makes this many figures when you don't have that yourself.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
I wouldn't say that though,
Mm.
because women and men is different. I wouldn't look for no millionaire woman because I'm a millionaire. Unless you just, I guess some dudes is
That
just, I
shit
don't
look
know.
like a headache anyway.
Yeah, that's
You
kind of
don't want the
different. And then
headache.
that's that
Trust me.
the mindset behind that and all that. Like men and women don't have to be the dang on identical. That's the whole point though. We supposed to be different. I think we living in an age where we just trying to do. That's the reason why we can't get along and can't keep nothing because we keep trying to do the same job as one another. Or we trying to be like one another and stuff. Well, if you can do it, I can do it. That's where the competitiveness come in and all the other stuff. I mean, that's
That's
why
it.
it's better. That's why we were made different so we can do things differently so it can fit together. That's just how that is.
Mm-hmm.
What
Can I ask y'all men something on the panel? Even you,
what,
Kev, can I ask y'all something?
what you got?
What is when a woman asks you, what do you do for a living? What is your career? What is the
Mm-hmm.
first thing that you think about when she asks you that?
She sizing me up. She trying to see like,
Yeah,
this is definitely a size up measuring. You know
About
what I'm saying?
money.
To see if I'm even
true.
qualified to talk to her or deal with her.
Yeah, she's about money, not quality, not character. She's looking for the
What'd you say?
bag.
Say that a little louder. Sorry.
I said she's about the money. She's about the money, not the quality and character.
Okay, I'm like
Mm-hmm.
it. Okay, who else? Who else? Because I got one too. Because I might be agreeing with y'all. Because I actually think I cut somebody off last time that did that. But go ahead. Go ahead. Real talk.
right, Kev, right.
Yeah, because it's like the way that they do it, especially if you explain or
Right.
talk to them and they want to come to that. That's like almost a red flag to me. But go ahead, real spot.
No, I'm
Nah,
laughing.
I disagree with that on the level because it's like
Go ahead.
women be asking these old futuristic questions, so they want to know like how are her plans gonna fit into your plans as far as what you have going on and aspirations and things like that. So a woman asking you what do you do is always the lead up to the question of, well, is that where you still see yourself, or do you have other aspirations of things that you're trying to do or accomplish?
Mm.
Okay, the reason why I asked y'all that is because this most of the time some women ask these questions is because number one, she wants to see how demanding your job is. Are you gonna is your job long term? Is it short term? Do y'all have slow times? You know? Are you gonna be able to
Okay.
spend time with her? You
Yeah.
know? Not only just that, how how stressful is your job?
Mm.
Some
Well,
involve traveling as well. Like I'll be honest, if I met
Oh
someone
Lord,
that
I got somebody that's in here that he gonna come for me. I need him forever. Him don't
You
like
know that's
me,
your
but it's
best friend
okay.
down there. Remember him from last time?
He said he said I shot down everything that a man says, but I try to give men a different perspective because I am a woman that wants to be with y'all, right? So like
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with using myself as an example. So where I live in the country. I'm by a lot of like chemical plants or whatnot, right? My
Leave
father
that.
also drives 18 wheelers, right? So the stuff that I find out pertaining to these men who work in these different areas, right? You have some men that work for a long period of time, and then you have some men that have turnarounds, right? Then you have some men that have a demanding job on where they have to travel to go to work. So when I'm looking at myself as a woman, I want to know how is it that I can accommodate my man in any one of those fields. And I don't think y'all think about that when a woman is asking y'all those
We
things
don't.
when
You're
it
right.
come down
We
yeah.
don't.
to what y'all do.
But I don't. I'm
Yeah.
speaking for
Yeah.
well, I
myself.
Like
see
I
what
want to answer too.
if
I have
I
not answered yet. She didn't went
wait
to another whole thing.
Go
All right.
ahead,
wait,
Kevin.
Yo, look,
if I
Kev,
dated
rock. Look, Kev.
someone, if I
you
dated
talk.
someone and they turned around and said they were in the
Did
army,
she
but
ask
they
the
were
woman?
active in the army, I wouldn't date them because I don't want to be away from someone for like 6 months to a year. Like I wouldn't
You a
enter
man
into
too.
that.
Come on,
You a
man.
man too, Jess. She asked you a question too.
What?
What's
Kevin want to
going
answer that.
on? I swear, everybody not letting nobody
No,
get their
sorry,
turn.
no,
I
I
thought
didn't
she
hear what
asked
you
her.
said. Sorry.
Yeah.
Dang, Jess, dang, it's y'all, it's y'all foreigners, man. It's like no,
No,
okay.
no, I'm literally deaf as hell. Like I shout in the office.
Go ahead,
But
Kevin. We sorry. We
I want to
sorry.
say, I want to say, let me, y'all got me all trying to get on. Okay, all right. I feel like I'm on the burp now. My bad. All right, okay, cool. All right. So I was about to say, I don't think the way you put it, right? Because I would say the opposite, right? I would say just like y'all, some of that girls, and how Jess was saying earlier. I wouldn't say that wouldn't be. I would say that wouldn't be one of my first. Or you for women, I would say don't let that be one of y'all first things y'all say though, because it do seem like you might as well basically ask for the dude's pocket. Like, you might as well basically ask for the dude's pockets. You know how much you make and all this other stuff, and that's just automatic turn off. Like if that's one of your first questions, and I understand some people can have good intentions and want to see what the future is and all that stuff. But overall, see, look, women don't even know that. How I'm gonna do that too. But
Wait,
no, I would look at that. Somebody's so ready. That's why y'all don't be learning nothing. Y'all just so
no,
ready
no.
to ask.
I
Dang.
wanted to ask you when you said don't say that. So say if you're on a dating app and you match someone, is it a bad idea as a girl?
Bad,
Would
bad.
it
I
put you
cut one
off
off instantly when that happened.
if they
Yes.
asked you what do you do for a living?
You said what I do for a living?
So
I
like
don't think that's a bad thing.
if someone
I think
asked
she added more than
so
that. She
if
didn't just
someone
say
asked you what do you do for a living in like the first few messages, would that put you off?
it yeah, it depends. Yeah, it just depends though, because my thing is that it shouldn't be. Hmm.
It
I
should be
guess you
like
just gotta
really
kind
like
of use a
So
discernment with that, because
I get turned down all the time.
yeah, overall, when I hear that, right, is that it just seemed like that the woman is just out to, just like somebody said, that they trying to fit you in your fit your schedule, realize because they don't know how to ask other questions besides before you even leave there. And it seemed like if you don't have a, dang, let me see, hold up. I'm trying to think how I'm trying to put this though, because it do seem like that they are more on like the. And I understand. Well, that's how women operate. They more of the future. Men worry about the past. I get it. That's why we worry about y'all body count. Y'all care about the okay, but that's a whole nother.
Oh Lord.
Right, right. Yeah.
Kevin,
So that's
Kevin, Kevin, go to
we
the corner.
we are
Go to the
different. It's
corner.
like y'all worry about the future. We worry
Yeah,
about y'all
send bro
past.
to the
You
No,
know.
corner.
because when you think about it right then and there, she wants to know, are we gonna be able to go out on a date, right? Are we ever gonna
There you go.
be
Thank you. Thank you.
Hold on,
That's
wait,
what I
wait,
are
wait.
wanted
we
to
gonna
say.
be able to go
When
out
you
on a
making it
date so
more
I
red,
can
you making that flag even redder. So that's what I'm getting to. It's like why it's like
Kevin,
it's like why is that one
Like,
of the it's like it's based off of how
Kevin,
she
I
would
see why your mama left you and went out of town with the family. 'Cause she-
hold on, wait, real quick.
so
Why are you asking that question? If the man's asking you on a date, of course he has money to take you on a date. That's common
yeah.
sense right
No,
there.
that's not that. It has nothing to do
Y'all
with. I
serious? Y'all about
never
to let me finish?
mentioned anything about finances.
That's what that lead. Okay, that's what I'm
That
saying.
leads up
Even
No,
if
to.
you
that's
don't mention it, that's what
Behind being able to see somebody that has nothing to do with
can I say
finances.
something really quick? When I first started
Ace, and this is the reason why it don't
before
work. Cause they just so they
before
trying
our
to jump
first
in so
date,
fast.
before our first date, the very first one of the first things he said to me was,
I
"My
triggered
work
them with
schedule
this one. That's what
absolutely
happened.
sucks. Just letting you know. So if you aren't, or if you're not willing to whoa, why can't I talk? If you're not willing to like
They got some
try to
loose.
work around my work schedule to build any type of relationship, then this is just not going to work out."
Man, hey, look, this is what I'm saying. If you coming at a dude with he is his career, that's a turn off. A man is his.
How? I don't.
That's
Listen,
why I'm trying to let them know. That's why they keep.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if I triggered them
man,
with that. I'm
listen,
trying to let them know that's it's a freaking turn off.
a
But
man
I'm
Yeah.
is.
used
No,
to
Listen, I'm gonna
no,
explain.
wait.
He
honestly,
go all
I
these butts. Y'all keep saying butts, but it's.
Listen. I'm
I'm
gonna
trying to.
explain it to you why.
I
I'm
have a
explaining to you why.
question though.
I
Hold
didn't
on, I'm gonna
even
explain to
finish
you
my
why.
dang on self, and everybody else trying to explain. I don't get it. I didn't even finish.
Can I go
Everybody
Y'all
so
let
next?
Kev
Let me
rock.
just
Y'all
say
let
this
Kev
real
everybody
quick.
so
finish, man. Let
interested.
bro
Okay,
I know.
rock.
I know it's.
Yana and Jess, we need
I
to be
know it's.
quiet.
I know
They
it's
getting
triggering.
triggered.
I understand it's triggering, man. But it's a reason why y'all the ones asked for our perspective, and then soon we
Right.
say it, and then see what you see
Can
what I'm
I go
saying.
after? Can I go after you, Kev? Because I have a
You can
question.
go when, yeah, whatever.
Okay,
But
here.
the question was
All
asked
right.
from Scorpio first, right? And then we just trying to say our perspective. Like you got three or four. No, you got three men and one man that didn't say it's a red flag, basically. And we saying it for a reason. One of them said maybe this or whatever. That's cool. That's his perspective. But for the most part, I'm trying to let that be known, even if y'all like it or not. I wouldn't recommend doing it because it will come off as in like it will be like a money thing, or if you just do you really even like the person or not, and then also it's like you, it, man, what the freak? I know I'm gonna forget over what I was getting to.
Look, listen, a man is his hobbies. Not
Answer
his.
the gift, Kevin, when they
But
ask you that,
listen,
without you getting mad.
when you talk to a man and you talking about what do you do for a living, you make it seem like that's everything about that man. But if you talk to a man, be like, so what do you like to do? He's going to tell you who he is. You feel me? So now it seems as if you really want to know me, not what I can do for you.
There you go. You did it better. There you go. I like that.
And
No.
Scorpio, I salute you. Y'all different type of women. I don't assume or make assumptions about somebody's take on things, but a lot of times when a woman asks a man, what does he do for a living or what is he into? It's normally to size his pockets. It's not to see, how much time, how his
Oh,
work
yeah.
consumes him or if you can date. That
How you
question
can
normally comes
benefit
with a
them?
slant.
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes with a slant. It comes with
Yeah,
a
that's
slant to
what make
try
a
to
red
see,
flag.
Aberration, yo. I mean, I
so.
don't listen to none of that.
And
It
but if
comes
you
down
think
to
like that, I salute that. But not every woman thinks like
Can
that.
I
Kevin,
comment?
That's the reason
Kevin,
why I'm trying to tell them that's a red flag. That's why I'm telling them not to do that because that will be a
anything you
red
want
flag.
to. You
Yeah.
Wait.
tell them
Can I just say
anything that you want.
before
When they
Ayana
ask
goes, thank you for
anything
saying
you
that
want.
because like I that is actually really helpful and interesting. Like especially as someone who's single on dating apps, that's like the truth that you need to hear.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I know
Wait.
it's gonna hurt, but dang, you know.
The
I mean,
easy answer is
It's not even that it hurts. It's that you
Oh,
just
it
need
hurts some
to
because that's their game
Kevin,
nowadays. And
so
you
are
Kevin,
we
you need
trying
you
to?
need to get a man's perspective.
Kevin,
Are we
all right,
trying
check
to
it out.
say
All right,
that like
look.
pockets
Yes, Kevin.
don't matter
Do
though,
what
because
you
I'm used.
want to do.
Listen,
That's what you answer that. That's how you answer that. Tell
Wait,
them anything that you want. That's what you do.
are
That's
we
what I
trying to
do.
say that like money just is like okay? I hear y'all, right?
I mean, we know some of
I'm
y'all dated y'all
wait.
peoples based off money,
elaborate,
but
bro.
everybody not
I'm
like
playing
that.
devil's advocate right now. I get it. I understand. You want to feel. Everyone wants to feel wanted for more than just what they do for work. I agree, right? I hate my job right now, and I would hate if someone didn't date me just because I have a sucky job right now. Everyone moves accordingly. You hate your job, you get a different job, you get a trade, you move forward. Okay, great. But I feel as though it's kind of crazy to say that you can't ask someone what they do for a living because that does set the standard for a relationship. That absolutely sets the standard for a relationship, not just on how much money you're willing to spend on me, but if you're a truck driver and you're out of the state every single weekend, then I'm not going to date you. If
But
you
Matt,
have no money to do anything and I like going to
That's real shit
concerts,
though.
listen, you
That's
just
real.
saying money, money, money.
wait, I no. Shh.
Money, money,
I
money,
like going to
money.
concerts. You don't.
Money.
Whatever. What
You're
hobbies do
saying
you
money,
like to
money, money,
do?
man. You're saying exactly what we're saying.
No,
Yes,
I'm not. I'm not
listen,
saying
yes, you
anything
are.
because you
You
keep
just
talking.
elaborating it.
You keep talking.
I'm telling you what it
It's
Said,
is.
not.
Man.
Oh my god.
and,
Okay, so
uh,
how do you expect to have a relationship if
You
you're
want
not
me to
spending
explain?
any money?
Want
I'm
me to
not talking
explain?
about on me. I mean, period. I
You
spend
want me
money
to
on
explain?
myself. I
I'll
buy
explain to
myself.
you.
Are you still talking? Because
Mr.
Listen,
Harrison,
you
you
ready to
being
answer the question?
disrespectful. That's
Hey,
not
I
cool.
let
Let
the
literally
her
lady
finished.
finish.
finish though, man. Let
Go
the
ahead.
lady finish, bro. It's all healthy. Let her finish, man.
I apologize. I apologize.
We're acting obtuse if you're trying to say that you can build a relationship on nothing but freaking dirt and walks in the parks. That's not reality. If
All right.
you only
I
work
don't know who said that.
part-time, listen, if you only work part-time at Circle K making $13.50 an hour, I am so sorry, but I am not accustomed to that life. I don't struggle and I'm not okay with that. That is an important
Thank you.
question to me because I
Thank
like to
you. There
go
you
places.
go. I
I
knew
like to
it.
go out and that's fine.
Ayana,
Feel it.
And that's not
Ayana,
Feel it.
Ayana,
No, no,
Ayana,
I know Yana. I know
Ayana,
Yana
no,
because
there
I got
Yana,
I got my
that
Yana,
doesn't
uh.
mean
Yana.
Let
wait.
me
No, let
let
me
me.
finish.
No,
Let me
Yana, I'm
finish.
gonna get on
I
your
know what
case
you're
You're
because
saying.
I
Wait.
brought this
giving her
question
rope,
up.
yo.
I know, but that doesn't mean I'm expecting to do the things that I like to do
He
on your
giving her
dime.
rope.
If
Ayana,
I'm
you're
paying for
definitely
my,
not listening on why I asked that question
I know,
because
like,
I was
but I
not.
know what
No,
they're
you.
saying.
I
I
understand
understand
what
what they're
they're saying,
saying.
but I'm saying from a different perspective, and you walked into what men actually say all the time.
No,
I
Thank
you
went
didn't
from
because I
if
didn't
you.
finish.
Ayana,
If I just said, if I
Bingo.
just,
Don't
Ayana,
say no
wait,
if
more.
you
why
would
are
be
you
quiet
yelling at
and
me?
listen, you're
I
not
heard
listening
you,
because
bro.
okay, you know what,
Okay,
Yana, and this is why when it
what?
comes down to women
No,
with
every
young
single
women, this
time
is
I
why we
talk, I've
can't
been
get
getting cut
along.
off. What are you talking about? If I'm paying for
Okay,
what I want to do on my dime, if we go to a
Look,
concert, right?
Ayana, you don't have to
Listen,
say no more. It was just a question towards the man, anyways. We didn't
it
ask
was
for
a
your whole
question towards the
spiel on
men,
it.
but I'm just saying, y'all are
Right, but
saying
you
that
said
money
enough.
doesn't
You said
matter.
enough that we had to hear. We don't even really have to hear no more. You it's like you don't have to
But
expound on it. Even you
I was asking a
you
question,
done
and then
said it,
I'm
but
getting
you done
yelled
had the
at.
whole two
I
minutes to
was
talk
saying
about it. Now you want to extend more on it.
I'm not trying to
Now we
extend
done
more on
found
it.
out. Sorry,
I
bro.
got interrupted, and then I'm getting yelled at because you're saying I don't
No, you we did
understand.
no.
I
You
do
when you got
understand.
interrupted,
I'm talking.
we kind of shut that
Lord
down already.
Jesus, I
We
was
shut.
literally saying, "Oh my God,
You should let. You should
can I close it
elaborate.
and be done?" Because I'm just kind of
What else
Please
you gotta add? Go ahead. Go ahead, man. You might put a timer on you in a minute because you already
maybe,
gave us what we wanted.
but is that not like a preface to like knowing someone in general and their
okay, so
attributes in their career? Is that
okay,
not?
Yana. Listen,
Maybe I just only
the
being
reason
broke. I
why
don't know.
no, listen. Just listen to me, please. The reason why I asked that question is because I was trying to make it not be about finances, and you walk straight into it.
That's what I'm saying.
I
That's
asked the question because I was trying to give the men a different perspective on why a woman is asking him about what type of job that he does to see if he have time to be around her. It
But
had
I
nothing
said
to
that in the
do with
beginning.
Ayana. It had nothing to do with finances at all because you want to know what?
I said that.
But this the difference though.
but
Here it
you had
is.
it.
I am a woman. I am a woman, and I work in a male dominated space, which is truck driving, right? Transportation. So listen, for
That's
a
literally what
man's
I
perspective,
said.
listen. So the difference between a woman asking a man if he work in transportation he gonna think that I'm looking at him for money, right? But if a man was trying to talk to me and I work in transportation, his mind is gonna be totally different. He's gonna be like, oh shoot, she gonna be talking to different people. She ain't home enough to give me the goodies. You see how
Yep.
that differentiate?
But I have a
Yep.
different perspective than both of that. I wasn't agreeing nor disagreeing with you. I
Nah,
was saying that in this entire context, when we're talking about careers and how that's a turnoff, I'm saying that how that plays into both of our lifestyles, not even expecting him to pay for everything or whatever, him contributing or anything. I'm saying that if I'm used to going and let's go get brunch and you can't be at my level,
But
period.
Yana,
You
the
can't meet me where I'm
conversation wasn't
at.
about finances at
But I brought
all.
up time too.
So
I
let
said
me
that in the
let me say this
beginning.
though, cause yeah,
you
let me say this.
why dudes think that.
All
They,
right, so cause I think I'm gonna go cause that's why I said, and I'm still sticking with that. That's why I said it's a red flag if you hear it, cause like it's hey, big ups to the ones that's successful that let a man. I mean, the man took that whatever. It's cool, right? I'm just saying for future reference for other women that still dated and stuff, do not do that, right? And I like how Sire said it. He said it the best way, right? To me in my book, right? He said instead of asking what do you do for a living, say what do you like to do? What are you interested in? That'd be more like that you're interested in trying to know what he about rather than trying to see how you're benefiting me, because that's what it sounds like when women put it in that way, right? When they put it in that, what do what do you what was the what you say saying again? You said do it for your
I
for,
said, what do you do for a living?
what you do for a living, right? It seemed like that you trying to fish for something to see how this man is going to benefit. It's nothing. It's oh, I mean, I get it. It's okay in a way, but you don't want to be that thing on blunt to where it's because, like I said, it's gonna turn. It's gonna for the man that's kind of I'd say smarter. I'm not gonna. I can't say that either. For the man that's
No, you can say that, bro. We think
I don't
too.
want
You
to
can
put
say
it
that.
that way. I just
Talk
don't
that.
want to put it that
Yeah,
way.
talk that
For the
shit.
man that got
Just put it
something,
that way. Put it
if it's a man that
for a guy
if it's
that can
if
see
it
through it.
Then he wants the girl to
if
dance around the question instead of being direct.
So what at what point do
if
you
y'all, bro,
ask
all right,
what do you do for a job? Because you're at work
Help
more
you
than you're
around
at
the
home.
question. The trick.
bro, I'm gonna finish. Y'all on mute one more time. I'm dropping you. All right, man. My God, I cannot literally finish. Y'all just throwing words in my stuff. All right, so I'm all I'm gonna say is that at the end of the day, right? Cause I know I'll be getting through off, man. Y'all know I'll be messing up. All right, what I'm saying is, all right, I know this is about to happen to me. Uh, It's the wording, right? Like I said, the wording. So one of them is how you benefit in them, right? That's what it seemed like. It comes off for the most part. The other one is actually trying to understand if they're interested, what they're interested in, and it's you vetting for yourself, right? You paying attention because a lot of women they want to take the shortcuts. That's why they want to ask questions like that. What do you do for a living? So they can already make their decision from there. But they don't even really know the person. I'm gonna put it for instance. Let me let y'all know. It's a thing that happened to me maybe a couple months ago, right? So it was this chick, me and her was on this little app, and we was talking and stuff, and it just seemed like the kind of the energy was seemed like a little off and stuff. And she like, yeah, this what how you doing all this stuff? I like that you're abstinent. I like that whatever, right? So we got to another point. She was like, oh, so she asked me what do it. She said, I guess she asked what did I do or what did I what my hobby or something like that. I don't know. I told her I'm like, okay, I do I'll be actually on live. I do lives and different stuff or whatever the thing is, right? Um, yeah, I love it, and that's why I liked what she said in that comment. It's about wasting your time, and that's why I said a lot of women they do that because it's wasting their time, right? Because they don't want to take the time to understand what the man is. They rather know if you okay you got this type of business, okay, I'm gonna get with that, and that's why they get tricked because just knowing what somebody do for a living is not going to tell you how this person gonna treat you either. That's vetted with kid. Let me tell y'all something with that. Y'all got you. But anyways, right? Because that's why y'all be getting messed up anyways. But anyways, all right. So I was talking, like I said, I was talking to this lady or whatever. It's cool, whatever. And we got to this part that she was like, "What you like to do, all this stuff?" And I said, "I do motivational speed." And then I said, "Harsh truth, whatever." I said I used to do harsh truths and stuff like that or whatever. That's cool. But instead of it her sound like that she was even interested in what I talked about, she had said something and I kind of ignored it. She said something like, what make you an expert at that?" I was like, huh? So I ignored it because I didn't know what she meant by that, right? And then she said something. She said, what did she say? Um, then she asked me that. Um, then she asked me that question that y'all was talking about though. What's your plan futures? What do you do for something like that? After I said different little things or whatever. But then I asked her like, what you mean by what I'm as expert at? She said, well, at the live stuff or at the Now when she said that, right, the type of energy I didn't like that. Like she gonna ask me was I an expert instead of just saying like what do you talk about and really trying to understand where I'm at. She rather ask me, you an expert at that? And then also then gonna ask me like and I didn't even answer the question when she asked me what did I do for a living, because I could tell what tip she is on, because it go to that what that one lady said thing. She want to not waste time, right? And I'm not operating off that. I'm not about to go based off of because you don't know how to vet and you don't even want to show that if you're interested. You just want to know if a dude is making enough, and I can understand it. That's how a lot of women work. But also you gotta pay attention to how people, because even with like when Bagel was saying about, well, if you don't cook, then what else you for? But it may be funny, maybe serious, but I think if she shouldn't be only relied on at cooking, she got to be able to bring other stuff too. Like, are you feminine? Do you know how to shut your mouth when things are around instead of being provoking and all this other stuff? Can you? I mean, it's so many different things. Like I would try to figure out, and that's me just being observant. But the simple fact that when she jumped straight to that question instead of trying to get to know me, but that's your form of getting to know me is trying to know my pockets or knowing what the heck what your feel. That's a red flag. You know what I'm saying? But that's just one of my that's one of my experience. It just happened to be funny, but it made me realize because there's other women that do that, and it made me realize that that's what they do. They only asking that question to see if it's benefiting them, and just like the one said in the comments, if it's gonna be a waste of time. In their book, that's a waste of time to them, right? But it's like, dang, did you some people don't, I guess some people just don't have the time. They don't have the time to try to get to know people. They want stuff rushed. And that be the problem. You know what I'm saying? I think if you want to genuinely know somebody, that's on both ends. Y'all need to take y'all time, get to know one another, be patient, and ask some decent questions instead of always going to jump to what are you doing for a living? What do you got? What instead of doing all that stuff, figure it out. Ask them what they're interested in. Just like I said, what Sire said. Ask what they're interested in. All that stuff instead of just jumping straight to that, because it make you look like suspects. Speaking of, it's just like because it's a lot of women that do it, y'all, and ain't no woman special that just come with that question. It's many other questions that you could ask, and that's all I'm trying to get to. It's two different angles from that. That's the reason why I'm telling y'all to, if y'all are in the dating scene, don't do that. Don't do that first. Try to really get to know the guy before you even get to that part. That's all it is, man.
Oh, first of all, I don't appreciate your attitude. But
Sorry, man. I'm sorry,
anyway,
man. I'm sorry.
so this is the reason why me as an individual, why I ask what type of job that they do, because the first thing that what I hear when I talk to men, they're complaining about their jobs. They're working at a job that they don't even want to work at. Okay. Not only just that, do you plan on being there long? Are you trying to go up in the company? It's other questions I can ask. You can't dictate to me what questions to ask you. That is a part of getting to know who you are. I can ask you, ooh, how did you get into that? What do you like about it? That is a part of you too, as well. I don't give a damn about how much money you fucking got. Do you really think I care about that shit?
You know
A lot
what?
of women do not care.
Listen, there is something called etiquette. All right. There's a certain way that you want men to talk to you, and there's a certain way that women should
But
talk to
but but I understand that.
you.
But
Listen,
just
now, I'm just going to keep
to
it.
look
Listen,
at me as a
now
red
listen.
flag because
Hey,
I'm asking you
hey,
that
now.
question.
Hey, that's just what it is. All
I'm
right.
But
just
I
saying, right?
wasn't
That's what I'm
finished.
trying
But
to
I
help her
wasn't.
with.
But I
Listen, we'll
wasn't
give you,
finished,
but check it out.
Harrington.
We're giving you a whole other alternative tactic. It's not like, you know what I'm saying, we're just going to
Harrington. I've been in this world, so I know too. But I'm giving you a different a perspective as
throw
a woman who is talking
I'm
to you
feeling you.
as a man and it look like this.
But
Y'all are
men
so
can't read women's
close-minded that
minds.
you don't want to hear what a woman has to say, and that's
No,
why relationships don't work because
that's
you're
not why.
not open-minded. You want
That's
people to
not why.
ask questions.
That's
You want
not why.
people to ask you questions, and put it like this. So the next time that y'all meet a woman, write you a paper on the questions that you want her to ask you, so you can be okay with the questions that she asks you. So you'll
Hmm.
be okay.
No,
Is
that's
that
not the
what
Because
you
point.
at
I have
the
a
end
No,
of the
no, no.
day,
question.
Listen.
because at
This
the
is what
end of
it
the
is.
day,
Listen.
because at the
Listen.
end of the day, if you want somebody to answer questions that because it's all about you, you ain't even thinking about the other person. You
Listen.
just thinking one way. You're not thinking
Listen.
about the other way at
Listen.
all
Listen.
because you know it. So
Listen.
listen, I'm giving my perspective of this because at the end of the day, I am a woman and I work in a male dominated industry. The lot of things that I hear that come from men towards me because I work in the industry or whatever. Oh, why are you trying to be a man? Why are you
Okay.
trying to be a man? Why are you doing that? But you know what? When we do it too, when the shoe is on the other foot, y'all want a woman to just think about everything pertaining to y'all, and no, the woman is nowhere included in it. That's why I asked that question. Because when
Uh-huh.
Hmm?
I look at when I that's why I asked that question because you know what it was? Oh, she want my money. She want this. You don't even want to know why she's asking you that question.
Ma'am, this is
The
what I'm
only
saying.
person, the only person who disagreed with y'all was Rip because he
Listen.
seen something totally different.
I
Y'all
get
just
that.
think one way and that's it.
This is
That's
the
all right.
problem. All right. Now
That's
look, let
all
me say
right.
this real quick. Let me say this real quick. Gentlemen, hold on. This is what I'm saying. And I understand exactly where you're coming from. But this is what we're trying to explain to you. You asked a group of men why this happens. All right. And what do you think about it? And the group of men told you what the scenario is. We consider that a red flag, this, that, and the other. Now you're coming with, listen, did you ever think that X, Y, and Z could be this reason or that reason? Why does it have to be a red flag? And that might be the case. But what we're telling you is men don't look at it like that. It is pretty much cut and dry for men. You know what I'm saying? It's a red flag. It's a red flag. We don't really need to know the story behind it. It's just how men are. Now, I'm not saying everybody doesn't have their own story. You know what I'm saying? And there's different circumstances, but I thought we were talking on a blanket statement. That's just what it is. If you want to get to interact with a man and not throw up red flags, just like if a dude wants to talk to a woman and not throw up red flags in her mind, there's an approach. And then a man will feel more comfortable that you're down with him if you ask, what does he like to do? What do you get into? What do you do on such and such?
So,
Then he'll explain. Oh, hold up. And then as he explains his lifestyle, it's going to come into tell, how do you afford this? Now, you're not going to say that. He'll say it on his own because that's part of the background on how he affords what he likes to do. That's what we're saying. That's the mindset. Now, the fact that you don't accept the mindset is not the men's fault. We can't read your mind. We don't know the backstory. We really don't care. You know what I'm saying? We have a select just like you have a select. It's not right. It's not wrong. It just is. That's all
so
we're
let
saying.
me say this real quick because I was about to say I gave at the end of the day I gave it. So it's already seemed like that they are. I mean, if your mind was made up, it was made up. But I would say that I gave that little advice. It's up to take it or not. If like I said, we've seen that majority of the men, because it's a numbers thing, and we can ask more, right? We can ask more. Even I was 31 people in here. I'm pretty sure we got some more men in here. So do y'all take it as a red flag if a woman asks you, um, oh, what are your plans for the future? Or what's the other one? What's the other? I think I forgot one.
What do you do for a living?
What do you look for a living? Stuff like that, right? Do you feel like it's a red flag? And y'all can answer that in the comments. And also go ahead and keep on tapping it up. Give me Tony K and stuff. Get some shares going and all that other stuff or whatever though. But like I said, I said I gave it a little advice of why I felt. I mean, why it would be a red flag. And if you want to stay sticking with you, stick with it. It's cool. I mean, can't force nobody how they want to ask the thing. But all I said was a better way. It's to look for men to be able to see it is like if you're actually seem like you're interested in them instead of just going straight for stuff that seem like it's benefiting yourself. But
Yeah, so host, can I elaborate on that? Because I said something in the comments
go
earlier.
ahead, I'm gonna get centerpiece in after that.
Okay.
Okay, so basically, I understand there's nuances to the situation. Like, you're going to have
conversations on the first date, and they're just going to flow naturally. So if you get a feeling that a woman is just after the bag, you can already sense that. But if a woman's asking you about your occupation, that doesn't necessarily mean that she's trying to use you or she has bad intentions. And I think that you can intuitively feel that out. And I think that there's a vetting process on both sides. Like a woman, when she asks us questions about like, okay, so what do you do for a living? And, you know, how are you in that area? It's basically to see like if you're going to be compatible in a sense of stability. Because if a woman has a particular lifestyle for herself, she wants a man that's kind of somewhere around that. And when you figure that out, you either decide if you are for each other or you aren't. But when a woman is genuinely interested in you, and this goes for the fellas, then a lot of times she won't care about that so much. Or maybe she already knows because she sees things about you, so she can say, okay, yeah, he probably is in my ballpark or my arena. But if, you know, most women are normal girls. Most women are average, or most men are average. So you only find those kind of conversations with modern women who want to date high level men, or who take care of themselves at a certain standard and want other men to meet it. But like I said, it happens naturally.
Yeah,
I
I'll
think
say that's
the
a
main problem. My bad, Kev. Go ahead, bro. I
go
didn't mean
ahead,
to
go
cut
back,
you off at all.
go ahead.
I think bro was saying though is like it's nothing wrong with the question and Scorpio. That's why I don't go into assumptions because that's your angle. That's how you coming. You know what I'm saying? You trying to size the man up to see if y'all got time together and stuff like that. But for I think what Kevin's saying is that for it to be the initial question, like the first three questions you coming at me about is what do I do for a living? You know what I'm saying? That seems like you fishing. It comes with a slant. You trying to
Uh-huh.
see financially if I can rock with you and if you want to rock with me. You know what I'm saying? That's all bro is saying is the
Mm-hmm.
initial because our initial approach to you and what we coming at you with, we not asking you as man, what do you do for a living? We really trying to like size you up, you know what I'm saying, in a different fashion to see if we can
Have a
really rock for
conversation
real
actually.
Okay,
conversation that we
let's
can
be
rock, but y'all
real.
Right.
trying to see
Okay,
if I can be kin to your Barbie, and that's the difference.
no.
You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
Right.
wait,
That's
wait,
what I'm
wait, wait,
saying.
wait. Okay, I want to introduce myself to the room. My name is Centerpiece,
What's
and
up?
I want to introduce myself totally because the perspectives that everybody's trying to, and I've been in here for a while, the perspectives that y'all trying to give, half of y'all women and half of you men, because I think both ways. I think men and women, because I was raised by a bunch of men, and I give a different perspective like Scorpio. But I also know how, and I got a bunch of sons, so I have males everywhere. But you always got to give a different perspective. And let me tell y'all, some of these women, y'all are saying what y'all don't want and what y'all are willing to not ask, and half of y'all will be with somebody without even asking the question. So let's start there. Y'all won't even ask what he do for a living because y'all just want a piece of man to lay next to. So
Mm.
that part in itself, y'all can eliminate the question without the color of the flag because half of y'all don't even care if he got a job. Y'all just want somebody to be in your presence. That's first. Second, for the fellas, the fact that they're asking what is your career. Some people don't even have to ask what is your career because they can go off of your stature, your vernacular, and the way you carry yourself in the sentences and the tone of your voice and how you carry yourself will
Amen.
automatically tell us what type of career you have. I don't have to know the occupation that you actually do on a 9 to 5 every day to know the type of guy you are. So I don't
There
have
you
to
go.
ask. I don't
I
have
like
to
it.
ask what do you do for a living because guess what? Your living is your bills. Your living is not your character or your morals to be with
Yes.
me. Okay, so there's a total difference in this. And if you want to give the perspectives, if you take the whole question out, I don't give a damn about your color. That's my question. I hate when somebody say, "What's your favorite color?" It's not your business at this time because what are you gonna do? Go buy me everything purple? I don't. You're not gonna
I
care on that.
like her. She done made me add her off rib. I like
You
her.
say you don't
Talk
care.
that
You
shit.
don't care that my favorite color is purple because what are you gonna do? The next time I see you, everything you have on is gonna be purple, and I'm gonna look at you like you Barney. So that's the questions that you don't ask. You don't have to ask certain things up front because everybody feels like you got to go to first 48 in the interrogation in
Thank
dating,
you.
and you don't
I
have to
think
do that.
you saying exactly kind of what that I like that because like I said, you can see it through vetting. You don't have to like some of these questions. You just don't have to ask. That means you really trying to be get to know
Observe.
them.
Observe.
I love how you said that. That was good. I love it. That was good.
Yes, observe a man. When he walks up to you, look at his step. Look at the confidence. Look at the air. Look at him. Check his nails. When he talks to you, does he change his tone? Does he sound sweeter when he get on the phone with his mama? Like, you need to pay attention to some stuff that ain't got nothing to do with paper, black and white. That's what the problem is. Is his hairline straight? Like, look at some other stuff. Look at some other stuff other than what the man do for a living. Because guess what? His pockets don't even have to come to you. Does he take care of
Mm.
kids? Does he love God? Like, come on, women.
Oh my. Oh
Come on,
Listen,
my.
man.
a
You don't have
piece.
to
You
I
have
might
you
have
all
found
that.
me a new
articulated that
family
well.
member up in this boy. I love it.
You
That was good.
articulated well, centerpiece. Because that's all bro was saying. Is the initial
That's what I've been
questions, right?
saying in a way. I
You know
couldn't
what
put
I'm
it out right,
saying?
but that was nice.
Hey,
Yes,
Like,
centerpiece. The
yes,
most
baby.
I get asked two questions.
Okay,
The first one is, how many baby mamas you got?
okay.
And then they ask me them 15-year-old questions. What's your favorite color?
Mm-mm.
What do you imagine your first date to be? I'm like, lady,
Not
how
with
many?
you. Not with you. That would be not with you.
I'm,
My
and
first date would not be with you.
I never get asked real questions.
But
I
you
don't get.
guys, listen, me and you are not obligated to answer either. Take the
Amen.
obligation away. You're not obligated to answer anything a woman asks you. Guess what? And she gets offended, she just needs to learn to pivot. It's okay.
Amen.
It's okay for you to say, if I'm talking to you, let me pick a man. Who is this on top of me?
That's
Bag.
what she
If
said.
you on top, okay, you right there. Bag, if I say, you know what, I really appreciate the fact that you called me for the last couple of days. That's starting to show me some consistency. And I appreciate that because you took the time out your day to think about me. So, how's your day? That's going to come across better than me saying, what you
damn.
doing?
Or asking you, can you be consistent? Like what?
You know
Just
how
see if they can be. Dang.
you know how much we don't get that.
Oh, I do
Because
know
they
how much
don't care about that. That's why we don't get it. They don't care about that shit. Like Ayana
That's
said
what
it
I'm
though.
saying.
Ayana,
And
I
man,
appreciate you for keeping it real because, like you said, that's you fell right into the trap. You know what I'm saying? What you are
No, no,
looking
no,
for is the money. I'm not knocking you. I respect the game,
no.
right?
I
But
get
you
it.
just fell right into what
But
we
I
are.
before
figured it
You know what I'm
out
Ayana,
saying?
though.
We're
I
before
saying
figured it
though.
don't
out
do it.
though.
She
Ayana,
about to
wait a
fight
minute,
it for
before
another
No,
2 hours.
I'm
Don't
not
do it.
fighting, Kev.
My
I
bad,
promise.
bro. I shouldn't
Kev,
open that
Kev, I
can. I'm my
promise I'm
bad.
not
Pun
And
fighting.
I
intended.
love Ayana
I'm
too.
not
She be
fighting.
preaching, but dang.
I'm not
Ayana,
fighting.
have you ever
Listen,
bought
listen.
tickets
And
for you
Can I
Ayana, I'm
say?
not
to?
Can
coming
I
at
say
you neither,
one
so you
thing?
know. I just respect your answer,
No, no, no,
Ayana.
no. I know, I know. I'm gonna say
Ayana,
this
have you
one
ever
thing, and
bought
then I'm gonna be
tickets?
quiet. I'm gonna be
Ayana, have you
quiet.
ever bought tickets for yourself and him?
No. So,
No, wait,
wait,
wait.
wait.
You've never bought tickets because you go to concerts. So you've
Yeah.
never said, this is a date that I want to take you on and I've already bought the tickets.
Well, tickets for concerts are mad expensive. But
But
I
Wait.
will
if
say
that's
this.
not,
No, no,
if
Oh
no.
that's
yeah,
not,
don't move
if
too
he doesn't
fast.
have
Wait,
She
that
trying to get
wait,
somewhere.
requirement,
No,
wait. I know exactly what you're saying. Hold
Ayana,
on.
no, let her
I know
finish.
what you're
Let her
saying.
The
finish, man. She
question
I
asked you
pay
is,
for
question by
other
question.
things. I'll take us on other dates, but he does make more money than me, so he doesn't care. But sometimes it's like I'll pay for my own ticket and he'll pay for his. We
okay, listen,
put
this is the principle. I'm not
I
asking
get the
about the
principle.
actual financial. That's not my concern. It's the fact that you in your statement, and I heard you clearly, even with the interruptions, you have a selfish spirit when
No,
it
I
comes.
don't.
Wait, let
Wait.
me finish. When it
No,
comes
you
to
can't sit
listen,
here and talk about my character and
no,
my
listen. I'm not
spirit,
gonna
and I've said
let me
three
finish, and
words.
you'll get what I'm
Let her
saying.
critique
It's
you.
not a
No.
bashing. Just hear what
Let
I'm
her critique
saying.
you.
The reason why they're saying that you went financial is because you said it personal. So in that area, you like to go to concerts because I clearly heard you say that over and over and over again. So since you like to go to concerts, would it be out of the realm for you to say, "Hey, baby, so and so in sync is coming, and I want to go see them. I already got us the tickets. Would you like to go? Can you take this day off so you can go?"
Oh,
If
currently,
you
no,
say
I would
that,
absolutely do that. Yeah, I would
right?
pay for it. I pay for a hotel and everything. But
It won't look like these men because you're said that
I
in
understand
front of
that.
these men.
But
It
here's
won't
what I
look
was going
like
to
you're
say
all
really
about
fast.
finances.
Here's what I was going to say really fast. First of all, we're talking about first date questions and the first initial three questions versus like conversation. And we've been talking for a minute. If we've been talking for 2 weeks and I know what your job is, I kind of find that to be a problem. But that's not even what I was going to say.
No,
What I
it's
was
not.
going to say is
my household, like my immediate family, we do stuff. We go out of the country, we do whatever, whatever, whatever. So if I were to bring a bum home, right, just generally, I'm not even talking about like job questions or whatever. If I didn't ever ask this person and I'm kind of just like rocking around and being completely oblivious, I'm like, Mama, I love him. Oh my God, this is my babe, whatever. And I didn't ask the important questions first, then they would look at me like I was freaking stupid because they're like, we raised you better
But
than
that
this.
ain't their
We've given
business.
you more than
That ain't
this.
their business. That ain't their business.
It is their business. I
But
still live at home. I'm 21 years old.
right,
But
but that ain't
my,
their business. If you in a relationship with a whole man, they ain't in a relationship with him. You are. So if
whoa,
they
so
ask you,
it's,
what does he for a
yeah,
living?
no,
That ain't
but
their
I have to
business.
disagree with you. If my parents raised me to a standard, right? And it is now my job to create that standard for myself. In order for me to create that standard for myself, I have to be surrounded by people that can also adhere to that standard. All of my friends have jobs. None of my, I mean, like you have to be around people that uplift you and are gonna encourage you and whatever else. But I kind of just was like, I give up. I do care about money and all the other things that y'all, I don't even care anymore because I like my life and I like the things that I do and I like going out and I like being who I am and I'm not gonna compromise that. Now,
And it's 21. And baby, I got one. Oh, I got one several years older than you. And I'm gonna tell you, that's all fine and
congrats.
good. That's all fine and good. But we, as a parent, and I'm gonna go as a parent because I can auntie you all day long because I'm twice your age.
Okay.
On this side of 40, we don't care as parents if your boyfriend got a job. We care how he treats you. And if he,
And
That's
if he has a
crazy.
job though, I would
That's
hope my
crazy.
mom would care if he had a job.
your
Right.
Yes,
mother
That's
would
being a
that's
care
good
because you
parent.
basic.
gave her
That's stability.
that power in your
But I
life.
care about both though. Like I
Yeah,
care
you
about
don't. It
how he
doesn't have
treats
to be
me.
either or.
Right. I okay, so we're in agreement that it matters how someone takes care, how someone treats you, as well as do they have by themselves their own crap together? Can they make sure that they are okay? I
Exactly.
don't
We're
need
not
that
asking
parent
them to be
validation.
Who said
billionaires. Just have your ish together. That's not
That's
hard. Yeah.
is that are we
You could
agreeing?
be
I think
working at T-Mobile and have your ish together and still
correct.
treat the person right. It has nothing to do. It doesn't have to be either or. That's crazy to
Uh-huh.
say.
Well,
He doesn't
yeah.
have a job.
And
It's how
someone
he treats
someone in
you.
the comments, someone in the
It's
comments said they'll
both.
judge what
What
kind of job. Like I would like the fact that like my friend, and he's an amazing guy, but if they get married, he said he'll change his job. He does activity that is not within the law. Um, but he makes a lot of money. But I wouldn't want to be with someone that had a record, or it doesn't matter how much money you make if it's not in a good way. I'd rather have someone with a below average salary than someone that makes a lot of money but it's not legal.
And
I don't
that's
want
your
to be with someone
and
like
that's a good thing. That's a very good thing because that's your standard. But let me tell you this: you can have a really good guy who has a background, who has his ish together. So while y'all talking about certain parameters, all that can be in one man.
yeah, no. I don't care for a background. That's not me.
So you know what I
well
learned about
I personally don't care about a past, but I've got a like my father works within enforcement, so it kind of I can't really go there. Like it's just not going to work.
No, when I said I don't care for it, I mean I'm not dating someone that has a criminal record. That's the standard. That's not going to
How would you
happen
know that unless you ran his background?
because I know if you have a criminal record or not, and I probably would run your background to make sure you don't have a criminal record. I'm not dating a felon.
Yeah. My
You
my
know,
dad
you
would
got
run
the
the background.
FBI, man, the Female Bureau of Investigations, man.
I'm
You know how
not.
y'all be
Wait, so you
investigating a
can't
lot of
date a
stuff,
criminal background, but we can't ask women they body count. Let me stop.
Sure, you can ask me and I'll
Well,
answer, but I
Kev,
mean
don't even
I'm
open that
not.
can, Kev. Don't even.
I
you
said
can
I
ask
might as
and
well
then
make
have
the.
the
People with a
answer.
record.
Yeah, don't even open that door, bro. Don't open that
Yeah,
door.
no,
You right.
If you
My
can't leave
dad.
the country, I'm not dating you.
my
Don't
stepdad
open that shit,
did a
bro.
check on my
The
mum
past
when
don't
they
matter.
first
Hear
met.
that?
If you can't legally get a passport, I'm not going to
You
be with
can
you.
legally
That's the
get
end
a
of it.
passport as a felon.
Oh
Felons
yeah,
can get
yeah, because
passports.
yeah, if you've got a record in the UK, you can't go to America.
Well, if you got a record in USA, you can still get a passport.
Why are you yelling at me? Like, I feel like you have a lot of hostility towards
she's
me.
not yelling
He
at you.
not
I don't
yelling.
know.
I
It
hope
got
I'm not
really
yelling to you.
hostile. You said
No,
I could
she's
auntie
part of
you
the
all
family now.
day, and
Don't talk to her like that.
I'm not trying to, but I feel like
Wait,
there's a
was I
lot of
yelling?
hostility.
If it's me, I'm so sorry.
No, not you, girl.
Of
I
course
wasn't even
not
talking
you.
about you.
No, but
No.
this is just how women. I know women like her, like my aunts and all that. Like they talk like that. No disrespect, but yeah,
No,
she doesn't mean any harm.
you
Well,
have
no,
to
because if I
understand when
wanted
a
to be
person
disrespectful, I would say with total disrespect. I'm
you
honest.
you
So I'm
you have
gonna,
to
yeah, but
Oh
right
no,
there,
no,
there's
I'm not
wrong.
feeling attacked. I've got a thick skin, but I
No,
feel really
right
bad.
there,
I
I
get really
wasn't trying to be
excited.
disrespectful. So don't get offended, please, because like I said, I'm twice your age. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful at no means. But if you're speaking on something that you have little to no knowledge of, I'm definitely going to help you out.
But how do
And
you know I
in
have no
that,
knowledge of
felons
it?
can get in USA can get passports. They can get them the day they get out of prison. They can get them 20 years from out of prison. In
Okay,
USA, they can.
well,
So
let me
please.
rephrase. I'm not dating someone that cannot vote legally. That's my standard.
Okay, well then again, they can vote because you
Fellas
said
can
in this
vote.
election they just was
you just
allowed to
you just
vote.
digging that hole worse and worse. This is
You digging yourself because
just go
I
Until
to just go to
recently, they
bed.
couldn't vote. If you're a
you go to
felon, you
bed.
cannot vote up
You
until
can
when?
vote. You can. There's an 800 number I can give you right now
I don't need it. I'm not
that
a
you can
felon.
call that'll tell you all
Really?
felons
Don't be
can
trying
vote.
to deflect, man. She just
How
got
about
you,
how
man.
about this? If you don't
I
want
don't
to date
care.
a felon, then don't date a felon.
That's
There's no
that's
problem
but
with that.
don't I mean they were trying to make an excuse for why. So I mean I'm not dating a felon, so I'm straight. I'm good, y'all. We don't need to
Right.
talk
If
about
it's
dating. I'm
not
good.
for somebody, then it's not for somebody. There's literally somebody for everybody. So
Yep.
why force people who don't want that to have it, you know?
well, all she was saying, you don't know whether a good man is going to come from, right? And
That's
Yeah.
true.
that good man could have a background,
Hey,
could be a
Sire, I'm about to
force.
switch you off, my brother.
That's
All
all.
right. All right, bro. Go
Hey,
ahead.
but you know what I found interesting, especially when it comes to vetting. Again, women don't ask valued questions.
They don't.
Here's a here's a question that
And
I
we
ask
just we
women.
just learned that earlier, didn't we?
Hey,
Mhm.
hey, I ask women this question right here. I say, do you want to be with an amateur for 7 days, or do you want to be with a professional for 24 hours? You know what I heard a lot of women say? The fact that women answered and say, I wouldn't be with an amateur, it just blew my mind.
Lie.
You know why? I can tell you why. I can definitely tell you why they
Go
asked
ahead,
that.
centerpiece. I like her, man. I gotta do. I
I'm gonna
gotta
say
do.
it.
I
I'm gonna
gotta do.
say
Go ahead.
why they
No,
said
that's
amateur.
a lie. You picked the
Oh,
professional.
hold
No, you
on,
know
hold on.
why
Go
they
ahead,
said amateur?
centerpiece.
You know why they said amateur? I can go on and give you the perspective. They said amateur because they're Bob the Builder, and most women like projects. Most women like men that they have to piece and play together and match and
Mm.
puzzle because they like the project. They like the man to need and want them. So I would prefer the
Yeah,
amateur
okay.
because he's a sponge and I can feed into him how I want him to be.
And those are the exact women who want to date convicts and bums who have no jobs. That's a project for you if there is one.
And
No, he
so
might
check
have.
this out. The next question would be, I'll ask women this one: are you a wife? And then they would say, what you mean? Am I married? And then I laugh. I'm like,
Well, that was the question. That was the question on my live today. That was the question we posed on my live today. Are you wife material, or do you know how to step into a wife? There's no manuals
Oh, I
for
will
what a
be
woman's
checking you
supposed to
out. I
know
like
how
how
to
you
walk.
talk. I'm checking you out. Oh.
hey, look. And then when I say, are you a wife? And then some women will say, no. I'm like, well, why? What are you dating for?
No intention.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, but you shouldn't.
I'm
I
dating to
always
know
say
their
that. That's why
future.
I stopped dating for like a bit because I think it's pointless. So many people, especially if you're in a city like London, they date just for the sake of it. Like, if you're not looking for your future husband or
Right.
wife, why
Right,
why are
Jess.
you
Right.
dating? You should be looking for your future partner.
Hey, Jess, I thought about it. Then I remember, wasn't you that one that you was? We had like wine and stuff and all on live and stuff. Remember? I think.
What?
I'm trying to see if it was you. 'Cause I remember, then you came up at one point.
Maybe with me. I don't know if it was with me.
Never mind,
She
man.
was up that one night where that guy was saying that he would let his daughter walk around with no clothes on, and cousin was
Okay.
here, and it was this whole thing. I remember that it was like 2 weeks ago because I was coloring.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
it was
That's
that.
why I
It
said
was
I thought I remember then, but she probably got a brain fart or whatever.
yeah. It was that dude that was saying that he would let his daughter walk around in underwear in the house, and that y'all wear
Oh, that dude
speedos.
sound
And
familiar.
yeah. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
it was
right. You
that
was
night.
here, Ayana. Yeah. That's when you
Hmm.
wasn't the op that day. Today you the op, but yeah,
Wow, I'm none of my
I gotta
business.
mess with you.
Hey,
Ah,
hey, fellas. Here's something that I found out too about our women. If you date down, meaning from beauty to looks, you'll find better quality. Check it
Hmm.
out. You'll find
What?
better quality women when you instead of trying to go for a 10, you'll find better quality women because the more education she has, the more money she has, and the least amount of clothes she wears, the less agreeable she is.
Hmm.
Ouch. That's true.
Oh, look, it's a dirty game out here anyway, man. Just play to win. Make sure you ain't out here aimlessly dating. You know what I'm saying? To know what you want and the questions that
I want,
ask, man. You know what I'm
Those are
saying?
the
I
Like,
want
you
to
women
hear
know,
who never
I want
ask
to hear
about the
centerpiece
bag.
take on this, man. I want to
100%.
Keith was
hear.
talking some real shit though. Keith it though, but
Nah,
you
I
know.
wanted to say to Kev, like, honestly, what you said, like, I'm taking it on board. I'm never asking that question again. Like, when I ask it,
Thank
and I
you
never
for
actually,
listening.
like, I never deeped it. When I ask the question, I always like ask it because it's part of the early small talk. Like, you got siblings, what do you do for a living, blah blah blah. But how you explained it and how you guys receive it, like, I will agree. There was in your head, there is like a part of your checking to see if they make enough money, if they make the cut.
Hmm.
I I just asked the question without even realizing
Yeah.
why I was asking that question.
That's what I
Cause
said,
just
and how my man's put it. Like I said, it's not about putting it in that way. And then, like I said, it's just a little, I guess, like a vetting tip or whatever the situation is. I would just say, like, just instead of saying that, just be like, what are you? What's your interest in? That way you can at least try to show your interest by asking his interest instead of just going straight to what do you do for a
Yeah.
living? What do you know? I mean, because
Yeah.
that is like a straight up, and you have 4 men up here say that's a red flag. That's that one, right?
Yeah.
And I
Can
get
I
it.
can I ask you guys and girls as well? Like, because for me, the hobby question, like, what do you like to do in your free time? I hate
That's
that
cool.
question. Like, what would you guys answer to that question? Because to me, I sit there and I go to the gym, I go on a bit of walks, and then
Yeah,
I eat lunch with my friends. That's not hobbies.
yeah. You could say a hobby. I mean, hobby. If you ask a man that hobby, that's another good thing too. Anything but that other question. What do you do for a living and all that? That's like I said. But that. But you was asking what was the hobby thing? You said what about it though?
Like hobbies, as in, like, what do you like to do in your free time?
Yeah, yeah. You said
I
should you
think the
ask that or
hobbies
you was asking
question.
us
But
personally?
then you feel, some people lie. Like, you feel like you have to be like, oh, I like to go running and I do gardening, and I sit there and I'm like, in my free time, I sleep, eat lunch with friends, drink tequila, and go
Facts.
to the gym.
Well, except the tequila part, but yeah, I feel you on the rest of the stuff. Yeah, 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 I feel you.
Yeah,
Like,
and to be
I'm like,
honest, like that really does go to the vetting process because
yeah,
Keith's point, he literally said, if you're trying to go for a 10, who's that baddie look, who always wears designers, you can tell that she's into money. That's literally going to be the first question she asks. But if you
True.
go for a normal
Hmm.
chick and she's really interested in you, that question isn't going to be at the top of her mind. She really will be trying to
See?
get to know who you are. She won't care what
And
you say.
Shia, that's all we saying, Shia. If
wait, can I
that's
ask
if
a
your second
question?
question to me, your second question to me is what do you do for a
Do
living?
for a living, right?
Come on, kid. That's a slant. You know what I mean? Like it's something wrong with you
No, not the
wanting to
living.
know. But yo, very go ahead, go ahead. Who cut me off? Go ahead though. Finish your
I'm
thought.
sorry. I was going to ask Shia when you were saying about, like, how they look in appearance. Just a question, because it's always interesting to see how you come across via picture. Do
Hmm.
I look like I'd be like a kind of gold digger? Because in all honesty, I'm wearing H&M and ASOS in my picture, and my extensions, that's not my actual hair. They're Shein clipping extensions. So,
Mhm. Well, I think that there's a difference between being a gold digger and being high maintenance. You look like you would be high maintenance, like like you probably spend money on yourself to take care of yourself. That's one thing, but being a gold digger is a complete. That's a character flaw.
yeah.
Boy.
And just
That's
talking
kind
to
of
you,
close, but it
she's
is different
looking
though.
at
I get
you.
you though, but dang, like you might as well be a gold digger if you haven't signed up. But I get
No,
it.
because she
Right,
could
I
take care of
get it though. I get
herself.
the
You know.
difference though.
Yeah. No, she sounds and looks like a sweet person.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
because, like,
but
she's
see,
yeah, she's
well,
that's why
smooth
you don't
on
that's
make
her.
why
assumptions,
I was
though.
asking, because, like, with the red lipstick and, like, the pout and stuff, like, obviously it can come across a certain way. But like, in all honesty, like, I'm a bargain hunter. Like, I work for a high brand company, but I don't wear designer. I barely wear the clothes for the company I work for because
I
it's
Well,
just
think
see,
someone
Jess,
expensive.
like you would be like
that's where the
rare.
vetting questions come from,
Right.
right? Because I work next to beautiful bottle girls every night. You know what I'm saying? And you would think by the initial look of them that they're stuck up, snobby, or what have you. And some of them are just some of the sweetest, you know what I mean, down to earth women. You know what I'm saying, that you'll be around. They just taking care of their families, and they so happen to be in the club with me on a night in, night out basis. So it's like it's about that's where the questions come from. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
being intimidated, and just assuming off rip. That's the problem. But I wouldn't, I would
Yeah.
talk to you first to see, okay, if she
Oh, thank
is
you.
she a real human, or is she a Barbie? You know what I mean? Who's plastic
Yeah.
focused, plastic oriented, or
Because
whatever the fuck, credit
the
card or whatever.
Hey,
yeah,
here's
two
what
two
here.
things that I did is, firstly, there's like especially in London, there's like a stereotype that like light skinned mixed race people think that they're better. Um, but I grew up with a white family, so I never knew this. And where I grew up in a white area, Caucasian area, I not aware of this. I was always just like ignored. So then I moved to London, and everyone's like, "You think you're better than me?" And I'm like, I've got so much internalized hatred and racism. Like, I'm so confused right now.
Hmm.
And everyone was like, "You think you're so amazing?" And I'm like, I am barely keeping my stuff together. Like, it really confused me. But because of my color, everyone was like, "You're going to be stuck up. You think you're better." And then I'd come out with like certain jokes and certain comments, and people would be like,
Them
"Oh,
projecting
like,
though.
they'd be like, oh, you're funny, you're open for a light skin." And I'd be like, wait, why is this a thing?
Was
Like,
this,
it really
was this when you
confused
was
me.
younger or something?
No, like, when I went to university in London, so I was like 21.
Oh, it was when you was younger. I was about to say that sounds like some childish young stuff. I was about to say, you hope you still don't listen to
Yeah.
these people, man. Don't be worried about
Yeah,
what
but
they
it's still
saying.
like young adults.
Yeah, they young. It sounds like they still young minded. They still talking about hey and teasing and all the other stuff. That's good. I about to say, yeah, they straight up projecting. Yeah, for sure. They
Well,
feel a
it's the
certain
same
way
with,
about you because you
because like,
probably you must intimidate them in some type of way or whatever, and they come with that projection stuff. Whatever. That's what it
yeah, the
is.
funniest thing is I literally am like a absolute Labrador. Like, if you turn to me and you're like, oh, you look nice, or do you want a chicken nugget? I'm like, best friends for life.
Oh, chicken nugget here itself. But yeah, I feel you on that then. Okay.
Yeah, McDonald's chicken nugget, we love it.
Hey, we can make it happen. Hey, that sounds like. But
I want a McRib
Chicken
in.
nugget day.
I want a McRib in New York because I don't, or America, because I don't know if it's different there, but I always wanted one when I was younger, and then
yeah, you
they
don't
brought
want
it
the
back
one over
here.
here. Yeah, you don't
They
want the
brought
one
it.
over
They
here.
brought
Yeah,
it
you
over
don't want
here,
this
and it's
process. You
awful.
don't want this. So,
That'd be the last McRib you had.
Well, you put worse in your mouth, but you can have that when you come over.
I always
I
wanted
like Center. I like
a
Center.
McRib.
She is funny. I like her.
You know those chicken nuggets are mystery meat, but I guarantee you don't want to solve that mystery, do you?
Yeah,
Whoa.
but the thing is, I'm just like, I hate it. It was like during COVID when people were like, with the vaccines, they're like, you don't know what you're putting in the body, and I'm like, I've seen what you put in your nose at the weekend. Like, you don't know
Oh,
what you're putting
right.
in your body.
Well, you
Right.
know,
And that's the people that would complain about the vaccines.
Yeah, let's start
They
to
would
kind of
go
stay
to
away
they
from
would
that
go
topic
they
because I don't want my stuff getting flagged.
yeah,
But
oh,
yeah.
let's stay
sorry.
away from that.
But yeah, no, it was London is, I don't know if it's
but when it comes
like
to
that
real
in
vetting,
America.
Like bagging stuff,
real vetting
lagging like a
questions,
mug.
I don't think that should be in my bad.
London, like the cities are worse for like diversity acceptance than the countryside in England. I don't know if it's like that here in
Yeah.
America.
Do you think the
So
food's cleaner there in London?
What?
Do you think the food's cleaner there? Like less processed?
No.
No.
nay, nay.
Like, I've got friends in Brooklyn. I've got a year and a half still. I'm going to New York for my 30th. I cannot wait.
That's gonna be so fun for you.
So let me squeeze some people's in real quick, y'all. So back, I want you to finish real quick, and I'm gonna get my boy Cousins in, and then see if Lovely want to say something. And then in a minute, soon, I'm gonna be start putting my minds to work because I'm about to go lay down. I know if Cousins in here, I know I'm late for bed.
Yeah, but all I was just saying, bro, was just like I agree with you totally, bro. It's like we all know the game that we dealing with in dating. You know what I'm saying? Like to initially like ask a man what does he do for a living and stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's not necessarily vetting. You know what I'm saying to me, and it's a red flag. You know what I'm saying? Because as men, when we think of y'all ladies for real, we're not thinking about you know what I mean? I wonder what kind of car she drive. You know what I'm saying? Where she work at. We not coming at you with those questions like that for real, like y'all coming at us with that. You know what I mean? So I just think, like my healthy question, I'm gonna ask you, like, can you cook? I'm gonna be like, can you cook, man? You know what I'm saying? Because that's very important if we're gonna endeavor further. You know what I'm saying? But
That's
me
just on the
asking you
same level of what she asked. So you cook. If I say no, then what? How are you going to make? How are you going to feel about me after?
if you can't cook,
If
look,
you
'cause I
can't
don't know if
cook,
you were
that's
here
on me.
for a centerpiece, but I told her, look, my best friend is an air fryer. So if you can't cook, then you know what I'm saying. What we ain't walking forward. We can't walk any further. You know what I'm saying? But that's important. That's different than money though to me.
But
Right?
to
So,
me, that
Yeah, he
would
by
open
himself
up
with that one. I'm not with that one. But
to
yeah, him.
say, can we cook? Can
if
we
you
cook
can't cook,
together?
man, well go ahead, centerpiece. My bad,
I
dear
was
thing.
going to say that would be a follow up question to me to say, well, can we cook together? And can we not? Can we wear aprons with nothing? Can we cook together?
Ooh,
Talk that shit though.
Oh,
Talk that
ooh.
shit.
That's how we would do that.
nah,
Because if
I
I
like
can't
that.
cook, if I
She
can't
I
about to
like
cook,
be a
that
mod
counter
in a minute. Y'all
centerpiece. You
better
ain't had
chill
to
out
do
there.
that
No,
though,
I'm fucking with
centerpiece. You ain't
I'm
had to
just
hit me with the
saying.
counter.
I'm just saying the swag come different when you got a grown ass woman. I'm
That
not
though.
asking you about your
That's a
career.
fact.
I'm trying to make
that.
money.
Yeah.
Who
As soon as she
disconnected
said,
me?
aprons with nothing, she had
It
me.
didn't even start up. It was like it was rotating in the box. It didn't even start. No.
Oh, my bad,
Yeah,
Kev.
I thought you
Hey.
disconnected yourself. What's up, Jay?
No, Kev, I just came up here to speak to my slut. I have the flu.
Oh, I
Hi,
remember.
Jess.
I
Hi,
remember, right? That's why I said I
hi,
knew
hi,
I
love
remember,
it. hi,
right? She
girly.
tried to act like she ain't know me today. That's all it was, though. But it's cool. He said, "I don't remember putting my camera on," and I'm like, "Dog, okay, here we go, James. Don't you remember? Wasn't she the one that put the camera on that day and stuff?" And I think I was.
Yes. And she's
Yeah, it
very
was drinking and all
pretty.
that other stuff. Now she talking about, I don't remember. Yeah,
Yeah, because Tone came up here, Petty came up here, and she
yeah,
called me her slut. And I
a slut,
accepted.
a
I
slut.
remember it. I
Right?
remember that.
Yeah. Thank you for
My
reminding me.
girl.
Right. She tried to act like I ain't know. Got me over here looking crazy and stuff,
No,
man.
no, no. I
Yeah, yeah,
remember
yeah,
certain
yeah,
things,
yeah.
but I remember calling her my slut.
Yeah, I remember that too.
Yo, so funny, man.
Sure.
Because she
So
smashed
you
the
just cherry
accent.
picking with me.
I'm having a little.
So
I
let me
have. I
stop.
have selective memory in it.
I see. I see. I see. I see. All right, let me get. I gotta mess with you. I gotta mess with you. I about to say, I remember we had a nice time that night, and I think that was when Ayana said that was that time we was talking about cause it was that dude that was saying about what he wear. Oh yeah, cause I think cousins was in here too. I think so
Yeah, I
because
was
we was
there.
talking about with the dude if you would you wear your clothes in front of your
Yes.
Yep.
No, I
yeah I
got it now.
remember
Yeah.
that
And I said that, and
man.
we all went in and we were like, nah, that's just
Cause I was
weird.
playing in the video game and all that other stuff. I remember hearing y'all. Yeah, I remember that. Okay. I just make sure. Reminiscing, y'all. My bad,
Yeah.
live. My bad, live, y'all. I know y'all don't know what we talking about. We just reminiscing.
Reminisce on the love we had.
Hey,
So, let me. First of all, what's happening, everybody? I've been
yeah,
listening. What's
cuz.
going
What's
on?
up, bro?
What's happening? What's
What's
happening?
up,
What's
dude?
happening? Hope everybody cool. Everybody cool. I've been listening for a minute. Um, you know, I just want to. I think that there is some context that needs to be applied in those conversations of vetting. It's not always just one size fits all, right? And sometimes I think we have to understand the intentions. And like if you ask as a woman, if you ask somebody, I think the point was made, if you ask about their finances, is going to be taken wrong, right? Well, that just depends on how you ask that.
Mm-hmm.
And it also depends on how that conversation was going in the first place, right? So, like, if you're talking about it's something like it applies to whatever's going on, and that's their career, and then you ask them what their career, it goes in the conversation. It wouldn't be taken as, oh, she gold digging. But if y'all talking about, I don't know, man, this is some good tasting coffee or something, and yeah, what do you do for a living? Just out of nowhere, then all of a sudden you look suspect, right? Because the context is wrong. Like, why are you asking me about how much money I make when we wasn't talking about money? So that would be a reason, or an instance, right? Because let's be honest, the majority of people don't know how to small talk, and what you
Amen.
do for a living comes out of your mouth almost naturally, because that's one of the icebreakers, right? And
Right.
so if you're a man
Yeah.
and some woman just automatically or just talking and it's okay, so what do you do for a living? And you automatically take it, oh, is she a gold digger? You paranoid, homie, and you need to check yourself because you projecting too, right? We got to be real and be honest. Like, this is probably I don't have nothing else to say, so let me ask this question. And sometimes we have to go beyond, we got to go higher than the low hanging fruit, right? And we got to look past that. If you have a question about it, then as a man, you ask, well, why did you ask me that? If it's really concerning. And then she'll give you the insight behind it. And then now you go, okay, cool. Or she's going to give you some shallow ass answer. And then you know for sure, like, yeah, okay, you looking at my pocketbook. Now you know how to roll with it. You get me? So I'm just saying, I think we all need some context when we're talking about this stuff. Because you hear a lot of times, well, that's a red flag. It's only a red flag if it comes in a red flag area. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I
It's
Wait,
think,
well said, bro. It's well said for
cousin,
real.
yeah,
can
yeah,
I ask you,
I'm tired of
like,
cousin
because I
balance heads up,
wait,
man. Sorry, I'm talking to
because I got a message. I got a message the other day, and I want to ask him if, because he said something about projecting. I want to see if it
yeah,
was me projecting a bit. So it was literally match on Hinge, like literally 2-3 messages in, and how he worded it is, "How long has your fine self been single?" And automatically, I
right,
was like, "Well, why do you need to know that?" Like 3 messages in.
right. Well, I'm gonna tell you like this
yeah,
now.
balance that one.
But I've
Right.
also been single for quite a bit. So am I projecting?
But no, here's the first thing, right? So the first thing is dating apps are like cans of courage. People say shit in dating app messages that they would never say to your face. I promise you. That's off top.
That's
So
a fact.
so that three messages in, he would have probably said that, or probably like 10 messages out in real life. You get me? But since it's on message in a dating app, I feel free, I feel emboldened, I can say what I want to say right now. And if we're gonna be honest, he's trying to figure out how many dudes you are aligned with, right? Because
But also,
here's
he could be asking that. He also could be asking that, and he could have actually asked it in a different context. How long have you been on the app, or how has the app been treating you? Is better questions, because
Yeah, what up?
you're more in
That's my
tune
secret
with
weapon,
your
cuz you
goals.
don't know her.
no.
You're more in tune
Balance your balance.
No, that's good because that's what it is, right?
you
But
can
but I
answer
but
those more so than you'll say, because what you were triggered by is him saying, "Oh, how long have your sexy self been on this app?" So one, you're looking like, dude, you don't even know me to be coming at me with the sexy stuff. So that was a little weird for you. But also, ladies, you're not obligated to answer their questions like men are obligated to answer yours. So you didn't even get offended
right.
by that. You could have just pivoted to something else.
Exactly. Because one question that nobody has asked, everybody keeps saying, what do you do for a living? But nobody has said, how do you live?
Can you pray?
How do
That's my question. Can you pray?
But see,
Hey.
here's the thing too, right? What if okay, but see now, and here's now from a man's perspective, right? If you ask me if I pray and I say no, right? Let's say I really, you know what? I'm spiritual. I'm not religious. I know we hear that all the time, right? I'm spiritual. I'm not religious. So I don't really, I don't do that. Okay, cool. So now you make a judgment on that, right?
No,
And as
but
a man,
you just volleyed the ball back to me to ask.
right?
So what does that mean for you in your life? And now we
Right,
can
but
have a
it's
dialogue.
exactly. That is what good conversation does. But you know, the people that are complaining about this type of thing,
Don't have
that's
the
where it stops.
dialogue.
Right. And that's where those type of questions are where it stops because they don't know how to answer those sensitive
How about think
questions
past surface?
without.
Think past surface. How
Right.
about that?
That's it. That's it. And that's the
And
whole
that
point.
that type of quality just comes with maturity. I won't even say age, it comes with maturity and having experience with talking to people and understanding the different dynamics with people.
Mm-hmm.
Because not everyone is interested in getting to know people. You can tell if someone has ulterior motives right off the rip. And that's usually indicative of young people, not necessarily all the time, but it is indicative. Even though I could be considered young, I still see that a lot.
Well, you know what? You said a good. I mean, you said maturity, and I would agree. I think that, but really, what it is wisdom, and wisdom comes from practical application, right? Everybody always says you don't have to be old to have wise. You don't have to. No, you have to experience things to get wisdom. You can have knowledge, right, of things, but how you apply it, it comes from the idiosyncrasies of doing it,
But
and those
having
things
knowledge
in a
can mean you're a big
conversation.
dummy too.
Right, but in conversation, you can be wise in conversation, or you can just be knowledgeable. Like people know the right answers, and you can say it, but then it comes off wrong because you don't know how to apply it correctly. Right, that is
Yeah.
where that knowledge or that experience in conversation, like you said, which I think could be translated to maturity, because that's maturation, right? It goes
Mm-hmm.
through it's so. I guess that could be a good word to that. I think I would agree with that description.
I would
Uh,
also say genuine desire for connection because a lot of the times when you're genuinely vibing with somebody, it just flows. You're not thinking about what questions am I asking and how is this coming off because the chemistry just allows it to flow naturally.
Right, right. But then again, if you're not used to it, a lot of people they get nervous and then the words get twisted up and then they start coming out wrong because they don't, you know what I mean? Because they was feeling them too much, and that comes from, like what you said, inexperience, or you know what I mean? They're really not mature with handling it.
Well, I'm
And
gonna ask this: how many women on the panel know how to put a man in a safe space for him to even want to talk to you on a different level?
I do.
Ooh. Well, you
But
talk. Well, I know a couple
sir,
of my mods
Saint,
already
you
know,
you
but
got to come to my live, Saint. You got to come to my live, Saint. I found you. You're
go to
you're
bed. Go
you're
to
like
bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Y'all can call me at any time because I'm going to ask the different questions, and I can tell you what my profession is, and you'll understand why I'm able to maneuver the way I'm able to maneuver. My actual day to day is I'm an HR director.
right,
So I ask all of these questions. I ask all of the unorthodox questions to the execs and to whoever I'm hiring because I want to know. I don't ask what's on black and white. I ask the questions that you would not, that would throw you off, that would make you have to think a little bit. So that's why I can ask all the different perspectives and the different questions because some women just feel like because y'all are women and y'all got a vagina, that a man is just supposed to comply. And that's not what it is.
but let me
Hey.
ask you this though, right?
Well, are you
Do
directing
you
it at
think?
us? Like, should we
But
answer?
do you think though, honestly, as an HR person, right? Do you
I
think
think it was
that it is?
rhetorical.
No,
Okay.
It wasn't. It
yeah,
actually wasn't. But go ahead, fella.
but do you think that it is actually wise for women to ask about professions?
I don't think it's a question that needs to be from day one. And I do agree with him on you don't have to ask on day one. But I also said the perspective earlier, I don't know if you were in here, but you don't have to ask a man about his career and what his occupation is because what he do for a living is pay his bills. What his occupation is has nothing to do with his character and how he's going to treat you and talk to you or anything else that has to go on in his life. He's at that job sometimes just for a 9 to 5 to make ends meet. And so, therefore, you should not judge him on that particular job because you can have the best man in the world that is working at Chick-fil-A.
Right. So let me. Okay. So now let's go to the higher branches
That's
because
good. That's
that was
good.
so
No,
that was
that's
so that
true.
was hold on. That was the low hanging question. Now let's move up because in this society, most men, most men, right? Not all, but most of us coming from a man hang our worth on our profession. We hang our identity a lot of times in that said profession or what we're trying to do, what our goals are, what our dreams are, what we're trying to be. So, what we do is we hang a lot of our life on that. So, I would argue that how he answers that question shows his character. You can't judge him on the profession, you judge him on how he answers it. So if that's the case, that would be a valid question, wouldn't you think?
It would be a valid question, but I also want you to know that, like I said this in the comments while they were speaking on this, is some men lead with their profession. Some men lead, oh, I'm the executive director of maintenance and slots. All you do is push a broom. So you got
Yeah, but like
qualifications.
for example, like
And
you could like even title doesn't mean anything. Like you could be an exec or like a junior manager or a manager, and you're making a certain amount in a company, and you've got a good corporate job. You could be a tube, like a subway driver in the UK. They make more than quite a lot of us in London.
Yeah, and I
So like
think the general
a
consensus.
tube driver in
but here's the
London
thing though, because here's
makes
the
double
thing,
my
right?
salary.
Because here's the thing. Let me just break it down like this. For idealistically, she is correct, right? Everything that you have said is correct. Okay, we should not be even talking about the careers and all of that stuff on the first. That shouldn't even that. But realistically, right? As far as from a man, I'm telling you how we think. You will get, ladies. Y'all can say it. Y'all get mad. You can disagree if you want to, but you will get more information from a man talking about things of finance or that type of shit than you will asking about his hobbies. I promise you, because men are 9 times out of 10 not going to tell you all of the things that they're interested in because we automatically think that those things are going to make us look weak or those things make us look nerdy. If a dude sits in his basement and paints figurines all night for damn Dungeons and Dragons, that's his hobby. And you ask
I
him
was
that on a
never
date,
us though.
he is not. I'm just using this as an example. It's not
I
for
can see what
everybody to
you getting
understand.
to about
It
that. I
is not.
see.
He is not going to tell you. I promise you this.
I get you
Okay.
though.
And what he's going to do is he's going to try to embellish and make a lie because he wants to make himself feel better. And if
You
he
talking
is
about the average guy? I get you on that. You saying the
exactly,
average
I'm
guy
saying
though,
the
because
majority of
I'm not
men
gonna
that
do
you
that.
run
Not now. I'm
across,
going with my hobbies.
right
But that's true
now,
though.
right, yeah, the men who got it together, you ain't got to do all this, okay? But we ain't talking about
Yeah.
them because they got it together. But I'm saying
Yeah.
the average guy that you probably run into, okay, 60% of men, okay, out of 100, six out of 10 is probably, if you ask them their hobbies are probably something that they are embarrassed about, and
I agree.
they're not going to say it to you in a way that is truthful,
They just
okay?
gonna
They're
mention
gonna,
workout and basketball. That's probably all they're gonna say.
right, or it's
Yeah,
going to
that's the
put them
thing.
in a
Like,
defensive.
And it's
It's going
really
to put them
video
in a
games.
defensive thing. If you
it's
ask
like
them
for
about
me.
their money, and if they make money, they're gonna be proud. Watch how they just open up like a damn river.
That
Everything is
I
gonna
agree.
blah
I
blah blah
agree.
blah blah
Wait,
blah
I
blah.
agree
It's
to a
just
certain
gonna
can
extent.
blow.
I
So
also
yeah,
admit something? Like when it comes to the hobby thing, if someone asks me, I dread it because like the things I get up to in my spare time, like going to the gym, eating out with friends, like napping, like they're not actual hobbies. Are things like doing a
And
sport or
you need to be honest
like
and say, I don't
a
have one.
charity, and I feel like I don't actually have a legit hobby.
Then say,
So
I
when
don't
someone
have
asks
one.
when
Then
when
just
someone
say,
asks me, yeah, but
just say,
I feel like that's even worse. I feel like you've got to make something up.
no, you don't. Just be honest and say, I don't. Actually, you know what? I don't have a hobby. But that's something I'm probably looking into adding to my life at a later time. Be honest.
But
Yeah,
here's the thing, it's like all those answers, it just sounds so interviewy, question answer interviewy, and it never has to necessarily be that. Like I
It
said, when
doesn't.
you're
You
truly
don't have to.
interested in someone, it flows. You don't have to think so much. And I think when you do think so much, that's what messes it up.
yeah.
Kev, which question are we
Why
on?
are you being impressive?
No
Just
question.
be yourself.
Oh,
If you don't
can
have
I
a hobby,
Exactly.
answer
It
the
could be so easy.
questions?
All right.
Well, that's why I keep deleting. And I dated someone last year, not from an app, like I met him naturally, but that was when I was talking about my friend Amy saying it's not right. I ended it with him not because he wasn't the right person, not because he didn't tick all the fake on the paper boxes, but it was because I wasn't my complete self with him. I changed who I was to try and be the girl that I thought he wanted, and kind of started getting into that mindset of I'd rather have someone than no one, which isn't the right mindset to have.
Which is what I said earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's get this going now. We're gonna get it now the panel is yeah, so this is interesting, very interesting. I like it, I like it, I like it. So we gonna get to the topic now. 'Cause I forgot. Because I'm gonna be off. Well, let me see. I might do the same thing I did yesterday. If y'all wanna do that, I don't know. I see y'all had a nice little bit of time while I was sleeping. No, don't leave, London. Oh, don't run, not lovely. I ain't not talking about. But yeah, if y'all want to do the same thing
Some
like
sounds.
before, y'all was holding the live down while I was, cause I'm actually giving a little bit of time. But if y'all want to do that till it's shut down, cause like I said, y'all got to hit them lights and stuff, and it might not shut down early. But to get, we gonna get this topic going though. And we start with Jane, and then I'm gonna get. Let's see. I'm trying to think of the. Oh, dang! Everybody about new on this though. I thought about that.
I was hoping we was on the last one.
Nope. What's the last one?
Oh, mama's boy bad, daddy's girl good. Why the double standard? I was hoping we was on that one.
Go
That's
ahead.
why I
Go ahead. Go
asked.
ahead. Start. You can go from the bottom to the top then.
It
And
can.
then
Can I go last?
not you go last.
I will go last. I'm muting.
All right. Who wanna go first?
What's the topic?
So Mama's boy.
Ooh, okay.
Mama boy bad, daddy's girl good. Why the double standard? Well, you the only one unmuted, so I'm gonna have to go. Oh wait. His cousin went. Oh, his
Oh
cousin.
no, no, no.
No,
I'll go
no, no.
last.
You messed up. I sound talking to
I mean, because if you want to get the correct answer, I'll go last. No, I'm just
Ah,
saying.
come on.
In the words of Clint, I
I'm
only say that
tired of
because
you,
that
Mr.
fool.
Print, with that.
Yeah, that fool be saying that shit all the time.
He be right. He be cracking me up with that. He
But
was here
nah,
early.
yeah.
Cause you
Go
write
ahead.
the right answer and pick.
I know, right? And then be
I'll go
wrong.
behind him. I'll go behind him for the right
I
answer.
mean, if don't nobody want to go, I'll go.
Longer than wrong.
You
Y'all don't
know.
want me to start this shit.
But
Y'all
before
say,
you
Uh-oh.
go, baby, I'm gonna dip. So it's nice talking to you guys. Hope you
All right,
enjoy
for
your
sure.
night.
Appreciate you, yo.
Goodbye.
man.
Good night.
Sorry, Kev.
Oh, he breathing hard. Watch out, y'all. It's like, no. But all right. Go ahead, Warlock. You can go ahead and start
I
off,
thought you
and
was gonna
then
call a fucking order. Let me say this much. Here's why the double fucking standard. Because when a boy is a mama's boy, he's looked on as being fucking weak. Whether people want to acknowledge it or not, when you're a daddy's girl, daddies are known for discipline and guidance. That's why it's looked upon as being bad, because a mama's boy, oh, he a weak motherfucker. He does that and the other. He act just like a fucking woman. But a daddy's girl usually has some type of discipline, has some type of focus, and knows how to handle herself as a young lady, because not only do the daddies usually teach that discipline and guidance, he also shows her what type of man is supposed to be a gentleman. So she has this type of discipline that that quote unquote mama's boys don't, because whether y'all want to admit it or not, mamas aren't known for discipline. They're not known for guidance. They're known to teach a person how to be nice, how to treat somebody. They're not known for what men quote unquote are supposed to be known for. Now, people can deny that shit all they want. That's fine. But tell me how I lied about the whole ordeal.
well, you
Because my shit is
lied.
short. I'm done.
Okay. All right. Starting off with Warlock and a little bit centerpiece, the new fan about to come in a minute. Oh, and then we got I'm gonna go straight down, and then we're gonna go to Jay and then get cousin last. I don't know. I think Jane's phone must have died or something. Unalive. Oops, love it. I don't know what she goes. She wanted to answer this though. She might have missed her turn. Oh, go ahead, centerpiece. Yeah.
Okay, so I can agree with him because I'm a daddy's girl. I'm also an only child. So I can tell you, but I also have 6 uncles, a dad, a granddad, and no auntie. Well, my uncles' flavors of the whatever are not considered my aunties, because if you're not married to my uncles, you're not my auntie. But I can really, really vouch for the male perspective that they instilled in me. But I can also say this: when I'm dealing with a man and he has mommy issues, I wouldn't consider him a mama's boy. I just would always say the hole in his heart is the size of his mother. And
Mm.
and the reason I say that is because he's looking for something to fill that hole, and it may be within you. So the qualities that he's searching for his mother to be is what he found in you. But you have to put him in a safe space for him to give you that trauma, because he will tell you why he feels like he needs to cling or cleave to his mother. So that's what puts him in the perspective of being a mama's boy. Now, I have dealt with a mama's boy. Only part I did not like is he allowed his mother to interject in his thoughts and his movements in our relationship. That's when I don't like the mama's boy, because I feel like mothers or sons don't know how to give their mothers boundaries when it comes to the matters of their relationship, because they feel like they are now friends and can tell their mother what's going on in their relationship to get advice, because that solidifies the lacking she did as a mother in his life. So now he clings to her for advice. Mama, Sarah did da 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 da. What should I do? Well, you're doing that and automatically giving your mother space in your relationship, because the advice she gives does not have to be helpful in your relationship. So that's why I have a problem with mama's boys. I don't care that you love your mama and you respect your mama and you treat your mama with respect, but I just would love you to have boundaries with your mother when it comes to matters of your relationship or your marriage.
Mm. Hey, who dropped away before they turn? Who was it? Dang, I forgot the name that was
Yeah,
on there.
like I said, I'm sorry, my dude. I apologize.
Wait, what happened?
I said I apologize.
Oh man.
No, you know when I usually come up on a panel, motherfuckers go from 8 to like 3 or 5 people.
You stupid. Get out of here.
I don't know, but I apologize. My bad.
Let's get Jay in.
So peace to the whole, peace to
What's
the
up?
panel, man. Based off the question, I'm gonna say I was a mama's boy, but I think the elements that Warlock spoke on, like learning how to etiquette, if you will, with a woman. Like my mother was the type to, if I walk in the door before, she'll wait at that door until I come back and hold the door for her. So I learned those type things. Um, Communicating, I think her and I had. Now I think it was also. Um, Not necessarily a bad thing, but there were things that she didn't and probably wasn't able to expose me to. My father was present, but he was, if you will, a provider. He wasn't vocal. So if I learned anything from him, I watched. And the lessons I gained from him are both good and bad. So with that being said, she shielded us from the streets because that's where she grew up at, like an hour, maybe 2 hours away from her. My uncles, they were pretty tough. So I didn't get certain things that I had to go out and kind of gather on my own. In the end, I think what she realized was that, and I'll land my plane with this. I think what she realized was that. She shielded me from a lot. However, instead of giving me my father's last name, she'll say that I'm of her bloodline because I act just like them. I think I just didn't have a chance to fully explore it because she kept me away from it, and maybe that was a good or bad thing. I'm not sure because at the state I am now, I'm very thankful for the mindset that I have. Matter of fact, I'm blessed. With that, I'll land.
Okay. Just what you got for me.
Hey, um, Yeah, I'm a mama's girl.
What the?
Yeah,
Never
single
heard
mum.
that.
And what he was saying about like having to, sometimes you have to like acknowledge it and kind of learn from it. I'm still unteaching myself certain things. But for a long time, until I was literally like 22, my mum made pretty much all the big decisions in my life. I wouldn't make a move without her permission, pretty much. Um, and then I went into therapy. I thought it was all because I never knew my dad. And then the therapist told me, because I was a mama's girl, that my mum overcompensated. So she made all the decisions for me so that I didn't have to. And it stunted my growth as a person because I don't know who I am, and I never made my own decisions because she controlled everything. And he described it as, you're a flower with a bucket with holes in it, and you're getting enough water and you're getting enough sunlight to survive, but she's the bucket and you're not growing as a person because she controlled my finances, everything, at 22 still. And I had to go through therapy to realise that she had a lot of control and I allowed it. And even now I'm still unteaching and I'm still going through that process with my mum. Like, she's still got certain aspects of control on me, and I still have to try and work through that and process it and push back and talk through it as an adult. And I'm 28 and I still have to work through it.
Oh, you little baby. You a little baby. So no, I'll say that to people that's in their 20s still. All
No,
right, so
I am, like, my friends saying to me, they're like, how do you let your mum still have so much control? Because you're a grown ass woman and you don't even live under the same roof, but you still allow her to have so much control over your life and your decisions.
I want to add this to on there because I notice a lot of everybody getting their personals right, and it's cool. Y'all can put their personals in there, but I do
Sorry,
want y'all to.
I
I
was
want
saying
y'all
it
to.
as an example. Yeah,
Yeah, I
like,
want y'all to answer it in a way of why is it like this, right? The topic is basically, and this a general view of why is mama's boy bad and daddy's girl is good, and why the double standard.
exactly what Jay said. Mama's boy is seen as a weakness. It's seen
Okay.
as, like, and also as well, I feel like even as an adult, if you date a mama's boy and you date a daddy's girl, how people act in the relationship, there's more sort of cons and issues. Like, when boys like put the, like, you should always like put your mum first, I think, anyway, but like, mummies boys kind of disregard their partners sometimes and go off what the mum says, even if the mum's opinion is biased, while as daddy's girls dads kind of protect them, so they'll let the partner in, but if the partner messes up, it's worse if you break up, but in an actual relationship, being with a mama's boy is worse than being with a daddy's girl.
And just to add to what the whole saying, you're absolutely right, because there's different type of mamas, boys, and daddies, girls. So it's hard to answer it generally, because I've seen some mama boys, but they don't seem like it, but they are, and they really are.
But it's some mamas that shadow
How
their
daddy's girls, mostly
it's
how
some
daddy's
mamas.
girls behave is they're reliant on their partners, and they expect to have everything their way and be treated as a princess because they're a daddy's girl and they're used to getting everything their way. But daddy's girls kind of lean into their partner and expect to have a partner that does everything for them, while as mummy's boys also expect that, but it's seen as a weakness with men, whereas it's not seen as a weakness with women.
So all right, let me get before we do open panel, right? Let me just get cuz and then we can do open panel after that. And then I need some of my mods to come up here now. It's almost about to be that
No,
time,
right?
boy.
I think Warlock said it best. I mean, he put the groundwork down. I think everybody is correct. You know, it's just in different facets of it. I don't think that it's one type of mama's boy or daddy's girl. There's that type of daddy's girl that gets everything and gets spoiled, but then there's also the daddy's girl that had to run the house. You know, like she was the one cooking. She was the one doing everything for the dad type of thing. He was out working. She was making sure the house was run. So it's not necessarily a spoiled type of daddy's girl. It is she is responsible. You know, she's been running the house since 10 and type shit like that, right? So you have that type of. But normally speaking, when you have a mama's boy, that term was when mama was the priority over everything. And when you are in a dating situation or a marriage and your mama is over everything, it's a problem. Period. Like that's just it is what it is. Like we can sit up here and candy coat shit, but you let your mama run your marriage, it's all bad. A daddy's girl, the dad still don't run their marriage. You see what I'm saying? Like he is. I gave her away at the wedding, and now you got to, you know what I mean. So it's a different dynamic. And then as Warlock said, it's in our society, it has been deemed weak to be as a man. If you act like a woman, that's weak. A woman who is a tomboy, don't no dude care if she cute enough. Like we don't look at that thing. We don't look at it the same. So from a man's perspective, you know, you can like we just look at the woman for hey, if I'm attracted to her, I'm gonna rock with her. If she act like I need her to act, or if we get along, I'm rocking with her. That's it. But men get put on a different magnifying glass, and so when you are perceived as anything other than a man, that's considered a weakness. And so, mama's boy, yeah, that don't work. You know what I mean? So I think that's the reason why it's the stigma. And all of the nuances everybody already said, I think is correct. So that's just to add to it.
So I want to say, and I got to get Eric again, then we gonna open panel because Eric just came up here. But with the you said about that the fathers. Hold up, because I don't know if I agree with that one. You said that the fathers don't really basically like do the same thing mama's boys do, except for the as in a relationship. You saying they kind of mind their business or something? You saying? I mean, I'm trying to see how you worded it. I forgot you went too far.
Right. So like
I'm about to say fathers one of the main
if
ones
you
that
were a
be
mama's
doing.
boy, no, but the father is not in your house. The father's not up in there telling, you know, hey, you need to do this. Hey, you need to do that. I'm over here every Saturday trying to, why your bed sheets? Why you ain't watch this? Why
I
you
get
ain't,
you. I
why
get
she
you.
ain't doing this? You know, she need to be doing that. You know why she ain't did this? That's what mama boys, you know what I mean? Like they let their mom have that influence on everything. You know what I'm
I
saying?
get
To the
that
point
though.
where it gets, yeah. And dads don't do that. We kind of step out the shit. We just throw threats. Hey, look here, man. You know
Yeah, that's
what's
what I
gonna
was about
happen
to
to him.
get to. That's what I
You
was
know we're
thinking
gonna have
about
this
the threat
conversation.
part.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's how
okay.
we do.
Okay,
Yeah, but
okay, I
then we
get
let it
what you
go.
mean.
We just wait.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, because I was about to say that I'm like the dads do something, but you got to the point. Yeah, it's like they do more of the threats and all that stuff. The mama just put her nose in there. Okay, yeah, that was a good one. I like that. I like that. That was good. Eric, what you got for me? And then
No.
and then I'm open panel.
What's the first topic? How would you?
No, we had mama's boys. Mama, that's what you paying
Okay.
attention to what we were saying up here.
Yeah, I heard the mama boy part. I didn't hear the first two. Yeah,
Yeah.
till I just came in on mama boy
Okay, I
part.
got you.
I can.
So we had the last one. We going backwards now. Yeah, because
Okay.
in a minute I'm about to leave my Mars to it,
No
and
problem. Mama
you know.
boy.
And
Yeah.
then, let me say this too before we go do that though. Is that if we doing the same thing like like yesterday, um, yeah, like I said, just keep tapping it, and that's be the slower it may not shut down. Hopefully not. But also if like y'all hear people that might say some words that might just make sure y'all check on that. Make sure, I mean, if y'all, cause y'all got the dropping power, y'all got all that stuff. Make sure nobody don't say the wrong words and stuff to try to get my page towed up. Even though I know y'all been on it anyway, but I been people being slick nowadays. And then I heard my junk jump like crazy last night, so I really ain't seen nothing. But yeah, go ahead, Eric, and then open
Well,
panel.
I understand mama boy, but I was more like a grandma boy because my grandma took me from my mom. So in a way, it's like she was definitely bossy. She in good ways and bad because she lost her son, so she treated me more like a trophy. And when it comes to women, she always told me I can get a girlfriend, but she nitpick any girl I was around. And she also had my money, of course. So I felt I had to follow orders to do things. And crazy part about it, she always told me this is the killer part about it. She always told me to be honest with her about everything, right? But my granddaddy, my step granddaddy, I got a whooping from him for telling her too much. So it's like I lose for losing. But everybody always saw me as a favorite child because I was the first grandchild, and I was my grandma first after my father passed. So it was kind of hard for me to be me without being judged for certain things. Then when I wanted to do things, she always used my disability and say, "Well, you can't do this, you can't do that." So she give me the power, but then she took it away. So it was, and then one time I actually decided to move in with a girl, right? I had to ask my own grandma for my money just to move. I said that's the last time I'm ever do that one, because you see, it didn't even worked out. So yeah, I felt that before. She did it for good reasons and bad reasons. She missed her son. My mom was there, but after my mom got better, she did not want me to spend no Thanksgivings with my mom.
Mm-mm.
Like that's crazy. But they passed away, so I kind of the late bloomer right now too. So I kind of fit all those categories in a way.
Yeah. All right, y'all. So I don't know
So I
who will
get it.
go. Okay. Yeah, I hear you. But I don't know who gonna be
I learned how
between
to be a gentleman and everything though, so I know how to open up doors and all the other stuff. So I did learn that from her.
Eric, man. You hear me talking, man. Uh,
I'm sorry.
but between whoever like Lovely or y'all, I was about to say it's about that time for me. So for the whole room, I appreciate y'all. I'm just gonna be on the screen, and then if this live shutdown is gonna shut down, but my mind's gonna be trying to run this for the rest of the night. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Love all y'all, man. Remember that. If nobody else told you, I said it. And I'll catch y'all later though. Yeah, good night.
Good night.
Appreciate the homie.
Love you guys.
We don't put gas in the tank before it's over. We
Yeah,
return
I
it.
won't be on here
Yeah,
long, but I
put
know
some gas in
cousin.
that tank, right? That is funny, right?
We just got to keep tapping the screen, like Kev said earlier, as much as we could. We let it go a long time last night, cousin.
Oh
But
yeah.
I kind of wanted to speak on the mama's boy and the daddy's girl, and I think what you were saying, cousin, reminded me of and I think it ties into his original question: the can family break up the love you have for someone? Because let's say you get a mama's boy that's married to a daddy's girl, it's like you've got that good and that bad, and it's like they're gonna be that, I guess, that inner battle between different different
I can relate to that.
yeah, like
My
different
best friend, like
partnerships.
my bad. I can relate to that because my best friend, I'd have asked her daddy he gave me the freedom to marry her. She didn't want me to, while at the same time she spoiled from him because everything she did, he got spoiled. While my grandma was a mom boy, they didn't want me around her, but she's the first girl I ever told no to my grandma. So it's like it won as far as me standing my ground, but it sucked because I never ended up with the woman. So
It's,
it's and we best friends though. We best friends though. So that's the crazy part about it. And I always joke with her and say, "See, you won't have these problems if you marry me for all these credit with these baby dads." Because I knew before she had kids. That's the killer part about it.
my ex-husband, who I was married to with for almost 18 years, and one of the biggest um hookups that we had was his mom. She was very controlling. And so when we would make decisions as a partnership, as our marriage, he'd be like, "Let me call my mom first." I'm like, "I didn't marry your mom. I married you." So we would have challenges when it comes to that. So I could see where those little hiccups can come in with how our family affects, like if we look at generational dynamics and how our it's like we grow up and sometimes we're like, I ain't gonna marry nobody like my mom. I ain't gonna marry nobody like my dad, and we end up in a relationship like them. So
Yeah.
because we haven't healed ourselves.
I look at it like a learning
Lovelies.
process.
Hey, lovelies. Hi, lovelies.
Hey, Jess.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you, sweetie?
I'm good. Like what you just said is literally the thing where you're like, I'm not going to end up with someone like my parents. And there's the saying that like you marry your dad. And I always kind of like, I panicked growing up because my actual dad disappeared and I was raised by my granddad, who is Italian Catholic, emotionally distant. So I was like, so I'm either going to have someone that I've got to hide stuff from, or I'm going to have someone that disappears. I really hope that this theory is not true. Otherwise, I'm stuffed.
I feel you on that because my daddy didn't know his father, and I met my real granddaddy years later. I didn't even know he was around because nobody told me. I thought he was unalive, and all that time he thought his son. So I met my real granddaddy all in the South. So that's one good thing my grandma did, introduce me to people on my daddy's side to show me
Yeah,
there's people that can have a house and live in the South and be successful. Even though I had cousins in the city that did the opposite, so I learned a lot. It's just I kind of was a late bloomer, but I don't regret it. I learned from it. Hopefully, I'll be better at it. I just tell
yeah.
myself some things wasn't meant to be right now.
Like yeah, it teaches you. I met my Jamaican family when I was 14. Still don't know my dad, but they're a part of my life. But I was always kind of confused growing up about my identity for like years. And yeah, since I've known them, like obviously part of me knows my identity, but then we've also got the issue as you're half victim, like colonized, half person that caused it. So then you're sat there like, okay, like, what do I do now?
I feel you.
Because we, like, no matter what I do, like, protest or whatever, like, unless I literally get into government, and even then, we don't have a lot of power.
Yeah, and the only other thing I don't have no regret if the stuff never happened, I wouldn't have my three sisters, and I won't take nothing back to have them because even though my father was unalive, my sisters was born out of the chaos, and I love them so much. I say everything happened for a reason, because I would never take that back. Having brothers and sisters, even though I miss the father, even though other things, and that's why I learned that the unusual things have a purpose too.
Yeah. Can I ask, are you, what's your, so you're in America?
Yeah, I'm in America. I'm 43.
Um,
No kids, no criminal record. Live by myself.
what's
And
your like heritage, like,
well,
because everyone says like African American, but do you identify as like Caribbean or
me,
African?
I say I'm mixed because I don't know a lot, but I do know I got a Native American bloodline, and my mom was darker than my father, so I guess I got a black because my father last name is is King. So I'll be asking myself, am I related to Martin Luther King? I never did a DNA test because her father was a Rolling Stone with a lot of kids with the last name King running around, so I could be related to Martin Luther King. Don't even know it.
Yeah. Like, well, my surname, everyone assumes I've got it from my whitey side, but it's from my Jamaican side because, and I wasn't taught this in school. I had to find this out for myself. Didn't find out until 16 that when you were owned, you took the surname of your owner because
Yeah,
Mackenzie's a Scottish name, which is why a lot of people from like Caribbean and Africa have YT surnames because they
yeah,
were given the surname of their owners. I didn't find that out until 16. It wasn't taught in schools.
yeah,
Like Miles said that you're only aware of what they tell you. We were
yeah.
not taught that. I had to find that out myself at 16.
I'm in the same boat because my father don't have I don't have. It's like this. I got my father's last name, but he don't have his father's name. His father's name is Plump, but my mother's father is King. So I got so many last names in my bloodline. Plus I got Blackfoot bloodline too. So and that's a Native American man. I just say, look, I'm all above. I'm the king of all kings. Left it alone. But it's crazy because I got so many families all over. I'd probably be the center of the universe if I dig deep enough.
Yeah, like I always like I feel so. The more I learn, the worse I feel. Like it's like even with like we know about like Independence Day and that you guys broke away from us, but the actual history and the story of how it happened and what we did, I honestly didn't learn until I was in my 20s because you have
Yeah.
to actively seek out that information.
Yeah, I know, right? My father was real tall, but my sisters got red hair from their father. I think they got a little Egyptian bloodline. So it's like I'm all over the place in my family tree. And because everybody don't know each other on my mother's side, it's more complicated than that. But at the end, I definitely know it's more women in my family than men, for real.
So just listening, I think that learning your heritage is always a good thing. I think everybody should really get proactive in that because you learn a lot of things, right? Like half of my heritage is actually English. So, so you over there on the other side of the pond, I'm in America. Like, yo, I wanted to go back over there to try to see my other side, And
Yeah.
you want to go to New York. So it's like this is just a different dynamic. You know what I mean? How we grow up, but like there's how do I say this on TikTok words? There's a checkered past for every
Yeah.
nation. Okay, let me. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just be blunt. Every nation is fucked up.
Yeah, but
Every
also be
nation
honest,
started up. Yeah,
England's
it
done the
started
worst
off. But
ish.
I'm just saying, like how they started. If you go back far enough, you know, like if you talking about you're a Christian, and which is supposed to be the most holiest of holy, but Crusades. Hello. If we really want to go back far enough, we can find some real bad situations from everything, right? Because it's all a part of evolution, right? And nobody's perfect. And sometimes at whatever that time was, it was considered okay. Doesn't make it okay, but
Yeah.
at that time, it was considered okay. And when you put that lens to it, we look at everything and we look at it from how we are now. And we're like,
Yeah.
oh my God, there's no way that you can just hit somebody over the head with a stick and then that'll be your mate. But maybe that's how caveman did it. You know what I mean? Like that's how they got out and it was cool. They like that knot on the top of their head. And I'm just using that as a joke. But the point is,
Yeah.
But you
we
know
don't
one thing,
know what they were thinking then, right? Even though we can look back in hindsight and say, man, that shit was terrible. But I think that you can't internalize that, is my point, right? You in 2025, about to be, you cannot look back on the ancestors and be like, you know what? That's me. I was, no, you
Yeah.
wasn't. And I'm
Yeah.
saying, so don't feel bad, is my point.
No,
Like,
it's
exactly.
when
not
you get
about
that
feeling bad.
Well,
It's
information,
not.
yeah,
Hold on,
yeah,
let,
you know
let
what I'm
him
saying?
finish real quick.
Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just saying. So, when you go back and you find out some stuff about your parents, or not parents, but your forefathers, and you know what I mean. Like I found some stuff in my family, and it was like, ooh, and I had to really do some checking. Like, am I a hypocrite? Because I tell people they shouldn't do this, that, and the third, then you find somebody that or something in your lineage and you don't say nothing, right? What does that make you? Does that make you, you know what I mean? So I got to my feelings a certain way, but then I had to realize that ain't me. I can judge it for what it was, but at the same time, I can just use that so you know that your past, so that way you don't repeat it, and that's
Yeah,
really what's important.
because
And I think
for me,
that yeah, go ahead.
I don't
No,
like
go
it.
ahead.
Just it more makes me feel sick. Like I don't feel responsible for the past, but for me, it makes me think of this is some people do hold on to it, and you have to acknowledge it. And as the race that you have to take the accountability and you have to do the work, and you have to understand what your lineage has done and how you can make a difference and make a change and not follow that pattern.
I
Right.
think the parent always gonna be with us because as he said, the caveman, right? You know the parent that women always like the bad boys since the caveman days. So we know that some things cannot be changed. When we realize that, then we know that's one less thing to argue about. When we realize that stuff is normal, and that's the hard part. That every couple of generations we forget what's normal, what's not normal, because someone put too much power in the unnormal than the normal. And the normal is men and women been arguing for years, so we gotta get over it. Ain't no winning battle. While at the same time, working together is normal because it make the family stronger, and we got to remember that. But unfortunately, greed is always separating everybody in every generation, every curse, and that's the curse that we got to break.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, that's a rare case we can break that.
And
like because
that's
like
where I
I
agree with what cousin was saying when he said it's good to know our history. It's good to know our ancestry so we don't repeat that. It's the same thing that goes back with self. We've all been, a lot of people, like cousin said, every nationality is fucked up. Every culture is fucked up. Everything that we've ever experienced, like we can go back to the biblical, the Edomites, the Levites, Sodom and Gomorrah, Tower of Babylon, all the people that walked all along that. And, and there was all this comparison and this competition with nations. It's very, very similar to our trauma. Look, I can't take my trauma away from me. It happened to me. I just don't want to carry it with me. I need to know about it so that I don't make the same mistakes with what I've experienced, as maybe the same choices or the same people that I've allowed in my life, or the same things that I've done wrong to people. What did I learn from? So it's like that history is necessary because it's kind of helped provide that foundation. But how do I water my roots now?
To me, a trauma is either a spiritual thing or a physical thing, meaning that some traumas is a generation thing that have to be a generation curse and be broken, while others it's a learning process that get over it. And unfortunately, by the time we actually see it that way, that's when technology is going to force us to, when we don't have no choices but to listen to ourselves. And then we see the change and evolve. Because evolvement, think about it, we evolve, right? So that means our trauma got to evolve to whatever environment we're in. While at the same time, our spirit keep coming back saying, hey, I got to finish what I didn't finish on the other thing, if we believe in that. Because some people believe in the avatar effect, some people don't. But sometimes that trauma we pass along through generations of family until someone breaks the curse.
yeah, no,
So
that's true. Like
I think
generational
Jalen,
trauma is, I don't know if you've seen Candyman, but full blown thing. Like it carries through.
Yeah.
And the one thing I'll say is like, obviously we suck, um, but at the moment, like in our current climate, you guys, like, we colonized, we did everything. You amazingly broke away. Now, like, your current election, we were all watching in the UK because, in all honesty, we were like, whoever's elected will affect us because our prime minister is essentially your sheep at the moment. whoever is the president in the UK, our government will do whatever you guys do. So if your president says this is how we're doing it, our president at the moment, our prime minister's weak as hell. So they will be like, yeah, we're gonna go with what the president does, which is why we were all watching the election and a couple of the Americans were like, why do you care so much? And we were like, because our government is so weak, our government's gonna do whatever yours does. Like it's gone the complete opposite way. We are so reliant on America, which
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind. Like, in all honesty, our government and our country is an absolute mess at the moment anyway, so we can't govern anything. But
Yeah. Pretty
Hey, hold on,
jacked up
we
Jess.
everywhere.
Hold on, Jess. Real
Okay.
quick, I want you to
After
hold
you
on.
go,
I want you to
after
hold
you,
on to that because
after
I
you
don't want.
go, cousin. After you go, I think Jay unmuted. I just was
No,
letting you
no,
know.
that's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say before she got too far away from the topic. I think Jay wanted to get in there, but I want you to remember what you said because I think this is a good discussion. But I just want to make sure that we get her in there before it got too far away from the topic. You there, Jay?
Yeah, I'm here, man. I appreciate that, man. I'm listening and I'm enjoying what I'm hearing. And I hope everybody doing all right. I think I talked before anyway. But with that being said, with the and heritage, when she asked that question, interesting enough, I didn't in my mind I didn't even know how I would have answered that because identification I see is very important. Like what y'all are talking about is something that I've been on. That let me make it say it like this rather. It's finally starting to become clear to me. Now I've been on a different studies, and it was two things that led me to some of the conclusion of the thought process that I have now, and it was business and law. Interestingly enough, in business and law, I found my spirit, and then that's when I realized I needed to save my soul. So it comes back to the everything that y'all saying, even to the last comment that she made, was very pivotal to everything that I'm doing right now. That's why this live is really blowing me because I'm working on something that pertains to it. With that being said, I think it's important to me now because with all of that circulating and going on, I realize that identification is very important. It's pivotal. And if you're not able to identify yourself, then it's a real problem. And with me not being able to, because I've looked at these different terms and I've analyzed these different terms. So certain things I understand the emphasis and the power behind it, but I won't speak blindly against it. I wouldn't, but now I can. Like if I say what I say now, one thing I learned is sacrifice. Sacrifice is the measure of credibility. So what I say now, I'm really willing to hold under that principle because I know what I know with the and it leads back and I'm gonna land my plane with this to everything about ancestry. At the end of the day, I'm glad I didn't learn it back then when it was kind of like it was a thing like for just people to just be able to call out that because it was the dope thing to have. It was dope if you was Caribbean or something. It was dope if you was Jamaican. And I'm glad I didn't get it for that feeling. With that, I'll land my plane because I'm kind of getting chills. I ain't gonna even lie.
I
You know
feel
what,
you.
Jay? A really good friend of mine told me a while back. They said, if you don't know your identity, you don't know your purpose. And I always loved that quote. And it took me back because I work in the mental health field. And I work with a lot of people who are trying to really learn their identity, learn who they are. Kind of similar to what Jess was saying, having a controlling mom or a controlling father, but then also knowing the history that came behind mom and dad, grandma and grandpa, great grandfather, great, great, great ancestors, knowing that. And I appreciate that you said that because it took me a long time to even get into that. It's almost like I had to have my own experiences before I actually embraced like the history side of it. I think I've shared on lives before. I have journals that come from like the Irish and Scottish settlers that came here to America in the wagons, and like the actual like Reed family and all that met up with the indigenous or the black Americans that were walking along here, and I just got hold of those after my grandma passed. But it was almost like God was just telling me, just be patient and wait. Seek and you will find. I can't know it all. I don't know it all. I want to regurgitate it. I want to take it all in, but I still gotta be still and move in God's light.
And I totally agree. And that's why I look at trauma in two type of ways: good trauma, bad trauma. Because if you go back in time and get those ancestors, they'll laugh in our face. You know why I say that? Because they'll look and say, "You calling me lazy and I can run catch a cow and y'all can't." You can, because they were moving fast. Hey, they didn't have a car back then. So when we think life is hard, it was 10 times harder without these gadgets, out these machines. But they was 10 times smarter too, and they didn't need no degrees to prove it. They didn't need none of that, and that's what I love about knowledge and ripple effects and purpose, because that part is still in us. That part of the strength, we just gotta tap into it. Unfortunately, we gotta get away from things to do it, and by the time we realize that, sometimes we be so traumatized we kind of forget who we are. In reality, we 10 times stronger than we realize in a mental way, because our ancestors had children and no children had children. That's some strong DNA for us to get right here. So we gotta remember, on a DNA part of strength, we here. We our parents' strength. We are the image of what they what was, but we forget that when we think about ourselves and think about the trauma of, oh, the car driving on my nerves. This girl driving me crazy. In those days, they didn't have time for that. They couldn't even sleep. They had lions and tigers to dodge every day.
I,
so
I
so
really hope
so
you
when
just
we
said
think we
lions and
tough,
tigers and bears.
so in a
Right?
nutshell,
Oh
when we
my.
think we tough, we more tough when we remember what our ancestors had to go through and say, man, I have nothing to complain about. I'm blessed, but I gotta also remember I can be 10 times stronger. It's in my blood.
Yeah.
And let me
And
say
can
this,
I?
right, to add to that, just to add to that real quick, because I think it's very important. And I heard it a couple of times, and we talk about how trauma is passed down, and we talk about how trauma can be. Well, we have to understand that trauma is passed down because it's re-perpetuated. It is not. There is some things that can alter DNA, right? There are certain things, fight or flight, evolutionary things like that. We adapt. So, like if you are somebody and you're always getting abused, maybe there's something that changes in your, molecular structure that tries to say, all right, I'm going to try to enhance my pain tolerance, right? And I'm just using this as an example. So now, when your child comes out, it's they might have that same propensity, right? But that right there is not trauma. Trauma is an experience. It's something that and that experience can only happen if we keep perpetuating it to our children, those bad habits, those philosophies that we keep teaching our kids. Oh, well, you got to watch out for this person because if they're going to do this, they're going to do that. We are habitual creatures, right? And so what we do is now we start preforming judgments on what we see based on what we learned, what we heard, and now that becomes a trauma. And I think that there are many people in this world who are suffering real brain injuries, trauma, brain deficiencies, things like that, to where they actually are dealing with it and they don't complain. They out here doing what they do. And then there's people who use trauma as a crutch. I just don't want to look in the mirror and do the work. So guess what? I'm traumatized. You just have to understand. No, I ain't got to understand shit. What we have to understand is it is time to stop using these things as crutches and understand that if your trauma was passed down, then just like my man just said, then the strength should have been passed down too. If you're telling me that your trauma can be hereditary, well, guess what? As strong as them people were back in the day, you mean to tell me that now you a weak ass traumatized person? That's the only thing that passed down is the trauma? The strength didn't pass down either? Come on. So I don't buy it. And here's the
So
thing, right? If we're gonna be real and if we're gonna be honest, it is about looking in the mirror and understanding that, right? Like my man Jay said, he is doing in the process of doing that research, and it's choking him up because it's like, yo, there's a lot of things that happen, especially when you start looking in that mirror and you start looking at yourself. You start saying, you know what? Damn, I got a long way to go. I thought this was this. That is a whole liberating experience, and a lot of people refuse to do it because they scared of what they might see. And trauma.
They don't want to do it. They're scared to do it.
Right, right. And it's because what are you fear? What are you afraid of? You're afraid that everything that you thought, everybody that they taught was a lie. You're afraid that now you're gonna have to start over. You're afraid that because all of these things that you taught, maybe you could have been better than what you are. And now, but what you don't
Yeah.
realize
that's
is
right.
you can never get there if you don't take the first step. So what you scared of?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So here's the thing, guys. We gotta look. I say this all the
Wait,
time.
can I just say I'm not
Yeah, go
scared of
ahead.
it. I
Go ahead.
I I take it all on, honestly. Um, and the race part of it was even like the smaller part of it. Like I full blown had issues and mental illness, and what you said is completely true. So many people these days use it as a crutch, and not even a crutch, but an excuse. They're like, I said this to you and I behaved this way and I'm so horrible and I did this bad thing because of this. No, acknowledge what you have, do the work, get through it. I hate it when people, because I always say, like, I've messed up so many times in the past. I hate it when people use their trauma or mental health as an excuse to treat other people badly.
Right. And
I call that bully.
that goes into victim mentality.
I call that the bully effect since Cain and Abel days. Cause Cain was the first bully, and he had kids, and he raised bullies. And unfortunately, some took over, some changed. Cause Noah was a Canaanite too. So 1% of them changed over time, some didn't. But yeah, I believe in the bully effect. But the bullies, once they fight the thing, it's over. That's what David Goliath did. David
So wait,
beat Goliath.
do you see them as bullies or like victim mentality and avoiding?
I think it's two people in power, good and bad. You got the bullies and you got the heroes, and we can't tell the difference nowadays because it got so complex. Well, we can't always tell the difference between a good guy and a bad guy because everyone is the 99% that listen to the government while the 1% is fighting over power. And by the time we get around to it, we can't tell the difference because only 1% have power, and the good and bad is got that power of who's gonna raise who. And right now, the 99%, they are the ones that start acting more like sheeps. And I mean, I'm 99%. You know why? Because I live in the United States. I live in a net. I live under these laws. These laws that's a hypocritical law, but then same time, when you read your own religion, everybody that was heroes went against anyone that tried to control someone else. But
Yeah.
that's my metaphor of it. And I ain't saying you're wrong with it, but when you think logical sense, don't 1% of the world have all the power but no college degree?
Yeah, and
True.
I like
To be
Jay
fair,
brought
yeah.
up the business and law side of things because it reminds me of before I got my first degree, I was gonna go into law school, and I was like, why do I want to go to work? Why do I want to work in an industry with laws that I don't even agree with? And that kind of reminds me of religious trauma. When we go into religion, it's like I believe in God, but not the way He told me. So it's like we have to find things out for ourselves, whether it's history, whether it's ancestry. Asking questions is powerful. Like if you're interested, if you want to know, like in order to find your identity, you got to actually search within yourself though too. I like that you brought up the strengths, like cousin highlighted that. The strengths is like, look, not just our trauma. We talk so much about all the bad that happens. What about the good? What about the changes that have been made? over time? What about the how we overcame our survival mechanisms, our ability to overcome?
It, you know,
Oh, wait,
one
hold
thing
on.
I did. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. Just before I forget, someone, I think it was Love Melm in or Miles, it was one of those two in the comments earlier, said something about just because you know your heritage and what you are, that doesn't make your identity. It doesn't make you you. That's not everything. And
Mm-hmm.
I saw that and I was like, that's completely true. Like, to an extent, I think it is a big part of your identity, but what they're saying is true. Like, what your heritage is isn't your whole identity and who you are as a person.
Me personally,
Go ahead, Jay.
well,
Hold
I
on
let
one
him
sec,
talk
Eric.
first. My bad. I don't talk first. My bad.
Hold on one sec, Eric. Go ahead, Jay, because I know you had something to speak on.
And well, I guess just alluding to what she said, it's also levels of intake of it. Like the thing about it is to to concentrate on matters like that would take away for some people time and energy and effort. And we already have so many other things going on in the world that y'all hit on earlier in the conversation. So with that being said, the intake of it doesn't have as much relevance until it does, or either it doesn't. You know, that's why maybe we just agree on the matter to each of our levels, but it's to a level that we all can see the same thing that is important to us. And when people say that, I learned to respect their view. I used to kind of like, dang, they don't see it, but at the same token, I know how many times I didn't set up late reading and studying different things and looking at it. So you have to have a etiquette, if you will. Like it almost helps you weed out a lot of people, but respectfully though,
That
because
part.
like it's no disrespect, because it's just for one of your I will meet everybody on the panel is able to hold the conversation. That's fine with me. Even if something that we might not see eye to eye on, it's okay with me, because I don't have to look through your eyes every day. I have to look through mine, and I
Positive
just want to
trauma.
make sure I respect yours. I
Mm-hmm.
think the other point I missed it because I'm listening to y'all, and it's a lot, and I'm writing, looking over something at the same time. So I'm kind of doing a lot of things at once. So I land my plane with that.
Hey, can I add something to
Sweet.
that?
Go ahead,
Because
cousin. Go ahead, my brother.
I'm gonna say this because when she brought up the comment about not being your full identity, let me say this. That is a true statement, right? But it is a huge part to identity of a man. Okay, and I want to clarify the difference. It is not something that's tangible. It's not something that, oh, if I know what my heritage is, then I'm just gonna be a better person, right? Or you know what I mean? Like, no, it's not like that. But it is to the esteem of a man. And I don't know how else to explain it other than saying that when you are capable, capability brings confidence. Okay. And confidence is a key element to any good man to be a good man. That's what helps us strive. That's what makes us control the ego, is confidence. If we don't have confidence, the ego runs wild. And when the ego runs wild, we make stupid decisions trying to prove ourselves, right? So what you have to understand is that when you know your heritage, that means something. I'm gonna tell you, when I was 10 years old is when I found out the other side of my bloodline. And at that time, I knew that I was African American in America, right? I'm black. Okay, know that. I know that my mom's side is has French and Native American. That was the two mixes of my mom's side. And from all I knew from my dad was he was just a light skinned black dude, right? And so I knew because my mom taught me French or was always speaking French in the house. We that there was it was they called it Creole, but the Native American, my grandmother was always telling me how to do. Like I was in the field, I was always learning herbs and all that stuff. It was a real in-depth situation where we knew where we came from. But when I found out that my dad actually, the reason why he was light skinned because he was half English, and we actually have it came from a knight. It was knighted. He was knighted in England. That's what my surname is. What it is. Got a coat of arms. The whole shit. So when I found that out at 10, I'm walking with my head higher than it was before, and I don't even know why. You understand what I'm saying? And from that moment, I seemed like I had a sense of a purpose that I wasn't just some dude that's about to get pulled over by the cops in the hood. And what you don't realize is it may sound theatrical, it may sound like it's just, feelings or whatever the case is, but that shit means something to a young man in America and probably everywhere else in the world. When you don't have a sense of purpose, you running amok. And that's probably why we have a lot of these brothers that's out here that's running amok because they don't see that. And they will join gangs, they'll go all these places because they're looking for purpose. They're looking for that sense of brotherhood, that kinship. That's important for young men. And I think that we have forgotten that, and we have forgotten to emphasize that. Y'all know, if you follow me, I go hard on brothers. Like, I feel like we got a lot of work to do to improve ourselves. But I cannot deny the fact that we have been putting our brothers by the wayside when we are young because we forgot these elements that are important to us. That's important for a man to develop that. Because if he doesn't, he's going to be looking for it in all the wrong places. So I'm going to go back to say, finding your roots, I will encourage every young man. And I don't know if it works that way for women. Y'all can tell me if it hits the same. I don't know. But I'm just saying, for a man, okay, if you don't know where the fuck you came from, find out, player. I'm telling you, it's going to change your life. Because even if you find out that you came from meagerness, right? You came from abusers, you came from squalor. It's going to give you another motivation to move up, to change. I'm telling you, it's different. So I encourage. I think it's very important. That's all
I
I'm saying.
feel you. I'm the same way because when I looked up with my father, right, I look like my father, but I don't act like my father, but I'm smart like my father, meaning that he didn't have a disability, right? While at the same time, he was smart as heck, but he got locked up. And I never had a criminal record. While at the same time, when I found out about I had Indian blood, when I looked at TV, I'm like, that don't feel right to watch these cowboy movies. So, and then I started seeing the world different, like, hey, then my ancestors they doing. So when I found out I was Blackfoot, I looked that up and I found out Blackfoot was the first cowboys that ever got on the horse to fall back. And I'm like, dang, I got warrior blood. Then like again, my mom, last name King. I'm like, every time I turn around, I feel like I'm royalty. Like I'm because in the old laws, right? If you have a will and you can prove that you relate to someone that's a king, then you have the right. So even though I ain't thinking about the money, I'm saying it's still valuable in some cultures so they can keep their wealth in their family. While at the same time, people don't think about wills no more. And yet that's knowledgeable. So if I have a kid, but the point is, each time I looked up myself, I found out, man, I got all things that have to do with royalty, leadership, and limitations and choices and fear because everyone fear me because of the color of my skin. But yet, when I remember what Malcolm X said, when he said in the dictionary that he couldn't read that good, and yet he learned what black means in the dictionary, and he changed his life in a way. I'm like, okay, I get it, Malcolm X. I get what you're trying to say. People fear me because I'm a king. Then, even though my name may have been someone else's name, like Eric the Red, Eric, means Akim ruler and ruler of all. And I said, dang, my soul must have picked this body for a reason. So as I got deeper and deeper into it, I said, my soul picked this. I'm meant to be in this body for a right time because I got a purpose. Because everything says I'm royalty. Everything says I'm who I am for a reason, even if I don't see it. Even in science way, the smallest part of your DNA is strong. And you know what that was that called? The atom DNA. And atom is not only a person name, but they're also what they made years later with Einstein, which I can't talk about. So that means even my blood is strong. And that just made me feel good sometimes. That's why I'm good with my rap when I say that stuff.
Ladies, do y'all feel that same sense of like do you guys have like a same sense of purpose or like that, or because like society tells you that you're going to take over the man's mantle, right? You're going to take in the man's name and you're going to basically become the man's lineage, or so to speak. So do you guys have that same sense of finding your purpose through your past like that, or is
Yeah.
it? Yeah, what do you think?
Like what you asked earlier, you asked something when you were talking, like finding out because when you were sharing your story, like when you found out about I think you said your dad's side, like it kind of helped and it added up and it kind of it's almost like putting the last puzzle pieces in. For me, like I was raised with a whitey mother in a whitey area. So I was always kind of confused because like I didn't belong, but at the same time, no one kind of made that many comments. And then one day I was treated differently in a shop, and my stepdad, who is half Indian, said to me, because you are raised by your whitey side, I think you forget your race and you forget your skin colour and you forget that in society you're going to be treated as a BLK person, and you need to acknowledge that and you need to realise that. And it wasn't until I went to university in London that I really kind of saw and understood the level of not only colorism, but also I don't know. That's why I asked you earlier, Eric. I don't know if you have it in America, but if you're Caribbean side or if you're African, there's kind of like a rift between the two. It's like, are you Caribbean or are you African? Like, which side are you on, even in the BLK community? So for me, they're like, it doesn't matter which side you're on, you're also half whitey. So you don't count, you can't have an opinion, you're diluted, you can't say anything, you can't have an opinion. So when I'm finally kind of getting into my heritage and into who I am, it was confusing for a bit because of the colorism. In to certain people, I'm not considered BLK, but then also at the same time in our society, I'm treated as a BLK woman. So I moved to London. I'm just completely confused because I start understanding who I am. And the person in the comments that said it's not your whole personality, it's not, because even when I understood and accepted who I was race wise, I still had a bunch of other nonsense that I had to figure out to understand who I was as a person. But I do feel like
That's what makes you smart.
understanding your race and your past is, for me anyway, I'd say it was a solid 40-50% of what makes up
Ooh,
your identity.
you know, she said something key there, and it went back to herself. And she said, I mean, I'm wording the way she said. She said I had a whole mess of things to sort out, and that's dealing with myself, and that said a lot because uh, it led me back to what I was saying earlier. I lost that thought, but when we were talking about law, I didn't like law. I learned to like law when I started reading it backwards. And I know that doesn't make sense, but I had to learn myself first before I really understood. And that made sense to me.
Yeah.
And
I
there was
agree.
a lot of work dealing with yourself. it's a lot of work dealing with yourself.
Like even when
Because
I understood my race, I still didn't know myself at all.
I'm the same way. I just don't know nothing about no island part, but I definitely know my grandma from the South. I definitely know I got Native American bloodline because that's what they told me. But I didn't do no DNA test. Even my grandma even said don't trust that because they do. So now and then other people say it's gonna link up to people that won battles and land that here in the United States, while others say it's owned our blood and stuff owned by a corporation. So, but I never tried it. I ain't gonna just rush because someone say do something. But at the same time, I want to learn before I do it. Now, everything else is just a line. Like my environment tells me every day who I am. Like I said, my mom was looking for her stuff with King side and found she got so many brothers and sisters with the last name King. Man, I said, hold on. King, Martin Luther King. Well, I'm related to Martin Luther King because my mom was darker. Out of all of us, she was the darkest one. But yeah, she was also mixed. But and my daddy was already brown. So we all look like our daddies in a way. We all got daddy DNAs. My sister's
Yeah.
father was lighter, got that. So each one of us, reason we that color, because the men had the most dominant thing in each one of us, but then we look alike, but we don't. You feel me? But we love
Yeah.
each other. So we all have brothers and sisters, but we don't treat ourselves that we treat each other as equals. Because how can I judge someone's color when I got my own family mixed with colors?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I
Like
like
with
what Jay said when Jay said, I go backwards. And that's kind of how I think very similar, Jay. We talk about going backwards because I work in the mental health field, and a lot of times we got to start with, okay, what are you dealing with right now? What's going on in your present? But let's backtrack. Let's get back to that root. But we gotta weasel our way to that root to figure out why do we have certain characteristics? Why do we have certain understandings? Why do we have certain um, ideas? That idea comes from identity. Our what we've been implanted with, what we've been indoctrinated with. Also, all the different divisions. We are the hardest relationship we have in life is the one with self. And that's because we're all trying to figure ourselves out while we're still having to be in relationships with other people who are trying to figure themselves out. So I like that
lovely.
backwards
I,
aspect
I,
because that's a lot about how I think it. It's kind of like when you go to the Bible, like a lot of people look at the Old Testament, New Testament. I'm like, it's all a book. Sometimes
well,
you start
Lovely.
here, sometimes you go here, sometimes you go there. It's like you kind of
I,
got to go backwards, but you got to start from somewhere.
I
You,
just
you know
want to
you,
say,
you know you just said you worked in mental health.
I'm sorry. Oh, Jay was gonna say something. Go ahead,
Oh,
Jess.
sorry.
What was that?
I
Um
just want to expound on that real quick. The reason why, also the reason why I said, because you're absolutely right. The reason why I said I go backwards now is because, like I said, in business and law, it's a very spiritual thing. So I ended up seeing my actual position. So when I saw my actual position, I was able to look at the law and actually read it. It's, it blows my mind. That's why I'm laughing. I was able to read it backward, and it was like, oh, okay, okay, now I agree with you because now I see. But once again, it still led back to my spirit because it was
Mm-hmm.
even with what I do.
mm,
Like if I write a document, I have to remove myself from trouble. I have to
yeah.
remove myself. I have to sit because now I'm putting energy on paper. I'm representing something on paper. And if nothing else, you need to feel the spirit behind these words.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to ask Lovely, you said you worked in mental health.
Mm-hmm.
Mine's, well, I feel like a lot of times it's quite obvious. I have a mental disorder illness. What would you think it is?
I'm not here.
What?
It's a lot of work, and I'm not here on TikTok to diagnose people.
Oh no! I'm not asking. I know what I have. I'm asking if you can tell from our conversation what I have.
No, because I don't think you got enough personal. Like what me and Jay were just talking about is going backwards. There's a lot of roots. There's a lot of trauma, a lot of experiences. I'm not. I'm one of those people in the mental health field that I don't like labels. I don't like to really label
Oh,
people. I really focus more on
really?
the. I
Yeah,
focus more
labels are
on the
bad.
symptoms. You
For
know,
me,
on our.
being labelled was the best thing for me. Like it helped me the most. So I got diagnosed with BPD,
Okay.
and but it was diagnosed as traits. And after I was diagnosed, I did the research because I never understood how I acted. I knew it was different, but I just didn't get it. And in the moment I kind of got that diagnosis and I did the research, I got the right medication, everything changed for me. I wouldn't be here right now
That's
if
good.
I
But
hadn't
you
been
got the help
diagnosed.
that you needed because BPD is a very, very powerful diagnosis, you know, and it usually stems from trauma or abandonment, attachment issues,
Yep.
and stuff. So there's a lot of things that's why, like when me and Jay were talking, it's like you got to get back to the root of, you know, if you were born maybe into a different family or raised by a different mother or father or given different attachment needs, you might have had a different outcome, you know. But what do
Yeah.
you do with the outcome that you were provided with the experiences that you have? And I think I did my live on this, and cousin has been in my live a couple times. With how do you, with what you know now, how do you respond? And my husband even tells me this. Like we talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. That's why I say all knowledge is good knowledge. It's good that you're researching these characteristics. You're researching the
Yeah.
label. You're researching the symptoms, you know, that come along with it, and really understanding, you know, where that whole concept kind of comes from, as far as from a psychological, mental, like what me and Jay were talking about, was like the you know, the hardest relationship that you have is with self. You've got,
Yeah.
I think about the components of intimacy. I always say, if you were married to yourself, how would you treat you? You know, there's components to intimacy. I want to be intimate with myself, so I know what it's going to be like when I receive somebody in who may not have done all the research that you've done, or healed the way, or healing the way you are healing, or growing the way
Yeah.
you grow. A lot of times we forget about joy and compassion and love and kindness. We talk about all the bad stuff that happens, but there's a lot of strengths and a lot of goodness that
Yeah.
comes out of our experiences.
Because at the moment, like I'm single, and I'm not saying it as an independent way. I'm single by choice because I'm in a place where I've worked through majority of the stuff. Like everyone has issues anyway, but I'm to a point where I could have a functioning relationship and not trauma dump. But it's taken me so long to get to a place where I'm comfortable in my own company and I'm happy with myself and I'm healthy, that I want to be single for a bit because I want to I want to be in my own company and actually enjoy this healthy state before I add
Hmm.
anything significant into my life.
And you grow the most when you're
Being
uncomfortable.
responsible
Go
at that
ahead,
point.
Jay.
I was just saying that's just being responsible at that point. She understand, you know, what she comprehends what she needs to be. And before she
Right.
involves somebody in that space, she at least wants to, because I think perfection is just another term for maturity. So
Yeah,
nothing is actually perfect. It just matures. So it allows you to manage that space properly, because now you're allowing the
and
men
not
to.
even that. Like
Go ahead, go
a lot of women. I don't want to stereotype, but more in the UK anyway. More women will, I see a lot of women that will jump into relationships for the sake of having someone, having a partner, and they settle with the wrong person for the sake of being in a relationship. That is my worst nightmare. I will I would rather be alone with myself than jump into the wrong relationship, trauma dump, just to have someone that I can call my boyfriend.
Me, I'm the opposite because I've been single so
And to,
long.
and to speak on
That's
like
a
what you're saying.
protection. That's a protection measure that we all have to have, and I think a lot of people don't protect themselves enough that they rely on somebody else to protect them first. You know,
So
and sometimes I think I've said Kev's live a million times, and cousin, I have talked about it before. People will put expectations upon you that they can't even meet themselves. So here they are out running around trying to have somebody validate them or reassure them or expect something from them that they can't even give themselves. That's why I liked what we talked about earlier with before Kev changed this topic with like they were talking about self-care. Instead of asking a man like, well, what do you do for a living, it's like, well, how do you live? Because you can ask a man what he does for a living all day long, but and let's say he works a certain job, but how does he manage money? So it's like, do you ask that? Maybe he makes like $1 million a year, but he buys a Bentley every month. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like you
so
have to make it make sense, and I think men just have a little bit more logic. Us as women are a little bit more emotional. I think cousin was asking that question earlier with do us as women, like I forgot how, cousin, you might be able to reword it for me, when you were asking about, well, what do the women do, because men are mostly known to protect and provide, but us as women, whether we're a traditional woman or even a modern woman, we're still expecting something from a man because we don't have the same qualities, just the same thing that men are probably expecting from a woman.
well, I mean,
We
it's
just have
it's
different qualities or
Hey, real
different
quick.
the
attributes, I guess,
expectations are
so to
different
speak, or
to a degree.
characteristics.
Right.
The
Hey,
expectations are
motivational.
different to a degree.
Go ahead,
Motivational.
Marlon.
Before you go in, motivational. I just want to make sure that we understand. We have to have some action in the comments. We appreciate everybody tapping and making comments, because if you're making comments, that's probably going to make the live last longer, because Kev is not in the live. So I just want to be clear that if the live cuts off, it ain't us. Okay, it is because Kev told us before that he was going to sleep. So we trying to milk it and run the live as long as possible. So the action in the live, I think, is going to prolong it. So if we could tap that screen like you ain't never tapped before, that would be appreciated. If you're enjoying the conversation on the panel, if y'all want to tap, let's tap. Let's do it all. We can make it happen.
Hey,
And also, let's try to, at this point, because it's been a minute. And I don't know, at any point it might run out. So let's try not to monologue if we can. Let's try to get everybody to get into the conversation, say one little quick note, bounce out, come back in, and then that way everybody get a chance to speak at least before it goes kaput.
because I
Just
was going to ask you something real quick, because I was gifted, because I know we're trying to tap the screen, add some comments because we want to keep the live active, but I shared some gifts earlier and they're not showing up.
you know what? See, now you're talking technical. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm wondering if that's why I was like, oh, it may shut down soon. Because it's
It
not
might.
reading my gifts. I sent Jay and I sent everybody roses and they're not showing up. They showed in the comments, but they didn't add to their box.
Oh yeah. So, but and mind you, like, the conversation has been going fine. I don't think it has been a problem. I just want to say that now I think I'm having that little spidey sense that it might be going to cut off. So if we can try to shorten down the
I got you.
interactions just to make sure everybody can get in, that's all. But it's not saying anybody was bad before that. So motivational. If you want to hear from you, brother, then I'll answer your question after him. All right.
I want to
Go ahead.
tell love. I didn't pay attention, but I do
Oh,
see like 20 things in the box. I wasn't paying attention to it, so I don't know
Oh,
if you
maybe
don't
it's
see
just
it.
in the box. Okay, or maybe it's just what I see. Okay.
All right.
So I mean, nah. First of all, it's always gonna be shout out to the host, shout out to everyone in the panel. Respect everyone. Cousin B, you already know what it is, man.
All
Lovely.
right, go ahead.
What's good,
Whoever
Jay?
wants
Never
to go
met you.
next.
You probably
I've been
couldn't do so.
tapping
What's good,
away.
brother? How you
I'm
doing, Miss
probably got like
Jess?
4,000 likes on my
Eric,
end.
what's going on? You
Hello,
know,
how you doing?
man, I'm blessed, bro. I'm doing rather well in life. This is the thing. I mean, I think the thing with men and women have different expectations,
Is
right?
somebody else added in the box?
No, just one more
Oh, okay,
person.
good.
No, I mean I see two open
Yeah,
boxes.
yeah, we got two opens.
So you know, I think men and women just have different
I thought
expectations.
I show 3. This is so weird. But if I drop down and have to come back up, I could do that. I don't know why
Yeah, I
my.
got you. Yeah, I got you if you can't see it.
Okay, I'm gonna drop down and come back up and see.
Okay. Sorry,
You
go
know,
ahead, motivation.
all right. So you know, this is the thing. Okay, to a degree, men still have traditional expectations, right? To a degree, I wouldn't say completely, but to a degree. I think there's the clear understanding that because of the economy and how much inflation is, that the dollar doesn't stretch like it used to. So you know, paying for everything might not be the move, right? But he might pay the mortgage or the rent. He might pay the highest bills, and he might help make sure he buys groceries and whatnot. But she might cover the electricity bill and the gas bill type situation. So it's not like she's going to be paying the biggest bills or the major bills or the most expensive things in the home, but she will be paying for something in the home just simply because, man, it's the economy. It's how much the dollar stretches, and he might only make $60,000 a year. You know, we already know the stats that not most people, most men and women, do not make six figures or seven figures. Period. So the era of men and women lying, or I would say especially like women lying. I mean, like every it's sort of crazy on some of these lies. It's like every woman makes six or seven figures. Like, please stop saying that. That's not even accurate. Um, it's just not. Statistical data simply proves it.
Mm. Wait,
So
wait, I'm not interrupting. Just very quickly with the money. My friend's in America. He moved back from London. Your conversion rate is completely different. So he's in New York and he's on 60 something K. And I was like, oh my God, you're absolutely minted. Like, minted meaning loaded, rich, ton of money. And
yes,
he was like, no, 60 something K in New York is the
it's
equivalent
nothing.
of being on like 30K in London.
Yes, yes, yeah. Because you want to look at the cost of living. If you're talking New York, the cost of living is insane, ridiculous. It really is. Like cost of living for a shoebox. And it's a couple cities like that where the cost of living is so crazy. California is another one. People, that's why it's crazy. Period, man. The cost of living is ridiculous in Kansas
Mm.
City. So if you look at somewhere like New York, my bad, California, yeah, people be like, oh man. And my brother Jay just says Atlanta too. He says the cost of living is crazy in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Atlanta.
I thought he had
Yeah.
so much money. He was like, no, I'm literally on the same salary as I was in London.
It's all an illusion.
But I was so confused because I was like, the salary's double.
But the more it
but
doubles, the less you get paid. It's like in the old days of cowboy laws when they had gold and a dollar was over $1 billion. Now it's less value. And now they're doing it again, over and over again, every couple of 100 years.
Plus,
Whereas,
you got to.
hmm,
no, go ahead, cousin B.
I was
Go
gonna
ahead,
say.
cousin.
Plus, you got to understand too. It's about how you live too. Now, there's some places like you were saying, Hawaii, Seattle, California, New York. Like those cost of livings in the city is outrageous. But if you lived outside the city, it might be reasonable. But people don't like to live outside of the city because it's boring, right? People, so you it's like you pay to play, and it costs to floss, and so people they sit up here and talk about how much they are struggling, but you got a $2,000 iPhone and you wearing Hermes belts that you just paid 2 grand for or some bullshit for no damn reason. You got all lettuce J's. You got Starbucks every morning paying $10, $15 a day just on coffee. But all of these things, but I'm struggling. We need to see. So sometimes there is a
Yeah.
problem with money, right? There. Don't get me wrong, right? The economy is ridiculous, but there is also a big part of that. I'm gonna say I'm gonna go with half. I think half of the problem is people are living among their means. They want to be ballers because
Yeah.
internet shows us only the highlights. and everybody's competing with the Joneses. So if you think that everybody is on a yacht, if you go right now, you think everybody on the internet is making six figures. And like my man just said, 80% of people don't even make 70,000. You see what I'm saying? So
And
Yeah.
it's designed
it
that
is
way.
that perception that
But
is being out there. Go ahead.
Because it's designed
and
that way.
even
You
even if you're
cannot
not
be
doing
rich
it,
while
like
you cannot be
I don't
rich
do
while
I
somebody
don't
being
do
poor.
I don't do the balling lifestyle, but even still my mum's like, you're living beyond your means in London, like the meals out, like where you go, what you do, if you actually just stayed in and lived in your wage bracket, you'd have savings.
So can I ask you a
That's what I was
question?
trying to say.
What is the cost of living like in London?
It's not, to be fair, when you do the conversion cocktail wise in a bar, because my mum did New York last year, cocktail wise is the same. The main difference is like you can get a bottle of like wine in our shop for like £4, and she went to buy a bottle in like a convenience store in New York and it was like $16-17, and she was like, what?
Yep, pretty much. Now, you know why it's like that? Somebody got to be poor for someone to get rich. You got to have someone to own the business and someone work for you. So, if the person own the business is successful, but the people that work for that person, they only work enough to pay their rent while they helping somebody else get rich.
So
Is that
Yeah.
job just over broke.
so?
Just over
Well,
broke.
my
If you
friend's
want
in
to
New
know the
York now,
rules
and
of how to get rich,
he
you got to
he can't
evolve.
wait. He's the one that's on nearly 70,000 in Brooklyn in New York. And I was like, you've got so much money. And he was like, that's the equivalent of like 29-30,000 in London. I was like, oh, okay. He was like, I'm not making more money at all, because I thought he was making double. And he was like, no. But he is like, I can't wait to come back to London, because he was like, the work culture in New York, in the US, the work culture and businesses like working is better. But when it comes to social life and how people act, it's more loose and fun in the UK. Bearing in mind he is GAY and he did
Yeah,
Pride
yeah.
in New York, and he was like, I miss London.
You know
Look,
what? I'll give you a tangible example of what I mean. Like there's an old saying, it's not about what you make, it's about what you keep, right? And so that is a advantage about lifestyle. Now,
Yeah.
as a young man, I was lucky, and I got into the music industry. I was doing. I didn't own a couple of nightclubs. I was paid, and money came very quickly, and it came and went very quickly, right? So here
Yeah.
I am making probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 times as much as I make now, right? As a young man, I'm buying. I mean, I got, I don't want to. I got a watch collection that I can buy a couple of houses with, right? I got
Yeah.
certain things like that. I have all of these things with no savings, right? So now, after I got to about 30 years old, I'm sitting over here like, yeah, okay, I'm riding in the foreigns. I got Range Rovers. I got all that. I got what you want to do? How you want to pull up? But if you look at my bank account, I gotta wait probably until my
Yeah.
next quarter before this check come before I can. You get what I'm saying? I got everything, but I'm not living, and I'm not.
But you're
You
living
know,
paycheck to
So
paycheck.
so
I'm
yes,
still right,
it's
and that's the point. Now
the
I
difference.
make a fraction of that, but I live so much better, right? I eat every day
Yeah.
fresh at the house, cook. I don't spend, like, I still have certain luxuries that I like. And I've been lucky to have shit from before, but so now, and I'm like, if I known this now but if I knew it back then, oh my God.
now
So
me,
Yeah.
now
it's
me,
about
I
See,
how we
the
live
one thing
too,
I
is what
say
I
to my
mean.
mum, she did the same thing I did. She only became responsible with money when she had me and she had a child to think of. I was like, I don't have a child. I'm a single woman in London on my own. You're putting all these rules in place, but it took you having a child that you were responsible for to be financially responsible. I don't have a child, therefore, do not expect me to do more than what you did.
Go ahead,
Yeah, I fell
motivate.
into that trap because I felt more like the rat race where I follow orders. I've been loyal to my job for 20 years. They cut me down, but yet the money I had, yeah, I was helping. I was trying to be a gentleman with my friend. I help her, do things that, help her make sure she's okay with her kids because yes, is where she had to move. But yeah, I don't regret what I did. I just regret how I did it because I might not never get that money back. I might not evolve with the next generation if it happen next, but I know one thing. My kindness gonna outweigh what I lost. Because over
Yeah.
time, it don't matter about the profit, it's about the reward when it comes. And fortunately, I'm a Virgo. I'm gonna get over it fast.
I'm a Virgo
and
as well.
So,
and also I always had one plan. I always had one plan always in place. My job was my side. My social security was my liability. And because I use my work more than my social security, I just when I slow down, I still have to pay my rent every month. Even though I don't have all the money I had in the past, even though I mess up my credit, helping people, and it might hurt me, in the long run, but I still have a backup plan. And I
Yeah.
managed to put a little bit of my money in the stock market just to keep $100 in my pocket. I had 400, so I'm a little smart. I just didn't know what to do because I was lacking knowledge. So if I knew that kindness was my weakness on my own family, if I knew that it was going to be a time frame on my job that I was going to fall in the trap of the Cowboys having their goal and then took out the dollar value, then I would have basically invested in something bigger sooner. But everything happened for a reason, and that's how I gotta leave it because at the end of the day, does man's money, does God's money. No matter if everybody don't believe in God or not. My
so,
Go
wealth
ahead,
is
and so
myself.
go
My
ahead.
this,
wealth
Hold
is
on,
myself.
Jess. But before you go, Jess, motivational. You got anything to say, and we'll go back to Jay, and then kind of work our way down.
so what you were saying, Eric, that a lot of Americans are in that boat, man. A lot of Americans are working jobs where they assume there's a safety net. Jobs where they assume that they're appreciated and they're not just another number. Well, you are just another number, unfortunately. Most corporations look at you as a plug and play. And then when they find something more convenient that they can pay less, then they plug in somebody else they can pay less. This is sort of unfortunately how society is. A lot of companies are in the United States. But this is the reason why financial literacy is so important. So it's like, okay, our understanding of how money works. Like my brother cousin B was saying, learning it's not the money you make, it's the money you retain, right? So it's learning to retain the money. It's learning to invest the money, position the money so the money works for you and you aren't just working for the money. Now, I'm not saying this is something we can do overnight, but it's something that we all can learn to do, regardless. With pretty much not, except for the lowest earning, it's really, really difficult. But for the most part, if you make a decent amount of money, you can learn how to invest your money, but to position your money where it's working for you and you aren't always just working for it. Because as long as you're trading your time for money, well, you're always going to be in a certain predicament, period. The other way is creating additional streams of income, being creative, finding out what those different streams of income are, right? And if you learn how to create different streams of income, then you just figured out the cheat code, right? Now I can't say I can't expose anything right now, but like I said, I'm working on some side things that it this working out. They're legitimate, and as things go along and I create some real progress, I mean, you some good people, cousin B. You know what I'm saying? Lovely, Eric. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter where you live. I can put you on. We can make some things. We can make some things happen. It's legitimate. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But it's like absolutely. Uh, we gotta understand like this thing is real out here, and I'm always gonna encourage this. Come in, cut the TV off. Okay, stop seeking for ways to be entertained. Start picking up books that teach you financial literacy. Start picking up books that teach you critical thinking skills. Start picking up books that just start seeking out knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Because that's the key. That's always gonna be the key. I'm gonna land my plane with that.
Thank you, motivational Jay. What you got to say on that? Because before motivational came out, remember we were talking about business and law and like picking up books and how that information came to you, my brother.
Yeah, it's more than mine. Like I just commented before he finished. He hadn't said anything wrong. He didn't say not one thing wrong. If I would just add on to that, I think truly defining what money is will always help you in your operation. When you get to the core of what it is and find out what it is, it'll help you operate it in better. Also, learning the core of what an investment is. I think those two elements will help you manage things in an awesome way. But like what he said, there's nothing more I could say because he said a lot. What he said encompassed so much that if you actually listen to him, then you gathered a lot from it. I land my plane.
Yeah, go ahead, Jess, and then back down to cousins, and we'll work our way back up. Go ahead, Jess. What you got to say on that?
Yeah, about the money. I think motivation said it like a lot of people don't save, don't live within their means. Like my grandparents, they have a lot of savings. Like they treat themselves occasionally, like cruise once a year, but they don't spend a lot of money. They don't eat out all the time and get their hair and nails done, etc. And I have savings, but they turn around and they say, you could have more, you could do more. But because I personally, yeah, frugal, I say that frugal, bit stingy. But where I live in London, also as well, I still did it in my hometown. I grew up with a lot of friends that had more affluent parents than me. I've always had the tendency to want to keep up. So sometimes I could have more savings, but I will spend the money going to the dinners out, going for the drinks, spending this money because I don't want to be seen as someone who can't afford it, even though it'll affect me more than it'll affect some of my friends. I will do it just to keep up. And my family are like, you could have so much bigger savings if you just didn't go out as much, didn't go for dinners as much, just stayed home and saved money and stop trying to keep up because they make more than you and that's okay. Just stay home and save. But I will go out and spend the money because I want to spend time with friends. And they're like, you're wasting like 500 to a grand a month that could go into savings just on going out for appearances to keep up.
Right, right. Cousin, what
Motivation
you
said
got to
it. He
say
said
on?
motivation won't stop worrying about
Oh,
fitting in. That's what I do.
right, cousin, because I know you spoke a little bit on that, and I'll touch on that when it comes to my turn. But go ahead, cousin, my
Right.
brother.
What I was thinking is, as I'm listening to this, and I call this, I think we have that struggle mindset. We have a poverty mindset. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we are definitely in poverty or poor, but it's the mindset of the have not. And what I mean by that is, like, we want to be a part of something. We want to feel worthy. That's a human condition, right? We want to feel like we belong. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how we're designed. But the status quo, that's the reason why the status quo is always trying to sell us something, right? Is always trying to promote, you need to get more, you need to get more, you need to get more, because that is how it runs, right? So that being said, we are always chasing something. And I think where our forefathers and mothers got it right was they were content with, they knew what happiness was. They were like, you know what? Yeah, I would love to be a millionaire on a yacht, but guess what? That's not attainable. I'm good though with my farm, and I got my family, I got my this, I got my that. They understood how to cherish what they had, right? As meager as it may have been, we don't have that. We want more, 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 more. No matter what, I gotta have more. I gotta be better. I gotta floss. I gotta do this, that, and third. And so that little underlying driving force is what's keeping us behind. And then it is probably a reason I put in the comments to ask motivational, so when he comes back around, he can address this. The reason why we don't retain financial knowledge, right? And I say we as I'm talking about my peoples, but I'm more so talking about the poverty, like the lower class, right? As far as income is concerned, because we're so busy trying to survive, we have come with that hustle mindset. So now we all know that investments don't happen overnight. Investments require you to be able to have some throwaway money. When you put that shit away and as an investment, don't look at it no more. You have to understand you may lose it all. That assurance only comes to those who already got money or who have been around money. They have that they're not fearful of that. Well, if you ain't never came from money, you don't have money, it's hard to just gamble your shit away, right? And so we suffer from that. And I think that poverty mindset, quote unquote, is why we don't take these. When we have knowledge, somebody could come up to us with a whole nice plan. Hey, bro, look, if you just put this away in this CD, or you just do this in this high interest yield savings account, you're gonna do that, but you can't touch it for 5 years. Oh shit, I might need it before 5 years. I ain't about to do that, and we don't do it, right? Because we have this waiting for the foot to drop, the other foot to drop in our back of our minds, and we don't take the information and utilize it the way it should be, even though we may have it. We live in a society where information is at our fingertips, but we still don't do it. And I think it's that fear. And so what I want to ask, if anybody wanted to address it, is that part of it? You know what I mean? Like where we are stuck in this hamster wheel, but yet we are scared to jump off of the hamster wheel because then we think we're not
Yeah.
moving. Does that
Yeah,
make sense?
I think fear had two categories. Well, more like three. One fear is the fear of man. The other is the fear of decision making. You fear yourself. And the other one is fear of consequences. And people are so fearful of consequences, they don't realize it's the worst thing than consequences than the consequences. You know what that is? Not making the choice at all. There's three consequences. One where you do the good thing, one you do the bad thing, and the other where you do nothing at all. And usually nothing at all is the worst consequence of all. But unfortunately, we all hypocrites on that. We done it once or twice. Versus the consequences of making those decisions. But fear itself is normal. You know why? Because if you take a man and another man, and one man be quiet and don't fear nothing, and the other one fears so much that he'll tell you how he feel. Which one's more dangerous? The one that fearful that say nothing, or the one that fearful that say something? And that's where the strength
Silence.
and the wisdom come in. Because if you know how to control your emotions and also learn from your fear, you are an unstoppable person. And a lot of people don't know how to combine their strength with their fear to become that person. While others, they do it every day. They are firemen, they fear their life, but they so busy saving someone that they don't even fear themselves. But they know it's dangerous. But they say it before they do it. A Eminem's person, he fear himself every day driving real fast, but he still managed to save a life. A police officer, he feared getting hurt, but he'll save someone. And I know that's the hypocritical one with the police. I'm talking about the good ones, the ones that know that the world hate them, but he's still respected because he saved lives. And that's the only difference between fear. It can create a leader and it can create a coward.
It's when you face the fear. I think the key is this: it's facing the fear. Fear is always going to be present. We got to understand that fear is a part of life. A lot of times the reason why we lose in life, we don't create the best results because we allow fear to stop us from doing the things we know we need to be doing. When you face fear,
Yeah.
and you say, "Hey, guess what? I know you're there, man. I know you're right in front of me. I don't care. Listen, my approach has always been this. Hey, fear, I know you exist. I know you're real. I don't care. I'm going to face you. And I'm going towards you. I'm not running from you. Now, this is going to turn out one of many ways, but the only way it's going to turn out is I'm on the other side of you, working towards whatever I said I want to accomplish. So you can get out of my way, or you're going to be a source of fuel to help me get where I say I want to be. It's that simple. And what brother cousin B was speaking of is our mindset. Unfortunately, many of us, we operate from a mindset of scarcity. We operate from a mindset of lack. See, it's not what you're surrounded by. Okay, an affirmation I have is I'm surrounded by wealth. I now have the wisdom, the knowledge, and understanding how to access this wealth without limitation. I say that to myself every single day because I know it's true, and I see the evidence showing up around me every single day. Every single day. So what's happening right now? We got to understand most people operate from a mindset of lack. So because of that, it's like it's this hysteria to hold on to. It's like you were saying, brother cousin B. It's like, that $100 you keep this closed fist, almost like your fingers are turning blue, squeezing that $100. And I'm not saying don't be financially reckless. I'm not saying be financially reckless and not learn financial literacy and not operate within wise financial literacy. But it's understanding that holding on to is not the key. It's the willingness to release so you can receive more.
I think you just hit it right there, motivational, with basically what you, cousin, and Jay even said when we were talking about investment. When you talk about fear, it's not even it's the fear, and it's the inability to control the outcome. So like it reminds me of, as we're talking about investment and how we add value to ourselves, it reminds me of life insurance. Why do we purchase life insurance? Kind of like what cousin was saying, is that sometimes you invest in something and you let it sit there. Forget about it. I'm not sitting here thinking every day, oh my gosh, there's life insurance policy on me. Am I gonna be unalived? Are my, you invest in it and you let it sit. So it's that fear and that inability to be able to control the outcome. So if you can't control it, and this is what, like you said, motivational, you have to release it. You have to let some of that control or that fear go so that that investment that you made. And cousin, you were speaking, I swear you need to get out of my head when you were talking about gambling. Because it really is kind of a gamble, like an investment. And when we invest, are we adding value to ourselves? Because we can make bad investments, don't get me wrong. We make bad investments in relationships. We make bad investments with money. We make bad investments with jobs. You can make a bad investment, but how do you you pick yourself back up? Because if you've made a bad investment, you know what a good investment is, or vice
Yeah,
versa.
Yeah, I've done that before. I always ask myself, who am I if I didn't have this job? Who am I if I didn't have Social Security? Who am I? And then, yes, I got challenged on that in real time, like right now. But at the same time, it brought out the part of me that's creativity, because what is a credit? And I told myself, hold on, we got to pay for credit cards, right? And people making money off us. That means you making money off my credit. How can I credit myself? And I learned a little few tricks how to do that, how to turn my own credit into cash of myself. And I did it a few times. I ain't expert at it, but hey, I found a lot of loopholes. But the point is, if we do that every day and say we our own credibility, that means we worth more. Because everybody want our credit. They don't want our credit. They want our time. Our time is our credibility. Unfortunately, we still trying to figure out how to control that. Well, our 1% figure out how to do it and get other enough people to do it where they don't have to work at all. And
So
unfortunately, that's why I said that way this world going, we all gonna have that reason to do it if we know how to use technology to use our time wisely, so our time be worth more, so our logical sense can be worth 10 times more than our time. Because when you have logical sense beyond that, you will evolve. And evolvement is worth 10 times more of yourself than anything else.
so it's a key you said, Eric. This is the key: creativity. See,
Yeah.
we all have the ability to create. See, we have been given the ability by our Creator to create. The reality is, most of us, as human beings on this planet, do not create. We utilize the creations of others. Do you
Yeah, we
follow that? So
mimic.
what's
Yeah, we
happening?
mimic.
Because we have not tapped into this amazing ability we have to create. Since everyone
Yeah.
on this panel has a gift, a talent, or ability, but there's also work you have to do to develop that you're called to do to develop that gift, that ability, that talent. Iron sharpens iron. To use that gift, right? And as we do that, as we utilize the gift, as we first of all figure out what the gift, the talent, and the ability is, as we hone in and sharpen that gift, that ability, that talent, as you operate within your gift. Okay, I know everyone's not a Christian, but it says your gift will make room for you. Creation. It's in creating that wealth that we learn how to create wealth. But when we're using what has been created by someone else, it is a lot more difficult to
Yeah, we
create wealth. Are you
mimicking.
following me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we mimicking. We become someone mimicker. We either become a mimicker or a creator. Those are the two options we have in this world. And me, I know I can be a creator because I love art and I create my own style. While at the same time, I know to be a mimicker to survive until I can be a creativity. Because that's when you separate the student from the teacher.
Yeah, but some people like um relating it to what I took from that, like relating it to like colonization, like
Yeah, it
some
works the same way
people
with everything.
don't have it to create, so they take from other people. I generally thought I was being gaslit a few months ago because someone said the national meal
Okay.
for the United Kingdom was chicken tikka curry.
Okay.
And I
I'm
was
gonna break
like,
it down like this. Visualize you playing
but
the game. You know
the reason
somebody that
that
know
is
how to
that is
follow the
actually
rules.
wait, that is actually our meal because we've stolen it, and everyone associates tea with us. But the reason why we have tea is because we colonized and took India, and tea comes from there. So tea isn't ours. Fish and chips aren't ours. Curry, obviously not ours. And we've built our whole society on what motivation said. We had no creativity, so we took from everyone else.
Right. Okay, imagine that being a video game, right? You got two type of players. You got one that read book and then use the cheat code, while the other person don't need to do it. It's just in their blood to know how to play the game without even trying to read the directions.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you got two type of people in the real world. You got the people that cheat their way into success and people that earn their way into success. And sooner or later, the cheaters always lose unless they're a
Well,
good one, which is a rare case because you gotta have a person to even it out. But either way, go that's how life is. That means either they got purpose to motivate the ones that don't cheat to learn how to play even better than them. So they won't do it. In other words, you always gonna have a turtle in the hair. You always gonna have good and evil because that way someone evolved, and that's called evolvement. So even though they did what they did, it motivated other people to outthink them later in the future or get the knowledge and say, okay, this ain't your way, I can prove it. And that's where it comes to evolvement where you're gonna always have good and bad to balance each other out, and that's just the way of life is.
But
Well, and I
Quinn,
think
also to
challenge
that
with
point.
oh, go ahead, cousin. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay, I was just gonna say because like we know that everything in this world comes from somewhere else. Like migration has been something that, and then there's a few places in the world where we have some, proprietary things that came from that region, and that's it. But most of the stuff, and I'll tell you right now, don't nobody in this world make fish and chips like they do over there where y'all at. So if y'all stole it, y'all mastered it, because we don't do it the same, and the shit ain't working. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah,
But
but
anyway,
also as well, can I just
Speaking of
say,
chips, I
can
go
I
actually
ahead.
just
look.
say, I'm from Italy, but New York and Chicago smash pizza.
See, there you go. And we took that, and the pizza
I
ain't
actually
even
look up
real.
this thing where a black man created the first created some tater chips. They actually had it on TikTok a couple of days ago. A black man that invented some tater chips.
Well, listen,
Wait, where did you get
I'm
the
sure
potato
that,
chips?
right. I'm
Uh,
sure that, potatoes, where potatoes came
yeah,
from.
I knew you. I knew you tell you
So,
turn the potatoes. I did it.
but I'm just saying,
That's
like, we all
Irish.
know. And then here's the thing, right? Some people's talent is taking something and completing it. There's a lot of people who can create things, but they can't market it, right? Myself included. I am a creator. I can make anything from nothing, literally. I can draw, paint, whatever I see, I can create it out of whatever material. That is my talent. But that doesn't mean my internet presence, how I market is trash, right? The only
I
reason that I
feel
was
you.
ever able to sell any of my art was because a man saw a vision in me when I was 17, and he was like, yo, you need to be in a fucking museum, bro. And I was like, yeah. I didn't know what the hell I was doing, but if it wasn't for him, he had no artistic talent. His talent was seeing and how to, get the system and make it work and how to make other people buy shit. That was his talent. You
Yeah,
get me?
my sister.
So what I'm saying is we all
Cousin,
need
can you
all of
send me
this.
some of your art?
My sister the same way
Yeah.
with me because I like to do artwork too. And when she told me I'm a Picasso, I'm a black Picasso, and yet at the same time I don't even know how to sell my artwork.
Go, hey, just follow me. I'm gonna follow you back, and we'll holler.
So
I've been
just
following you. I've been following you for hours. Like honestly, I'd love to see the art. Like I love art, so I'd love to see it.
You know what's crazy? My first sculpture was sold to a woman in overseas. I think she was. I don't think she was London. She was like right outside of London, I believe. That's where the shipping went.
Kent,
But
Surrey,
yeah,
Yeah,
Reading.
ready? Is it ready?
I
Probably
always
one of
thought
the.
I was meant to make
I'm not
movies.
born and bred London, so
Yeah, yeah. But that sounds familiar.
Yeah, I
But she
always
said
thought
it
I
was
I
right
I
outside of London. So
I, I honestly like if anyone's. Can I just quickly say if anyone's near New York, it's like a year and a half away. But if you're still in New York at that time, I'm coming. That's where I want to go. I'm going for my 30th birthday, and I'm so excited. I've got family and friends in Brooklyn as well, so I'm going to see them while I'm out there. But I'm
I mean,
honestly
have
like
you
I can't
ever
wait.
come
I'm
to
gonna
Kansas
tell
City?
you. I'm gonna tell you the
But
two type of artists that the world
I've
will
never
not
left
be.
Europe.
I'm gonna tell you the two type of artists that built the world: math and drawers. You know why? Someone had to draw it to build it. Someone had to do math to do the calculation. Everything else is mimic, meaning that the builders may have built it, but they didn't know what get the idea from until they saw the picture. So that's the way the cycle works. So when you say someone steals something, all they did was mimic it to a higher level. So you might have someone that can draw but can't build. But so he draw a house, somebody else build that house. Then the other person say, okay, I'm gonna paint the house. The other person might say, let me calculate the rooms. Let me organize. Let me do this and that. So
so
everyone has a level to a level. In this earth, each one of us got a job. Some of us are farmers, some of us not. But
so
yet the
Eric,
earth feeds off of all of us.
It's like for
so
me,
what you're
like I
referring to
always
is
say,
like the body.
I
What you
I
say?
can't even be.
What
Wait, I'm trying to hear what he's trying to say. Sorry
What I'm
about that.
saying is you
Okay.
gotta think about like the body. And everyone, like we all have a vital part that we play, but we're not the same body part, right? So when we break it down and understand it like that, it's like Cousin B was saying, he has the talent, but some people are connectors. That's what they do. See, they're connectors. They figure out how to get you where you need to be with the gifts and the talents that you have, because you don't know how to get there. They connect the dots. They
Yeah.
connect people. That's what they do. That's part of their talent, part
I
of their
think
gift.
yeah. I think that if anything I could do that, because like when people are like, you know the issues, you know your climate, like why aren't you doing anything? And I'm like, I'm going to protest, I'm doing this and that, and I sign all these forms, but I can only do so much. Like in all honesty, I do not I'm aware I'm one person, I have no control high enough to actually make any difference in the UK in our climate. And what you said, motivational, I feel like I could easily be that kind of person.
Yeah.
Like I know I have no power, but I can see power in other people that I don't have, and I could easily promote them, lift them up, and put them to do what I can't do or what I could never do.
You know, I got a saying:
And
the smallest piece holds everyone's together. So even though you feel like you don't have a purpose, 'cause you looking at the size of it, without that little piece, that whole puzzle fall apart.
Really?
Yeah, that's how life
Even
is. It don't
like I know
if you
you
look at
guys
the
must look.
spotlight, okay, let me put it like this. If you look at the spotlight of politics, that president don't mean nothing. You know why? Because somewhere in there is someone hiding in the shadows that make the rules. Meaning that, in my saying, the turtle in the hare, right? The turtle got all the spot. I mean, the hare got all the spotlight, but who won the race? The turtle, the smallest animal, won the race. And if you look at a
The
spider
turtle and
web,
the
if
hare.
you look at the spider web, the smallest piece holds the whole piece together on that spider web.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up, Eric. And I wanted to tap back into what motivational was speaking about creativity, because I used the turtle and hare analogy a few weeks ago, and it wasn't really. It's not the smallest one. It's the slowest one, the most patient, the one that didn't
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
cheat. Other one, the what were we talking about? I think motivational. I think you were in there. Maybe cousin was in there. Remember we were talking about the arrogance, like the hare got arrogant. Was like, oh man,
Yeah.
I because the turtle is slower than me, but it doesn't mean he was not
It's
smarter.
yeah.
Cause he
It's the
got
So, but
hare
I
knowledge.
and
wanted to
the
tap into the creativity
it's the
piece.
hare and the tortoise, and the saying that we say. The saying is slow and steady wins the race,
Yep.
because the
Right.
hare
Yeah,
got
exactly.
knackered out, and then the turtle, the tortoise, overtook.
And you know who had common sense? It was the turtle, because he knew that the hare was gonna wear himself out. Common
You know what?
sense.
When I look back
Always
at that
win the
story,
race.
I don't even think the turtle thought that. I think the turtle just did his pace, did what he was capable of, didn't get arrogant. I think that's the difference. The hare went super quick, showing off quicker than he needed to, tired himself out because
Okay.
he thought he was a sure thing,
I'm
and then
okay. I'm gonna ask you.
the tortoise was like, I'm going to take my time, and then won.
Okay, I'm gonna put in another way of saying it. If you
Well,
have a boyfriend, do you want him to be the turtle or the hare?
so, but you know
That was
what
a
though?
joke. That was a joke.
I think that
Neither.
cousin, like you just
Cousin
said,
before.
the tortoise, just to put it to rest. I think it's more of understanding yourself, understanding your capabilities, and never quitting. That was the whole thing about it. Because he didn't know, he automatically knew that he was going to lose to the hare, to the rabbit.
But
Like
he
he
still
wasn't
did the
even,
race.
yeah, he just said, I don't care if I lose or not, I'm going to complete the race. And that
Exactly.
was I think the moral of that is. It is be confident in just who you are and do what you do and don't worry about what everybody else is saying. And I think
Oh,
that
I
is
thought the moral was like, don't be
That's the best
arrogant.
part.
The main thing we took away is that the hair got arrogant, showed off, and
That's
then
the
ended
best
up
part.
losing. So we were taught that don't be
That
arrogant, like don't.
that's the best part about the turtle in hair. It's like an artwork. You can see it how you want it.
Yeah, you're right, Eric. Cause
Exactly.
I was humbled by that point that cousin brought up because I never looked at it that way.
I saw it
And
And
then
that's
always like an
exactly
art.
what I
he,
was trying to
he,
bring up about the turtle and the hair. About the
yeah,
turtle, it's like we look at more of the arrogance, but we look more at what went wrong, but we need to look at what went right. What helped
well,
win that race? What went, what got you to that perspective? And that's where that creativity, where I wanted to tap into what motivational is speaking of. A lot of times we're so divided by races, the race between political wars, the race between
But
religion
you know,
wars, the race between all these wars, and we forget that we have our own creative side, that we forget our own identity because we're allowing people to rob us of our own creativity.
and that's why I
Yeah.
know my identity. I am the turtle and the hare at the same time. Some days I move slow, some days I move fast, but I'm always wise through time and space.
This is the thing.
So
It's what you just said, lovely. We gotta understand this whole thing being played out before us, man. Is simply all a distraction. Most majority of the time, it's just distractions that are taking place. Okay, and that's all it is. Hey, right. I'm gonna go back to a term that's very simple. Most people understand. A house divided cannot stand. We are a house divided for the most part. Since we're a house divided, we separate over so many different things. We separate over what car we drive, what neighborhood we live in, how much income we make, how much income you make, how much income I make. And because of that income difference, I can't work with you. We divide over your skin color, my skin color, and because of our skin color difference, I can't work with you. The neighborhood you live in, the neighborhood I live in, the car you drive, the car I drive. You're a Democrat, I'm a Republican. They're two sides of the same coin. They're both screwing us over. That's the reality of it. The
yeah.
problem is we won't admit it. We
Yeah,
haven't. We're so distracted. It's all a distraction. Think of this of the entire world
Wait,
like a
hold on.
magic show.
Let him finish, Jess.
Think
Motivational.
hold on, Jess. Think of this entire world like
Wait.
a
I need to
magic
ask
show.
motivational this. What he just said.
Just think of this entire world like a whole
Like
magic
what
show.
you just said motivational, because I thought it was just a UK thing. No matter who you vote for,
it's a worldwide
they're
thing.
all on the same side. Like it doesn't matter. Like you're gonna get screwed over anyway. And you just said that as an American, and I didn't think that it was seen as much a thing. I didn't think it was like that to you guys. I thought it was the two sides, and they were both very different.
This is the thing, Jess. There are some Americans that think that the Democrats are different than the Republicans, and the Republicans are different than the Democrats. But those that have looked past the veil understand it's two sides of the same coin. You can't split a quarter in half. It's one single quarter, Jess. So since it's one
Yeah.
single quarter, there is no. It's It's two sides of the same coin, and when you understand that, it's like but it's so wild. It's like, listen, it's understanding what's going to create change is this. Okay. And I always have said this so many times. And this is when people finally wake up and start doing this. This is when we'll finally start creating change. It's when I
Yeah.
decide to work with you and you decide to work with me, Jess, and then you work with cousin B and I work with cousin B, and then I work
Well,
with
I want to
Lovely and you
work with
work
you
with
guys.
Lovely, and then I work with Jay, and then Jay works with me, and then Eric Boy, and then Eric Boy works with me, and then we add a couple million people onto that, and a couple million people after that. We got to understand that on the foundational here is we work together. We work together within our communities to change our communities. We work together within our cities to change our cities. We work together within our states to change our states. We work together within our countries individually to change our countries. And then, let's not talk globally, since we understand we all are dealing with many of the same frustrating situations that are purposely created. What we do is then reach out to our our global brothers and sisters and say, hey, how can I work with you and how can you work with me so we can then start really making some things happen and stop separating over these small important things that we can literally table and say we can talk about that later. But let's focus on
But
this really important thing over here and work together and make some things happen and truly create change and transformation. Now that's what it's going to take. That's what it's always
can
is
I just
going
ask
to
what you
take.
said? What you just said, motivational. You're like, we need to get together, but also you shouldn't be. Well, I heard it this way, but you're like, then you're reaching out to your global brothers and sisters, like, let's support each other and get along. And it came across as a negative way. Like the main reason that this is the second or third time I've joined Kev's live,
Yeah.
because I like two of my closest friends that I went to university with are American people. Very pissed off. Both of them left me and went back to America. So it's going to cost me a lot of money to go and visit them, which is annoying. But I've always like clicked with them, had an amazing relationship, and then I think the second live I joined ever on TikTok it was this black girl that talks about like light skinned people, and it was an American live, and I joined, I requested, and as soon as I took my mic off and said hi, everyone went mental and got angry because I was English and started snapping. I think the first time I joined Kev's live, I actually did this. I joined and I went, I'm so sorry, I'm British, don't hold it against me. And he's like, why are you apologising?
Jess, yes.
Because I got this sometimes, like it literally, because my friends are American, I've never had an
Yes.
issue, but on TikTok, I've had an experience a couple of times now where it's so hit and miss.
Jess, this is
Everybody's
the thing about
different.
TikTok.
Everybody's
Hold on,
different.
Eric. This is the thing about TikTok. TikTok is full of toxic, dysfunctional people. See, and I will always encourage anyone, protect your energy. That you can't go into every live because there's some lives where people are just toxic and dysfunctional, and
Yeah,
there's not anything healthy about them. And all they're going to do is spew on them their toxicity, their dysfunction, and their trauma, and try to tear you down to try to make themselves feel a little bit better because of their dysfunction, Jess. That has
Right.
nothing to do with you. That has never
yeah,
had anything to do with you. And that's their problem. Jess, I'll tell you, my key to how I operate in life, why I do so well, I don't care what people think. I'm dead serious. I'm so serious. I don't care what people think. Do I think being likable, yes, can be a good thing? Absolutely. But that's who I am. I'm genuinely a person that cares about people.
yeah,
But when you cross a line, that's your fault, not mine. But up until then, we're good. We're solid. I got your back. I'll come to your live. I'll support you. I'll gift you. I'll show up. I'll show love. It's that simple. All they did is ask, they do the same in return. Let's help each
yeah.
other win. It's that simple.
And
My encouragement
someone
to you,
said, I think it was Lovely that said it earlier. She was like, or one of the girls said it earlier. It's like, what if you tell someone something and say that they cross the line and then they do it again? Then what do you do? Like,
Walk
if you do
away.
it the first time, point it out, try to educate. But then if someone does it a second time, then, because, like, in all honesty, I
you cut
promise
them off.
you, all of you, I don't take offense. If you guys are like, you said this thing which is a bit dodgy and it's problematic and I want to educate on that, say that, do that, because that's what we need and that's what everyone needs. Like, we should all be striving to become the best that we can be.
So,
And
and Jess,
well,
I actually, I would like clarification. You said when I talked about reaching out to the global brothers and sisters that you took offense to that. Like, what about that was offensive that I said?
not reaching out, you said something about when you talk to brothers and sisters and they don't get it and they have their own agenda. And I think half of it as well is where I'm in the UK, like, part of my own identity issue is like half of me is the colonized and the other half of me is the people that did it to the other half of my family. So I kind of feel automatic, and it's a British thing anyway, we apologise all the time, but I automatically feel guilty, and because of
Did you
because of the
directly do
past
those
with
things?
America, I'm very conscious that I don't want to give ammunition or more reason to make us look bad or kind
Yeah.
of prove a point that we've not evolved at all.
This is great that you're cautious and you're aware of your surroundings, like trying to be aware of how you speak, what you speak about, how you carry yourself. But you can't blame yourself that you can't blame yourself for something that you did not have a part of. The history of your country, you can't blame yourself for that. You did not do that. You wasn't there, right? So and
Yeah.
again, this is just encouragement. To, it take the guilt off yourself for something that you wasn't a part of, right? That's my encouragement to you.
It's not the guilt because of what we did then. It's the fact that I don't know how many people know this. I only found this out when I was like 18, that up until I think 2021, the government was still paying reparations to the owner families.
Yeah.
So we're paying taxes, and the owner families were still benefiting from that in our society up until
Okay, I follow
about
you.
5-6 years ago. So even though we weren't involved in what happened then, in our society, in our government, those families, what happened, they were still benefiting from that. So up until a few years ago, that was still actually a part of our society and what went on. Like our
No, no,
taxes
and
paid.
yeah.
So, could I could I just say
Go
before I
ahead,
forget?
cousin.
Go ahead, brother.
So I just want to I'm working. I want to work with motivation a little bit because he said something which is true, but I want to give a little bit of clarification to it to pinpoint it down so you understand it. When we say that it's two heads or it's two sides of the same coin, understand very clearly, and Republicans and Democrats are very different. They are not the same. Okay. But here's the thing. Capitalism in our system, the way it is set up, at the end of the day, the way the wash goes down the tube is going to end up with the same result. So that is the
Yeah.
reason why we say it's the same thing. It is not the same. They have two different approaches. They're coming from two totally different sides, right? But they all end up at the same middle at the end of the day. And
Yeah.
whether people don't realize that, and what he says is like, you know, it's the same, but that's what we mean by the same because they are night and
Yeah,
day
no, no,
different.
no.
They're on
Yeah,
the
I
other side.
understood that, but
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
was
yeah,
surprised because that's what it's like with Conservative and Labour, like with our government here. But
yeah.
I didn't realise that even on the global scale, I didn't realise that it was even the same in
Yeah.
America. Like I didn't realise that it was two sides of the same coin in America. I thought it was a thing that happened to the UK. And like, for example, whoever won our last election for prime minister, whoever became president in your country, we would have been brown nosing them, whichever party.
Well, and
Right.
that's exactly what cousin and motivational are kind of saying. Like, and I love the analogy that motivational gave was that there's two sides to a coin, but it's the same coin. And
Yeah.
like what cousin just said is they're still gonna come back together. I've said this before, and I wanted because I wanted to go back and touch on something that you said, Jess. I've said this before. Like, look, some of those politicians, it's kind of like celebrities or actors and stuff. They were a child once, and they grew up. Their mentality, their mindset is just in a different. It's in a direction that may not be all geared towards us. So when you were talking about, well, how do I separate the divide but between the colonizers and between where I really came from, is that you have to look at it. There's a saying that this Foster guy, he was a public speaker, and he said, every person is one caring adult away from success. So sometimes we got to start with who's sitting right next to us. We don't
Yeah.
start from the top and work our way down. We got to start from the bottom and pretty much work our way up, because we aren't politicians. We aren't. I mean, you can label yourself a Democrat or Republican, but like Cousin said, they're all going to come back, because some of them are. Well, I think motivation brought up the word that Warlock brought up. Warlock actually did a live on hypocrites. So we do live in a very hypocritical society too. So
Yeah.
it's going back into that creativity and that identity piece. Who are you with everything that you now know?
And let me
I
just
look
say
at it
this too
like,
So
to finish the
with
point.
I
me,
look at it like two kings.
Hold on one
I
second.
never claimed
Go ahead,
to.
cousin. Go ahead, cousin.
No, because I just wanted to say that while it is the same, like what we just said, right? It's two sides of the same coin. But where this really becomes a problem that we need to be aware of as citizens is that your fellow man, because how they perceive the sides, quote unquote, is the problem that you're gonna be living with every day. Okay, so
Yeah.
what I mean by that is, if this is a Republican, I got a Republican neighbor, I got to go have a conversation with this motherfucker, real talk, because I need to know what he believes in, right? Because people unknowing take these ideologies and they run with them. Because
Yeah.
now when you have some crazy person like MAGA, there's some people that are MAGA for a reason, and you say you talk to them, and then it's like, all right, I might not be able to. I ain't inviting you to the cookout, but you cool, right? Then there's others who you talk to them and you say, wow, you MAGA. And then you realize that if it was no laws, I would have dispatched you real quick, because that's how evil of a person this person is. So you have to, these sides, they only matter in your personal circles with how that individual identifies with said side. So politically,
Yeah.
it's
I
all
look.
one. It's gonna end up in the wash all the same. Whatever, I don't care.
Yeah. I
But
look at
when
it
we're
like.
talking about in that inner
Can
circle,
I ask
that's when
I
it
look
you
at it
matters, and
like
that
all
two
makes
a
sense.
kings.
wait?
Jess,
So
hold on one sec. Jess,
I
hold on
wanted
one
to
sec.
ask you guys all a question.
Cousin, were you done, cousin?
Yeah, that was it.
I look at it
Okay.
like two kings.
So
Jess, but
when he
before you
said
go,
like,
can Eric go real quick
wait,
and see if Jay wants to talk? Because he's been real quiet.
I look at it like two
is
kings.
one
You
question
got
really
two
quick. I
kings.
promise. I promise.
Okay, it's like two kings. You got two kings. One king
Oh, sorry,
want
I
to
was
take
listening
over.
to you.
Yeah, it's like you have two kings. You got one king that feel like he got all the money in the world and he don't need his people, while the other one feel like he needs his people because he always wants his army. And that's all politics is. One thing about, hey, I need these people to win this election because this. And the other one king said, I got all this money. I can buy my way out of stuff. I don't need nobody no more. That's how I look at politics. You got one person that used the money to win his thing, and the other used the people, which is the voters, to say, hey, I got this as an army. I got the numbers. And that's how politics been, in my point of view.
You got anything to say on that, Jay, my brother?
Um, not really. I'm not gonna say I'm not into politics. I'm very aware. I can keep up with the conversation, but like with the elections and stuff, I really didn't. I
I
kind of knew what it
I
was and all
agree.
of that stuff. So it was with politics. I don't. Once again, I don't operate that way, if you will. But I understand my importance to politics and my importance to what they're running for, which is the president of the United States. So I understand the role that I play and why they appeal to me, because I'm very important to them. That's why they're campaigning for me, actually, not the position. Because if they get the position, it's only because they got me, if you will. So once again, it's like assessing your value. You know, when I hear people talk about politics, they talk about how much they need the politicians, not realizing how much the politicians need them. So now it's deeper than that, but that's the first realization. They keep coming to me. I don't. But somehow or another, the position structure makes it seem like I'm coming to them, but they actually come to me. And with that, I land my plane.
Okay, Jess, I know you got you got 3 bars on there, but if you want to say
Yeah,
something,
hold on. I'm trying to move around my room. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Yeah, what I wanted to ask, because obviously we did the two sides moving around, two sides of the same coin, but what, I can't remember who just kind of briefly mentioned it. If you have Republicans and Democrats, to you, and this is individual question to all of you, if you met someone that voted for a different another party that you didn't vote for or believe in, would that affect you being friends with them or how you saw them?
Nope, not
Chris,
me.
go ahead. You can
I
answer
think it's
first, then we'll work our way back down.
I think it's like cousin B said. I think it's how they conduct themselves, how they carry themselves. Like I don't care. Like I don't really care who you voted for, as long as you don't act like a completely ignorant person when you're dealing with me or other people around me, right? Like fine, even with the whole MAGA stuff. Like okay, sure. When America was great the first time, please explain that to me, because historically I don't see when America was great the first time. Period. Point blank. Now, if you could point that out historically to me, then great. If you can't point it out historically to me, and that's just some idea that you created in your mind based off of what some orange man said, well, then that's another conversation. Fine. But based off whatever party you support or you voted for, I can be cool with you. I can rock with you. We can chill. We might even be friends. Long as you don't have a very ignorant perspective about how you operate within the world and within life. But it's like
Yeah.
Cousin B said, some people operate with a very ignorant perspective, and they're just ignorant people in general, and they rock with certain parties, and that's a problem.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. So we've got.
Jess, you asked a question. I want to give everybody a chance to answer. Go ahead, Eric. What do you think, based upon Jess's question?
I think no, I will not debate or hate, but I will be cautious because I know, even though as a person they have freedom of choice. Because I'm gonna always love my family regardless of what. And trust me, I got relatives on both sides of the thing. I'm just more fearful of the other groups of people that would take advantage of that. I'm not afraid of Donald Trump. I'm more or the thing because to me they both pawns to me because my own reasons I could say I don't know how to tell him, but the point is the result is this: if he runs right, it's the people that worship him that I'm more afraid of because some of them think they can do what they want because his party won. Those are the people that say, "Oh, I love the Bulls, so I'm gonna go tear up something if the Bulls lose." That's what I'm afraid of. I love the Bulls, but I don't love them enough that if they lose, I'm gonna go tear something up.
Thank you, cousin. What you got to say on that, my brother?
So, just what everybody said so far is facts, and I would add, there's a there's a saying: all Republicans are not racist, but all racists are Republicans. So, I want to let that sit for a minute. They seem to gravitate to that for some reason, and so when you look at an individual, you have to figure out what that reason is. And if that reason is cool, then we cool. And if not, then it's a problem. So it's not about the party. It's not about any of that. It is as like what he said, like motivational said, is just about how that person, I guess, how they act that party out, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Like how they resonate and why they chose that party. I think is more important than the party itself. You know what I mean? Because there's some Democrats who are, for lack of a better word, out of their goddamn mind. and you would be like, you know what, I can't rock with this fool at all. You know what I'm saying? And it's not, so it's not the party, it's the individual.
It's the
And
person.
yeah, it's the person. It's how and why they chose that party is I think more telling than the party itself. Hope that makes sense.
Yes, it
So,
does.
so you
Hold
guys,
on. I
my
want.
bad, my bad. Go ahead.
I just wanted to let Jay go, and then I wanted to say something. We'll go back up to you, motivational, because I got some good. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, my brother. What's your answer to Jess's question? And based upon what everybody has said, my apologies. I'm just trying to let everybody talk.
Yeah, no, I think I went shortly after, if I'm not mistaken. I think she had a chance. I'm not sure because I did have to step away. I had to get another piece of bond paper.
Okay, no worries, no worries. If y'all don't mind, I'll answer real quick and then we'll go back to Jess. But like what cousin, I want to use an example where he said it's not the party, it's the person. It reminds me of when you go to work or you work a job and you have a boss. You know, you have the director that's above you or the president or the CEO. It's like they were you once, but sometimes they change that when they get up on a power trip, they change as they grow into different positions. It's like, man, you were me once. You were at the low end of the totem pole, or were you? And why do you gain more power as you move up and gain more control as you move up? And does that give you any form of power of how you treat people? And I think we keep forgetting about how people are treated when people are in a position of power. So I kind of wanted to tie that into the Republic, because if you look at Republican Democrats, why did they make them red and blue? We look at racism, we look at socialism, we look at capitalism. What means ism is a social movement. That's why we have all these divisions, Republicans and Democrats, and racism, and the educational system. If the classism, all these isms, all these social movements, and it's really the people that are in these movements that are the ones either making the decisions, or if we can go biblical and we can look at servitude. Some, like what motivational was speaking on, is everybody has their gift, but some people use their gift to their advantage rather than using their gift to I guess unify, like kind of what Jess was talking about. Well, how do we like bring everybody together, whether it's from the UK to China to America, to everything, so that unification that has to come in because of the divide, which divides ourself, and the division is within ourself, because we're so controlled to think of divide. So that's what I wanted to speak on that. Go ahead, motivational, my brother.
No, man, I'm glad you said that. Like I said, it's called social engineering. See, social engineering means they have very strategically, because it's very scientific in nature. They have created a way in which to socially engineer us to look at life a certain way, to have certain perspectives, to in a sense to put us at each other's necks, right? Because again, I go back to a house divided cannot stand. They do not want us working together, but fighting against each other. If we're fighting against each other, we cannot unify and work to enforce them, right? As one would say, put the fire to their feet to force them to do their jobs and serve the constituents. But instead serve their own self-interest and those of billion-dollar corporations. So it comes back to understanding, like, we have to know, like, we got to choose to wake up. We have to choose to wake up. What I mean by that is if you see that they're playing with you in your face, then don't allow them to get the reaction that they want, and don't allow them to distract you from focusing on what's the plays that are being made behind the curtain. I mean,
Motivational, can I ask you something quickly? Sorry. Because I always worry and I get paranoid sometimes because people pleaser syndrome. UK people do like British people are typically known to play in your face. Do you feel like I am playing in your
No, no,
face right
no,
now?
no, no. When I'm saying, when I'm not talking about you, again, please understand, I'm not speaking about anyone on this panel. What I mean by I'm talking about the government. I'm talking about government officials.
Yeah.
There's a certain way they move. There's a certain way they go about their behavior, and I gotta touch back with something Lovely said. Lovely said something about them pretty much just being detached, and I would phrase it different. They're detached from the reality of what their constituents go through. You're dealing with people that, at this point you gotta ask certain you have to ask certain questions when they go from barely making $100,000, all of a sudden they have millions of dollars in their bank accounts. Like, where did the millions come from?
Yeah.
Like, they didn't come from a made family. They didn't have a silver spoon in their family. They didn't come from a wealthy family and they inherited the money. So how in the world all of a sudden they go from barely having, $50,000 worth of savings, if that, to all of a sudden it being worth millions?
Yeah.
See, no one, a lot of people doesn't ask those questions.
Like
But
our last Prime Minister, Rafi, he was an Indian guy. So obviously, on the one hand, you want to be like it's off. Like we took longer than you guys. It was our first ethnic minority Prime Minister, but he was private school, born and raised, internalized racism, did not acknowledge his culture. And there's a whole news article that he struggled for like a year because he didn't have Sky TV. And the British people are sat there like,
yeah,
oh, my heart bleeds for you.
yeah. So yeah. So I mean, even speaking on that, it's why do we choose the people we choose, right? It means that you can be a race, but not identify with the struggles of the people that look like you, and be completely disconnected.
Yeah.
And this is what it comes back to. I don't have to live in the hood to be compassionate for people that live in the hood, to understand what they go through, the traumas of maybe hearing the pew pew sound, and the and law enforcement and alarms going off because you hear the woo woo woo. Like, I don't have to live in these bad neighborhoods to be compassionate for these people and want to change these neighborhoods, right? That's not some, like, a lot of times people are like, well, I don't live in that neighborhood. Why should I care?
Yeah.
Because that's a human being, right? And these human beings, we're all connected somehow, some way. So we got to understand, even my goal of changing hoods back into neighborhoods and communities where you can have an elderly person walking down the sidewalk at 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. This is about change. This is about changing our communities, changing our cities, and changing the world. Period. At the end of the day, and it takes us stepping outside of our own comfort and the comforts that we get to enjoy to help someone that doesn't have those same comforts to change their life and to change their circumstances. I'm gonna lay my plane.
So I look really awful, but I need to show you my face because of how excited you just made me.
Hey, what's happening? You look just like us, so what's happening? It don't matter.
No, no,
Hey,
no.
I'm gonna
It
tell you
wasn't about
something.
that. It was
What you
what
just brought
motivational
up?
just said. I was sat there and I was like,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
like
Oh yeah. Hey,
it
motivational
doesn't
always
matter
dropping jewels.
your neighborhood and what he just said. I got into it. Literally lasted 2 weeks. I got into an argument with my mum during George Floyd because it was all kicking off and we had protests here as well. And I was travelling to London to go to a protest. And I expect it from anyone else, but not my mum. My mum turned around and she went, firstly, it's America's problem. Secondly, you're not black, so it doesn't affect you. And I lost my head and I was screaming at her and I was like, so you'll raise a black kid and you'll
But
spend however many years sleeping with black men because you enjoy it, but when it actually comes to caring about our issues, you want to go silent.
But that's what the illusion is at, because when we look at black people in the TV set when they first made it, people had to put on makeup on, so they wasn't at their original color. So that's the illusion all over the world. Oh, you're not black, and brown ain't brown. But reality, social media make things more than what it is. If you all look at the original Planet of the Apes, you can actually see it wasn't no black people playing those scenes. It was make a point is you can't believe everything on TV. While at the same time, I get it because TV came out, that was the fashion, like the cell phones at first. But because of that illusion, older people think they believe everything they on TV is between what's black, what's white. In reality, most of that stuff was makeup at that time when
No,
TV came out.
that's the thing. It wasn't to do with the makeup. It was the fact that I it was during COVID and I wanted to go up to London, travel 40, 50 minutes to go to a protest. And my mum was like, you're putting yourself in danger. It's not even worth it. It's America's problem. And I was like, no, it's not America's problem because people here have to go for it as well. The only difference is that the law enforcement there get weapons and ours don't. If our law enforcement had weapons, pretty sure the statistics would be similar.
Hey,
The only
Jess,
difference is it's not legal here.
can I ask you a question? Jess, how old are you?
I'm 28 now.
Okay, and I'm gonna be 44. Remember we were talking about mama boy and daddy's girl, but not a lot of people talk about mommy issues. And one thing motivational put in here is thinking for yourself. You know, even our parents at times don't understand us and won't
Well,
allow
yeah.
you to maneuver, and you have a mind for yourself, and sometimes you gotta kind of separate that piece, even like because you mentioned like feeling guilty earlier. But
Oh,
what's hard?
I didn't feel guilty this time. Sorry.
Okay, good. So, and I think
I
it's
picked off
hard.
everyone. Everyone was like, you went too hard. Like I full blown went in on her, and they were like, you don't talk to your mum like that. And I'm like, no. At this
Now,
point,
there's a difference between being
there's more to it.
aggressive. There's a difference
She's had
between being
she has raised a black daughter. She should take the time to learn about and
exact.
care about those issues.
Agree. And there's a difference for you between being aggressive and being assertive. You're just asserting your identity. You're asserting your creativity and what you want to support, what you want to be geared towards, you know, and you came to know that within yourself, not from your mom.
But also, can I add this too, right?
Go
Here's
ahead,
something,
brother.
and it's not to say anything about that, anything about that would happen, because I think you handled it how you handled it, right? But this may help you in the future, because I had to deal with this a lot. And that is the realization that everybody ain't gonna think like us, right?
Oh yeah,
Because, and here's the thing, it is not even their fault, right? It's not that people are purposely vindictive or they're just trying to be careless. The majority of people are only care about things that will affect them directly.
yes,
Okay, so they only have a small vicinity of what they care about. Now, if that would have happened to someone in your mom's family, oh, she would have been down there with you, right? But because it's over the pond, because it is somewhere in her mind perceived as it's not our problem, there's no problem. See what I'm
yeah.
saying? That is how that's how the average person deals with situations, right?
But
And
because I saw it was
right,
global, it was race, it was
right,
our heritage, our ethnicity. It doesn't matter if you're in America. It doesn't matter if you're Australia, UK, Timbuktu.
right.
It was
Right.
an
And
abuse of
so
power.
but my thing is, you see how emphatic you are about it because you believe that because that's the type of person you are. Well, guess what? The average person is emphatic of the opposite. Of it is take care of yourself. I'm not worried about the rest of the world because the rest of the world don't worry about me. They believe that wholeheartedly, right? And they will fight that to the death because you can sit up here and tell them all day long, you need to care about your heritage. You need to care about your brothers. No, I don't. They ain't got my They ain't paying my bills. They ain't up in the air, blah, 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 blah. They ain't feeding you. You get what I'm saying? So they will go because that is their belief. And no matter how much we argue with them, they will never change. And so
Yes.
what I had to do was I said, you know what? I have to meet people where they are. And I love you. Like I got people in my family who I can talk and they don't get shit I'm saying because they do not think that far. They reach for the low hanging fruit. That's all they're gonna do. And I know when I'm sitting here like, dog, the real good fruit is at the top of the tree where all the sun is at. Nah, fuck that. They will wait till that fruit falls on the ground and get it barely before it's rotten. That's how they roll.
Yeah.
Cool. But
A
I'm
lot
not
of
rolling with
people
them,
ain't
right?
got
So what I
pretend the
gotta
world
do
for
is,
it.
all I gotta do is understand that that's where they are and not judge them for it because they can't help it. And so it just helps me to deal with them, is what I'm trying to tell you. So it's
Yeah.
not to say that you're wrong. I'm just saying that when you run across people like that, you got to just say, you know what? I'm going to agree to disagree. We don't like that slur, that term, but that's what it is. We just go agree to disagree, and I see where you
Yeah.
at. Cool, and then let it, keep it pushing. Don't get your blood pressure up.
And then
Yeah,
also
Jess,
you gotta look at
I
like
do it.
Before you go,
I do.
Jess,
Hold on.
Jess, hold on
I
one
do
sec.
agree with you.
Eric,
The reason why I reacted, it was my mum.
yeah, things like that happen for a reason. I have
You
experience
know,
of that because my grandma was always worried about me because she afraid that I might be like my father. It kept me out of jail. It kept me out of that, even though it did slow me down. So what I'm saying is sometimes things happen for a reason to protect you because she did tell the truth. It was dangerous. You probably would never came back. So she showed her care for love, even though it was the wrong way of showing love. But she showed that no, I don't want you to get involved with that. It's too dangerous. And most mamas is like that. And fortunately, some is more like a Medea than you can ever realize. They're gonna be stirring all the time. But at the same time, you wouldn't be here talking to us if you have one. That's a possibility you gotta look at too. So it's a learning thing of saying everything happened for a reason. When you figure out that reason why it happened, where you here today talking to us, then ask yourself, what was the outcome of that story? Because you can always go back to that story and see how many people got hurt and possibilities of that and say, well, that's the reason you didn't go because it somehow it protected you to be here with us right now.
and before you go, Jess, real quick, Jay, do you got anything to say on that? You still there, my brother?
Yeah, I mean, y'all hit on a couple of points. But one thing I do want to say is kind of like one thing I think that helped me is people say things, and I guess before I say that, there was a point y'all made. I think motivational and made about being open and people helping each other and building and building and building. And every now and then I get on the lines, I listen in, or maybe come in, I hear something, and sometimes it'll seem like I'm just agreeing with everybody. But what I understand is I'm not that person. And I know what my eyes see. I know what my brain processes. I know how my heart is. I know what my spirit is. So I deal with me. So it helps me see your perspective because it's not mine. If you want mine according to yours, and it's cool. But if not, either way, it won't affect me. So it was one girl when you try to come to somebody with that openness. Not everybody receives it. Not everybody is that. I remember making a comment on something, actual good point that the girl made, and the response was, "Do I know you?" And I was like, it don't offend me. It just once again, I look at things differently. I'm like, well, dang, the conversation is geared toward this. There's an agreement. I'm talking to men and women. I don't go in just to talk to women. That's not the thing on here. I see that wouldn't be wise for anybody. But with that being said, it it's amazing to me that we can talk the talk, but not even want to actually walk it. Because at that point, you have to open yourself up to do these things. If not, we're just on these panels to drive our own points. And if you agree, then I might have some rejection of that. In order, I want to hear what you have to say, because even if I don't agree with you, 9 out of 10 times I might encounter you, not that person directly, but I might encounter you somewhere. And when you're explaining to me what's going on in your head, why you do certain things, I'm taking note of that, because it's too many people out here that will encounter to worry about how this person feels about me, and how that person it'll drain you. And I'll leave with that, because it'll drain you. It'll drain everything out of you.
Exactly, Jay. And that reminds me of kind of what Cousin is speaking on too when he's talking about meeting people where they're at. That doesn't mean I want to go through what you went through. I need to understand take that in and receive that information. Like you said, you know that new thing that's going around TikTok, listen and don't judge. Yeah, you best believe I better judge. Now I got options. Now I need to know this is what I don't want to do based upon what somebody else may have experienced. 90% of us that compare, a lot of people are out here comparing trauma. Well, you went through this, and because you went through this, you don't understand me. You don't know where I came from. Listen, I probably don't want to go through what you went through, and you probably don't want to go through what I went through. So I don't want to even compete there. So it's like, yeah, you got to meet people where they're at, and some people don't know how to sit back, listen, and observe, and be like, man, I never thought of it that way. I never, I never looked at it from that perspective, because now we're taking perspectives, and now people are taking their perceptive, the perceptions that they have, and now they're projecting it onto other people, and they're not learning how to receive other people. It's a friend of mine used this word the other day, and I love it: divine balance. You got to know where you're at, and you got to know where other people are at. So
I look
now
at
it's
it.
like, now I see it in the middle. Like if we looked at red and blue, what color does that make? Purple. You look at black and white, what color does that make? Gray. So it's you got to kind of see both sides. It's like that yin yang theory, and I've talked about it a lot. It's like sometimes some of the bad stuff that I went through helped me grow. Sometimes some of the good stuff helped me grow or helped me learn too. So that's kind of I love how motivational Jay and Cousin have been, and Eric, and even you, Jess, have. Everybody's been really just breaking it down to the root. I don't know who it was. I think it was Jay. We talked about I think it was Cousin that brought up the tree. If you look at the root at the bottom of a tree and how it grows in the ground, it looks the same. It has above, so below. It looks the same at the top. It's the same at the top as how
You
it
know one
grows.
thing, man. Whoever said that look or listen without judging, that's bullshit. Yeah, you got to judge. Let me tell you something. We make judgments every day. That's how we survive. Ain't nothing wrong with
Yes.
judging. Now,
Yeah, if I don't judge, what am I gonna do? Sit
right.
back and just,
Now, what we
like I
should
have to
say
make it.
is we
That's where
shouldn't
discernment comes
prejudge.
in.
What we should say is we shouldn't prejudge critically. That's the key.
I just
So,
said,
right, exactly. So you said, I just want to reiterate that, because people will say that and keep on, yeah, judge, don't judge. No, judge heavily. God damn it, judge with discernment. That's the problem.
righteously.
People ain't making the right judgments nowadays. That's the big problem. But the thing is, don't prejudge someone negatively based on something that you don't know. That's why you got to listen first. So I just want to clarify that.
No,
I,
absolutely.
go ahead, motivational.
Absolutely. This is the thing. You look at the results in someone's life. If I know somebody and they're snorting the white girl, and I see their whole life falls apart, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you know what? I should start doing that too. No, no. Like I'm good. Like they was doing some pretty great things in their life, and they got caught up in some substances, and now their whole life is wrecked. I'm okay. And I feel like that's the reason why, especially for melanated people, man, we have to have critical thinking skills and think for ourselves. Because a lot of the results we have is because we had the wrong people as role models. Now it's gonna hurt and it's gonna hurt some people when they hear this. You had the wrong people as role models. You had grandmama and them and auntie and them. Well, auntie and them didn't have a stable relationship with a man. Auntie and them might have had 2 or 3 baby daddies. You know what I mean? Uncle might have been super cool, and the conversation might have been great with him, but he had about 4 baby mamas. You know what I mean? He didn't have a committed relationship with a real great quality woman. He didn't. Uncle didn't even know how to choose a great quality woman. So we have these people that we sort of look up to as role models, and maybe that's all we had. So respect, they did the best they could. But now it's time for us. It's time for us to think for ourselves. Understand? Okay, I need to move differently than they moved because they didn't produce the best results in life. I want to produce the best results in life, which means I'm going to have to make some strategically different decisions than they made. And that means like I said, hey, that means you got to dive into that book and turn that TV off. There's some books you need to read. There's some education you need to seek out. There's some
What, me?
understanding. There's I'm not talking about you. Like, you know what
Oh,
I'm saying?
I thought you said Jess, or you said
No, no,
yes. I
no,
don't
no,
know.
no. No, there's some education that you're gonna have to seek out,
Yeah.
understanding, right? And when you seek out that education, that knowledge, that wisdom, and you start reading certain books, and you get financial literacy, and I'm gonna say this: get the help that you need. Many times, people have either emotional, physical, or spiritual trauma. Man, get help for that trauma, man. Seek out a therapist. Get the help that you need. And after you get the help that you need, then you can be prepared to go into the world as well as seeking that knowledge, that wisdom, understanding of
Oh,
different key and important topics. You can really handle business and create the life that you want to have. But this is going to take some serious personal development work, and you have to be able to commit to that. Being consistent with committing to the personal development work, and not only being consistent, but also along with that consistency, having that discipline. And this is so important. We don't have the life we say we want many times because we don't have consistency or discipline in our life whatsoever. But then we want to point the finger at everybody else, the reason why our life didn't turn out how we would like it to be. I'm gonna land my plane.
Facts.
Yes. Yeah. And, I was going to bring up that discipline earlier, motivational, because remember we were on the live, was it yesterday or the day before I think cousin and we brought that up, that discipline. A lot of people are out here, you can judge all day long, but are you seeking your own judgment? Are you even judging yourself? We can talk about judging everybody else on the surface, but I always say there's substance beyond surface. But when you look in the mirror, do you even judge yourself? Do you even discern what's dividing you? What's causing you your challenges? Where's your accountability at? What may you be doing wrong? Like I think about this, like when people talk about having like 3 or 4 divorces. And I'm like, well, at what point it kind of starts to become like, who's the common denominator? Who's who's like, where's your discipline? Are you picking the wrong people, or are you acting in a way that these people don't want you no more? So then you're gonna play the victim mentality role and be like, poor me, nobody wants me or anything. But sometimes I call it sitting in your shit. It took me almost 44 years to figure this out. And I'm still learning every day. We don't stop learning. We don't just be learned or healed,
yeah.
where it's a constant. It's a constant. Staying, like you said, motivational, that consistency. If some people call it a diet, to me, a diet is temporary. And then I compare that to fasting. Fasting is you're removing yourself from something that is no longer going to work for you. No longer. You ain't going to go back
Because
to it.
you work in mental health as well. I had a whole thing, like I was doing really well. Obviously, it doesn't have to be constant for the rest of your life, but I went private therapy because NHS free therapy here isn't great. So I went private, and after about 8, 9 sessions, my mum's like, well, you should have worked through everything. You should be cured. Like, what's the hold up? And I'm like, it doesn't work that way. And even when you stop sessions, you still have to take those lessons and apply them in life. And it doesn't mean that you don't need it again. She was sat there thinking that 6 sessions meant that I was cured. I was fine. Like, it's all sorted. And I was like, that's not how it works. And she even brought it up the other day. I said something about race and not knowing my dad. And she went, I thought you were over that. And I went, yeah, you never get over that. That's not something you get over.
Right. And Jay has a question. And before you go, real quick, Jay, I want to say that with you, Jess, because a lot of people don't realize, even just working in mental health. Look, we get you guys 1 hour a week. What are you doing all the 100 and what? How many hours in a week? It's like
Yeah.
160 something. Like, what are you doing all those other hours? You know, so
You
there's
got to
work that
work
you got to put in. Go
even
ahead, Jay. Hold
even
on one
before you
sec,
get into
Jess.
therapy, you've got to work on yourself. And if you don't do therapy, you've even got to get to the stage to
Right, right,
accept that you need it in the first place.
right. Go ahead, Jay. You had a question, my brother? And then we'll bring Rocky in. I don't know, Rocky. I know you've been listening in and out, so we've been trying to pull this around. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I might change it up just a little bit. It's going back to something that was stated earlier in the conversation. I think I was
Okay.
kind of moving around, but I couldn't ask it. But we were talking about finances and all that stuff, but it kind of dealt with if you will, partners, meeting different partners and things like that, and what we choose them off of, specifically men and women. There was a lot of points here, but as I listened to it, I just wondered, because essentially what I'm when I look at it, I look at the man's ability to pay bills, and when I assess it all, as far as what I hear from women and even from men, it seems like they're confident first, not in what they acquire, but their ability to pay bills. Because first and foremost, was pushed is provide. I get her what she want. I do this. I get her this. I pay the this. So his ability to pay bills is what it seems like a backbone, if you will. It don't matter what it is. Now, the better the job, of course, you know, the harder he might flex and the louder he might say it. But if he can do that, then that's a good thing. I'm wondering is because I equate bills and stuff to debt, and I know what debt does. I understand the root of it. I just had to go into the etymology of it. And when you go into the etymology of it, it's sin. So I'm wondering, are we attracted to the ability to create debt, if you will? Now, mind you, we say pay bills, we say provide, but is it the ability to create debt? Now, and the reason why I ask that, because now you have to look at the motivation behind the money that's being made. Is it being made to actually provide, or is it being made to actually acquire what you want while putting yourself through strenuous things? And this is not to negate any profession, anything, any work, none of that stuff. I'm just asking a question. I think I prolonged the question to the point where I might lose you. So does that make any sense?
That makes total sense. Total sense. Cousin, you want to go before I go up to Rocky because she just got here?
Yeah, so makes total sense. And, you know, depending on how, I'm sure you know this. Like if you have somebody who is very wealthy, they'll tell you that debt is a good thing, right? And how you can manipulate debt and not pay taxes and not do this and not do that. You know, like there's all type of things in this system that you can manipulate. And so they'll tell you that that's what the case is. Then they'll tell people who don't have, this is what it is, to get you to basically get into it, trying to think that you're going to make that same, you know, up, you know, that you're going to come up the same way. And the reality is you just end up owing and paying some crazy ass interest rates for something that you shouldn't have anyway because you couldn't afford it. But that being said, I think it is, I think somebody said it earlier, us trying to keep up with the Joneses, right? That status quo. When, as men, we have to admit the reason why we brag about finances and all of these things because it boosts our status. That status boosts our ego. Ego is what has a direct line to our esteem. So we are always trying to feel good, to feel like a bigger person, like we want to be better, we want to be the best that we can. So in this society, that's one way, that's one sure way to do it. And so we have, and I think we know that it's wrong because we don't want women to look at us for our pocketbook, but yet we will lead with our pocketbook because we know that the pocketbook is giving us status, right? So if you're the man, you gotta have the bread. And if you got the bread, the ladies gonna look at the bread. But we don't want the ladies to look at the bread. We want the ladies to look at for us. But then we don't want to work on us. We only want to work on the bread. You see what I'm saying? It's bullshit, and it's a whole hamster wheel that we're involved with, and we don't know the root. And maybe Jay just came up with the root. Maybe it is that, I don't want to say sin, but this, but maybe it's that to keep us confused, to keep us in the hamster wheel, if you will. So I don't know the exact answer, but I do think you might be onto something, brother.
Yeah. So sorry, very quickly. This was quite a while ago. I think Motivational said it. It
Before
was
you go,
about.
Jess,
I'm
before
so
you
sorry.
go,
It was about fear stopping people from doing things, and the whole time he was talking about it, it was completely true. And it's like the biggest obstacle is fear. Like me, and he said about people staying in jobs that aren't even working because it's safe. I do that, and I'm trying to get the courage to leave, but I've got that fear. Like it's sometimes it's better to be safe in a job that doesn't respect you than join a job with more money and risk it not working out.
It's what Cousin B said earlier, and this is very powerful. It's not the money you make; it's the money you retain. So this is the thing: you don't have to buy everything that you like. Okay, there's needs and there's wants. Many times we conflate needs. We conflate wants with needs. So we have to stop buying again. Stop trying to keep up with the Joneses. 1, 2. Stop buying everything you want, and sometimes just take care of your needs. Strategically plan for the future with the resources you create, so your money can be working for you. So you're not always working for your money, trading time for money. Okay, like you
Yes.
said, it's very simple. Like we make this so overcomplicated. Stop buying everything you see, and stop feeling like you need to buy it. You don't need to buy it.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have food available to eat? Okay. Do you have clothes that you can wear on your back so you aren't naked out here? Okay, great. Do you have shoes that do you have shoes you can put on your feet? Great. Great. Okay. Do you have a roof over your head? You don't have to live in the penthouse. Stop. Like don't try to get the nicest house and then be mortgage poor. That's crazy. To live in a big house you can't afford to put furniture in. That's crazy. Don't do that. And now you can eventually upgrade, because if you position your money right, if you truly do get financial literacy and you position your money where it's working for you and it's making money for you, you can put yourself in a position to do some things to have what you would like without putting yourself in unnecessary financial dire situations.
Yeah.
So we're just doing way too much out here. Sometimes we have to say no to ourselves on the things you want to buy in order to have something better just later on in life. Not 20 years from now, not 30 years from now, but maybe 5 years from now. If you say no for these 5 years, what you can have 5 years from now is going to be so much better than this little thing you're going to settle for now. So just we have to start thinking strategically, planning for the future, and not just being like little 6-year-old kids. I want this now, and having a delayed gratification. Delayed gratification can create some amazing things in your life. I land my plane.
Yeah. No, honestly,
hey,
that's why
hold
my
on,
grandparents are like
Jess.
you.
Hold
Sorry.
on 1 sec, Jess. Before you go, I want to give Rocky a chance because she's been waiting a while. Just to touch base on that, because Motivational just spoke a mouthful of gems. But go ahead, Rocky. What you got to say on the conversation that all of us have been talking about
Well,
Because I know you've been here a minute.
I think I've only heard a gist. Could somebody catch me up to speed?
I posed a quick question to the panel. Just make a long story short. I noticed in our conversation things about finance and relationships get brought up, got brought up like they normally do, and some of the things, some of the problems and stuff that they may cause, and we got so deep into the root of all of that to the bills and all that. My question is essentially, are we are we essentially promoting, um, or is it promoted, whether it be by the man or the woman, that it is appealing, is more appealing according to the debt that the man is able to take on? I think that's the better way to word the question. Like, is that what's being pushed? If he's able to take on debt, then he's appealing because that denotes provisions and things of that nature. I'm trying to paraphrase. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, because also what I wanted to ask, because my best friend, the one that went to uni with me, she's American, and she, like, how it works, America has to still pay, but the cost of going to uni, other than travel, in the long run, the cost of going to university in the UK compared to going to an Ivy League in the US is not as expensive, and it's more spread out with the payments. But she found it so random. Like, I'm the only debt I've got is my student debt, because you're not charged, you don't have to pay to go to uni. It's put, like, kind of on a tab, and then when you make a certain amount in the UK, you pay it off once a month, like it's taken automatically, like a tax. And it's a lot easier. And then in the US, like, I knew you guys paid for healthcare, but it's the fact that she was like, "Oh, I hate being back in the US. I've got to pay for my asthma pump now." And I was like, "Wait, what?" And then during COVID, she's like, "I've got to pay for the test." I was like, "Wait, you got to pay for them?" Like, you guys, like, I, we've been following with the whole CEO case. I'm not gonna lie, I'm vibing with the guy. I'm on his
Okay.
side. He's a vibe.
Rocky, do you feel like you're caught up?
A little bit. So essentially, what I'm taking from it is that, yeah, no, I guess not.
All right. So,
I tried. I had some to say when I came up here, but the rambling kind of made me lose track.
several talking points have been brought up. So, and cousin B, could you bring up talk about some of the talking points, please?
Yeah, so I would just go back to my man's question. I think to break it down simply is something that I've always said, that men are judged on our utility, where women are judged on their fertility, right? And we're talking about relationships. So is the capability of a man to pay bills, to get into debt, to be able to handle those bills in the debt, is that something that is paramount when women are when they're looking into a relationship? Is that pretty much the broken down version of your question, Jay?
And
Yeah,
what Jay also,
I was
go
just
ahead.
about to write in the comments, but appreciate it because sometimes my mind get to going, bro. But
Right,
thank you.
right, right. So that's it. So is the utility of a man his ability to be able to pay, get debt, credit, all that stuff? Like, is that something that is a high mark on a woman's attractive? Like, why y'all attracted? And I guess if that is, why is it? That was the question that he posed.
I mean, for me,
Okay.
no.
Hold on,
Okay.
Jess, hold on one sec. Rocky, are you good with that? Or
Yes, yes. I
okay.
understand that now. I would say in this day and age, that is definitely prevalent, especially when it comes to the females. I think it's wrong. I think that everything has become extremely over materialistic, if that makes sense. Like, back then we used to be okay with a guy who would just protect and provide, and that just meant bills and taking care of the house, providing food, all of that. But today it's like, oh, well, protecting and providing means I need a Gucci bag and all this extra shit that you don't actually fucking need. And I find it very materialistic. I'm okay with living in a small house and having, I wouldn't even call it the bare minimum. We're comfortable. I would call it middle class these days. I'm okay with that. We don't need a house with rooms that aren't being filled or shoes and clothes that we're only going to wear once a year or makeup that I'm going to put on every now and then. We just don't need that. So I think it's too much, if that makes sense.
I agree. And let me say something on that because I wanted to bring this point up way earlier when we were having a conversation. I think it was in Kev's live, but we were talking about being the difference between a gold digger and being high maintenance. I think it was in another live. And I was like, well, high maintenance, are we expecting our men to pay for our nails to get done? But it's like, or our hair to get done. It's like, if you're not meeting those expectations yourself, it's the same thing that like a man who is a bachelor by himself, who do you think cooked for him? Who do you think paid his bills? He didn't have nobody paying his bills. He was paying him himself before he found you. What were you doing before you found him? So it's are we putting debt into the man, or are we actually building the man up or building together? Are we adding more to the debt? And I like that Jay brought up the sin because I brought up the Colossians, what was it? Colossians 2:13 was talking about your indebtedness. Is like, I'm indebted to you, but I don't want to add more. I don't want to devalue you.
Exactly. And I'm a tomboy, right? So I don't need my nails or my hair done or anything like that. Like, I'm not that kind of girl. I'd rather us put our money into something that's going to make us money back. Like, let's say we had a ranch. I'd want some chickens and we could sell some eggs. I'd want some cows and we could sell some meat. I don't need all of this stuff on my face, on my nails, because I don't need to sit there in a mirror and put makeup on for 2 hours straight. Just take it off 2.5 hours later. That just seems, like I said, materialistic. It seems arbitrary.
So let me ask y'all a question, because this is, and I say this because it's always a nuance, right? And let's dive into it a little bit, because I think what we have a lot of men who claim, or they want to be, or they say that they're traditional. But we understand that if you are traditional, there's rules that go with that, right? So they want traditional women, they want this, they want that, but yet they really can't afford to be traditional nowadays. Most men cannot afford to be traditional in the meaning of traditional, right? So you have to be a little bit modern in today's society, right? Because times have changed. So, but we still want women to be traditional all day long, right? Nobody wants to, so we have this conversation and this argument going back and forth. And I think that's going to never stop, because there's no way that you can meet that in the middle. If you're traditional, you're not going to want a modern person. A modern person is not going to want to conform to traditionality. It's just not going to happen. So if you don't have a middle ground in your mind, you're going to always have these problems, right? Now, that being said, it has to do with where you are successful in your life. So Rocky sounds to me like country, I don't need much. Let's get this. Let's get it from the mud. Let's do it. That, I think, is admirable, right? But there's some people who grew up in the city, and the way to their success is through that social network, right? You got people that's influencers making $100,000 every 6 months or every 2 months. So who are we to tell them that that's stupid, right? You know what I mean? I ain't saying that we are, but I'm just saying in general. Right? I can't tell you that your lifestyle is dumb. She's making money from that. She get online, put on this crazy ass makeup and all the hair and the nails and all that shit, and that's making them money. Guess what? Is 2025, if that's what you got to do to make your bills, and they like that lifestyle. They want to be a socialite. It's a place for that, I guess. That's if that is not what you want, then don't do it. But a lot of us, especially older generation, we want to put our values and tell everybody else that they're wrong. They're not this, that, and the third because we don't agree with it. Because we live more modestly. So then they're wrong. And I had to come to this conclusion myself as an older generation. I'm talking to the young men and I'm telling them how to be a man, but I'm talking about, old things, and they looking at me like, man, well, this times has changed. And I'm saying, okay, you're right. So now we got to adjust. So at some point, do we all say that maybe we are judging from a biased lens most of the time when we have these conversations? Do you think that there is an adjustment that we may need to make when we're judging these people as well? That's the question I wanted for the panel. You know what I'm saying? Like, do y'all think that sometimes we can get jaded with our own beliefs? Or do you think that maybe, you know what I'm saying? Like, these conversations would get better if we all broaden our scope a little bit. What do y'all think?
So if I can start this off,
Go ahead,
and
brother.
I'm sort of gonna stand on this square because I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I respect social influencers. Like, get your money, right? But you don't. Okay, I'm gonna say this. Do you really make a real impact in the world? I'm just gonna be real with you. Like, if you do crazy videos and you're promoting this, promoting that, you're pushing products. You're pretty much a human billboard. I get it. And someone's willing to pay you to be a human billboard. I respect that. You're getting money how you get money. When it comes down to it, what real skill sets do you have to bring to society? That's always going to be my perspective. Like, what actual skill sets do you have to bring to society? Because if the internet shut down tomorrow and you can no longer push the jeans or the makeup, what skill sets can you bring to society to help it continue to flourish? Most of these people would be lost if they couldn't push the makeup, or they couldn't push the jeans, or they couldn't push the products that's being sent to them for free. And they actually had to put a sentence together to actually defining who they are. They wouldn't know who they are. That's my perspective on it. I respect them making money however they make their money, but they don't bring real true value to society as a whole when it comes down to it.
So how many people actually do bring real true value? If we really look at it, most of the value that we have is smoke and mirrors. You're a stockbroker, you really drink? No, you grinding on smoke and mirrors, right? We all these insurance carriers. Yeah, when an accident happens, cool, but 90% of the time, it's selling a dream. Sales is what runs what runs the world. I think a lot of people that if this grid went down, we would all, or most people would not know what to do. Crow would prove that, right? So I'm just saying, I do agree with you I don't think that it's anything that's beneficial, but I also believe that most of humanity is not here to be beneficial. They're just here because most people are followers, right? But now, what do y'all think to what he said? Because I do agree with what he's saying, but then I gotta just I don't know if it's what do y'all think?
Well, I think one thing that we haven't touched. Oh, go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, my brother.
Nah, you can go ahead. I wait.
No, I'm good. I'm good. That way we can go around the panel. I'm good. Go ahead, my brother.
Nah, I'd say this, and I I don't know how this will sound, and I don't know how it'll come off, but subjects like this kind of make me um I'm kind of I feel a lot, so they kind of make me weep inside because somebody brought up something about just they brought up different demographics that